Chapter 2386. Okay, Li Zongbao responded indifferently and waved the immortal piercing whip again. A row of whip shadows danced again, and like a stormy sea, they smashed towards the remaining beast cultivators. However, Xiaohua could see that the immortal piercing whip this time was obviously much dimmer than the previous one. Presumably, it was because Li Zongbao's magic power was insufficient. Woo! The immortal piercing whip whimpered as it smashed towards the remaining beast cultivators. When the 4 or 5 beast cultivators saw how powerful the immortal piercing whip was, they knew that just dodging and running away was absolutely not enough. They roared loudly, and their bodies were also suffused with black light. They waved the demonic artifacts in their hands and bravely attacked the whip shadows. Poot poo poo! Several sounds rang out as the whip shadows hit the demonic artifacts. The demonic artifacts shook and almost fell from the hands of the beast cultivators. However, even so, several beast cultivators still blocked Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip. Only a leopard head beast cultivator's demonic artifact was smashed by the immortal piercing whip and fell into the air. Seeing this, Li Zongbao's face was slightly embarrassed. He clenched his teeth and the magic power in his body surged again. The immortal piercing whip in his hand suddenly emitted a golden light. In that golden light, talismans circulated, showing extreme power. Attack! Li Zongbao roared, and his body moved along with the whip. 5 immortal piercing whips of the same size appeared in the air and attacked the 5 beast cultivators with earth-shattering force. As for Xiaohua, the cloud-suppressing seal swayed and easily trapped the 6 beast cultivators. He urged his magic power one after another, and one after another, imprisoning clouds fell down. Those 6 beast cultivators were obviously extremely powerful, and their respective devil tools were also extraordinary. Unexpectedly, just like the wolf-headed beast cultivator, they were able to defeat Xiaohua's clouds one after another. If it was someone else, under the attack of these 6 beast cultivators, even if the cloud-suppressing seal was extraordinary, their magic power would have already been exhausted, just like Li Zongbao. Unfortunately, they encountered Xiaohua. If Li Zongbao could be called the number 1 person under the Gold Core stage, then Xiaohua could look down on all the cultivators under the Nascent Soul stage. How could his magic power be measured by these beast cultivators? Following that, the clouds from the cloud-suppressing seal fell one after another, seemingly endless. The beast cultivators finally collapsed. After the final attack, the beast cultivators couldn't even hold their demonic artifacts steadily and were imprisoned by the clouds. Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip split into 5 and attacked the 5 beast cultivators respectively. The beast cultivators looked at each other and knew that this was the final battle to determine victory. Either you die or I die. Therefore, each of them activated all the strength in their body, as well as all the magic power in their body, and waved their demonic weapons, bringing about the sound of wind and drums. Boom! The 5 whips hit the 5 demonic artifacts at almost the same time. The demonic artifacts were all knocked away by the immortal piercing whip's unstoppable force. Moreover, the immortal piercing whip's shadow also imprinted itself onto the 5 beast cultivators as they flew. Ah! The 5 beast cultivators screamed at the same time. Their steel-like bodies were torn open, and they fell from the sky. Pooh! At the same time, Li Zongbao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale gold. He actually activated his magic power and injured his meridians. Xiaohua glanced at Li Zongbao. It wasn't out of his expectations. Li Zongbao was only in the late stage of foundation establishment. Facing more than 10 beast cultivators whose strength was comparable to late-stage foundation establishment, being able to perish together with them could be considered rare and commendable. Go! Xiaohua pointed the cloud-suppressing seal. The cloud-suppressing seal flew over with a rumble, smashing the beast cultivators that fell from Li Zongbao's attack to death. Only then did it fly back and smash the 6 beast cultivators that were imprisoned by him. Just as they were about to be smashed to death or injured like the cow-headed beast cultivator and the others, a sudden change occurred. The boar-headed beast cultivator that was easily imprisoned earlier suddenly had a burst of multicolored light appear around his body. He immediately broke free from the cloud-suppressing seal's imprisonment and flew away like a wisp of smoke. His flying speed was actually extremely fast. Xiaohua was stunned and slightly raised his eyebrows. He thoughtfully looked at the boar-headed beast cultivator's back and didn't chase after him in a hurry. Don't let him escape. Li Zongbao's figure stood in midair. Seeing that Xiaohua's magic power didn't seem to be exhausted, he lightly said, "Yes." Xiaohua didn't beat around the bush. He raised his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal became more than 10 feet in size. It smashed down and smashed the 5 beast cultivators into meat paste. Immediately after, Xiaohua didn't put away the cloud-suppressing seal and shouted, "Brother Li, wait a moment." The magic power in his body surged as he used the hibernating thunder escape and chased after the boar-headed beast cultivator. And Li Zongbao's face was still calm, but a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He patted his storage bag and swallowed a pill. Then, he put away the immortal piercing whip and slowly descended from the sky. After Li Zongbao cleaned up the corpses of the fallen cultivators, Xiaohua dragged the boar-headed beast cultivator's corpse over. Li Zongbao raised his head and lightly said, "You're quite fast." Those who kill my Dao sex cultivators will be killed no matter how far they are. Xiaohua's gaze swept over and coldly replied, "Those who kill my Dao sex cultivators will be killed no matter how far they are?" Li Zongbao sneered, "That invisible sword Guyu took the lives of many of my Dao sex disciples. I saw someone cut off her wrist and took her flying sword. However, when I saw that female swordsman's appearance, not only did I immediately return the flying sword and wrist, I even gave her a healing pill. Isn't that a bit ridiculous?" This. Xiaohua's face was slightly red as he embarrassedly said, "Senior Brother Li, that was purely an instinctive reaction. I really didn't think too much at that time. I'll just treat it as if I saw someone sleepwalking." Li Zongbao glanced at the mess on the ground, "But you have to remember that being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Look at this miserable state. This is a lesson. In the future, when you can't bear to kill, look at these cultivators who died with their eyes open." "Yes, I understand." Xiaohua's heart trembled as he raised the beast cultivator's corpse in his hand and said, "Didn't I go to kill them all? This is your Imperial Thunder Sex disciple." Li Zongbao said as he handed over the storage pouch in his hand to Xiaohua, "You should kill them all." "What? They're actually Imperial Thunder Sex disciples." Xiaohua looked at the remains of the corpse's Daoist robe. It wasn't the robe worn in the battle. These cultivators didn't participate in this battle. Li Zongbao saw that Xiaohua didn't take the storage pouch and threw it over. "There are some jade slips inside. Take a look yourself." "Yes, Senior Brother Li," Xiaohua said as he threw the pig-head beast cultivator's corpse down. He spread out his other hand and a ball of colorful silk appeared. "I found this on this beast cultivator's body. I reckon that guy used this to escape the cloud-suppressing seal's imprisonment." "And take it yourself." Li Zongbao wasn't interested in this thing. He waved his hand and sat down cross-legged, adjusting his breathing. It seemed that using the immortal piercing whip to kill so many beast cultivators at once was a bit inappropriate. Xiaohua didn't hold back. He took the colorful silk and looked at the storage pouch. He took out a few tokens and looked at them. He also took out a jade slip and looked at it. He frowned and said, "Brother Li, this is my Imperial Thunder Sex disciple." Chapter 2387. This is your Imperial Thunder Sex business. You don't need to tell me. Li Zongbao said without opening his eyes, "I've consumed a lot of magic power and need to adjust my breathing. You can finish the rest." Xiaohua saw that Li Zongbao's complexion was still pale gold, and knew that he hadn't recovered yet. Thus, he agreed and took out the suppressing cloud seal. He smashed a large hole in the ground nearby, and threw the corpses of dozens of beast cultivators into it. Then he buried them. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to take the beast cultivators' storage pouches and demonic tools. As for the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples' corpses, although Li Zongbao had already cleaned them up, they were still too horrible to look at. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. He put the male and female disciples' corpses into 2 storage pouches. As for their belongings, Xiaohua cleaned them up and put them into another storage pouch. When everything was done, Xiaohua glanced at Li Zongbao, who was meditating. He took out the jade slips and other items from the Lightning Converting Palace's Foundation establishment disciples and looked through them. Then he took out 2 of them. One of the 2 jade slips had a restriction, and it was a restriction unique to the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Xiaohua hadn't touched it before, the faint flash of lightning was enough to show that if he wasn't sure he could break it, it was better not to touch it. Xiaohua thought for a moment and put away the jade slip. He looked at the other one again. After a long time, Xiaohua's brows unconsciously furrowed. He raised his eyes and looked in a direction in the distance. He seemed to have thought of something. After a long while, Xiaohua put away the jade slip. He patted his hand and took out a Reliance Lotus pill from the Imperial Thunder sect disciples' storage pouch. He put it in his mouth and closed his eyes to ponder. These Imperial Thunder sect disciples came from the Imperial Thunder sect. According to the jade slip, a cultivator named Dui Miaoqing sent a distress message to the Imperial Thunder sect's palace master Dui Jia. However, this message didn't mention the location or the reason. I'm afraid this message is very important and needs to be spoken by a dead Imperial Thunder sect disciple. Or maybe everything is in this restricted jade slip. It's fine if I'm not a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. If I can break the restriction, then so be it. If I can't, then I don't have to worry about the jade slip being destroyed. But since we have to send the news of these disciples' deaths back, we have to take the items back, and this jade slip cannot be broken. I wonder if Martial Uncle Dui Miaoqing is still alive? Should I return to Sentry City now and pass this message to Martial Uncle Qian Mo in the discussion hall? Well, I'm afraid I don't have to go back directly. Since she asked the Foundation establishment stage disciples to go back and ask for help, she shouldn't be in danger right now. Maybe she's trapped in some kind of magic formation and can't get out for the time being. She's waiting for the Imperial Thunder School disciples to come and help. Unfortunately, her disciples were all killed by beast cultivators. If she hadn't run into me, who would have known that she was trapped here? Xiaohua thought for a moment and made up his mind. Let's wait for Li Zongbao to adjust his breathing before we ask for his opinion. Sigh, this young master's cultivation is a little too fast. Immediately, Xiaohua began to worry about his own affairs. When I was in the Imperial Thunder sect, I just reached the late stage of Foundation establishment stage. According to my cultivation speed, I'm afraid it will take decades or even hundreds of years to reach the peak of the late stage of Foundation establishment stage. Therefore, I didn't even think of preparing to condense the elixir. Now, after being plotted against by Tu Hong, I rushed to the peak of the late stage of Foundation establishment stage within 5 years. It seems that I can condense the elixir at any time, but I haven't found the Qianli elixir and the Lingli elixir. And these 2 elixirs are the key to condensing the elixir. One is to solidify the genuine essence and produce the golden elixir from nothing in the Dantian. The other is to increase the chance of producing the golden elixir. Others have started to prepare when they were in the late stage of Foundation establishment stage, but I was directly sent to the war. How can I have a chance? Damn it, these 2 elixir recipes are also extremely important. I've changed a lot of elixir recipes, but there's none in my storage. Even if I want to refine it myself, I can't do it. Hee. Thinking of this, Xiaohua squinted at Li Zongbao in the distance. Li Zongbao's cultivation is in the late stage of Foundation establishment stage. This guy is the treasure of the Utopia faction. In his storage bag, I don't know if there's any elixir. However, this thought of Xiaohua's was just a flash. His cultivation was only close to the middle stage of Foundation establishment stage. How could he directly ask Li Zongbao about condensing the elixir? Although Xiaohua was still very assured about Li Zongbao, he sympathized with him and Kai Zhuoxia. Well, to be more vulgar, he and Li Zongbao were somewhat related by marriage. However, after all, Kai Zhuoxia was no longer in this world, and he and Hong Xia Fairy didn't really have dual cultivation. He didn't dare to reveal the truth in front of Li Zongbao. Forget it, if it's really condensing the elixir and Li Zongbao sees it, there's no need to hide anything from him. That's God's will. Xiaohua thought again, but if it's not in his sight, it's better not to let him know. I only hope that after killing Qin Jian, I can quickly return to Sky Patrol City, and I can go to Yi to find Qianli Elixir and Lingli Elixir. Li Zongbao really consumed a lot of spiritual power. After adjusting his breath for half a day, he got up from the ground, glanced at Xiaohua who was also sitting in the distance, and asked faintly, "Junior brother Xiao, have you settled everything?" "Yes, senior brother Li." Xiaohua heard, opened his eyes, flew over, and nodded. "Senior brother and senior sister's corpses? I've collected them separately. When I meet the female disciples, I'll ask them to arrange them carefully. I've also collected the token and other things in another storage bag. You don't have to say it in such detail." Li Zongbao waved his hand. "It's still the same old saying, this is your Imperial Thunder Sect's matter, I won't care. Moreover, if there's anything in your sect, you can tell me, I won't restrict you, you can go wherever you want." Xiaohua still wanted to discuss with Li Zongbao, but when he heard Li Zongbao's words, he stopped and nodded. "Well, I know. However, you don't have to leave now. Wait and see if there are other Imperial Thunder Sect disciples in front. If there are, ask them to send the message back to Sky Patrol City. I don't have to go there personally." "That's good." Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Today I was a little careless. If it weren't for you, I could only run away. If you really want to leave, I still have to think carefully. Without your cooperation, it's really not easy to kill Qin Jian." "Ha," Xiaohua smiled apologetically. "Brother Li, you're too modest. I just took advantage of a magic weapon, I don't have much spiritual power. In my opinion, Senior Brother's Immortal Piercing Whip is a real magic weapon. It consumes a lot of spiritual power, and its power is definitely more than that." Li Zongbao's figure flew up. Seeing that Xiaohua was also slowly following behind him, a rare smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Xiaohua, you're very good. No wonder back then. Wuxia said you're outstanding. Your spiritual power is very strong. Although you're only in the middle stage of foundation establishment, your control of the cloud suppressing seal is far from what I can do. In fact, I even feel that your magical power is not inferior to that of a golden core cultivator." "Of course not," Xiaohua said hurriedly. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Li Zongbao raised his hand again and said, "Don't be anxious. It's good that you're humble, and I'm also relieved. After all, there's always someone better than you. Staying true to one's heart is the foundation of us cultivators. But sometimes, if you're too humble, it makes people feel that you're fake. Sometimes, when you show your strength, the benefits you get are also far beyond hiding it. Look, your flowing cloud flying ship is not bad, right? You don't dare to take it out casually. I'm not someone else. Let's not talk so much. This is your own matter. Even if I see it, I won't say anything more." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. His spiritual power was getting deeper day by day, and it was very easy to be exposed with his every move. However, not to mention the other secrets he had, just the pure cultivation of a Daoist sect meant that he might have to face an unknown enemy above the spirit-severing stage. How could he not be careful? Xiaohua took out the flowing cloud-flying ship again and invited Li Zongbao to get on. He smiled apologetically and said, "Thank you for your teachings, senior brother. I understand. Senior brother, please point out the direction to go." Li Zongbao regained his indifferent expression. After pointing out the direction to fly, he said, "Your eyesight is not bad. This divine whip of mine is a famous magic weapon of my utmost happiness sect. It used to be used by a nascent soul grandmaster. Because of my reputation, the sect bestowed it to me when I was only in the foundation establishment stage. Although I've refined it a few times, I still can't completely control it. Moreover, I think that with my current cultivation, I can only use less than 10% of this magic weapon's power." Less than 10%? Xiaohua's eyes widened, and he was very shocked. Actually, saying that it's 10% is just me boasting. Li Zongbao smiled bitterly. I personally saw that nascent soul grandmaster's actions. With just a whip shadow, the heavens fell and the earth split. A mountain peak was split apart by this divine whip. Hiss, that's right, Xiaohua suddenly saw the scene in front of Chicken Crow Mountain. The scene of the old man waving his flying sword and slicing off the mountain peak appeared in front of his eyes. Damn it, I'm really lucky. I've encountered 2 nascent soul cultivators and luckily escaped. Xiaohua unconsciously thought of that nascent soul cultivator in Ink Shadow Black Forest and Daoist Jingxi who chased after him for several years. Fortunately, I didn't give them a chance. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. It seems that my suppressing cloud seal and soaring dragon scissors are not enough to resist nascent soul cultivators. Thinking of this, Xiaohua thought of the overturning sea seal that Fang Yuan had mentioned. If he could obtain the refinement method of the overturning sea seal, or even a complete overturning sea seal, it might be much stronger than the suppressing cloud seal. Thus, sometimes revealing one's strength and getting the attention of the sect may not be a bad thing. Li Zongbao didn't know how Xiaohua was thinking about killing nascent soul cultivators. He only casually said, "Your Imperial Thunder sect might not be able to compare to my Tai Ching sect, but if you can take out 1 or 2 magic weapons that are comparable to the Divine Whip, it will be extremely easy. It will be much better than your suppressing cloud seal." Chapter 2388. Maybe. Xiaohua knew that Li Zongbao meant well, but his situation was very different from Li Zongbao's. If this was applied to Xiang Zhili, it would be appropriate. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't take it seriously, Li Zongbao didn't say anything more. He still released his divine sense to observe the direction they were going. After the flowing cloud-flying ship flew for nearly 10 days, the surroundings changed again. Although Sentry City was located in the north, it was unusually cold, and all kinds of colorful snow scenery were pleasing to the eye, but it was still not comparable to the world of glaciers here. Outside the flying boat, the sky had cleared up, not the usual gloomy sky of Sentry City. White clouds floated in the blue sky, and the sky was so blue that it was as if it had been washed clean. It was spotless. Just by looking at it, one would be immersed in it, and one's whole mind would be dyed blue. Under the clear blue sky, it was a world of ice. Everything was made of ice, and ordinary snow was a rare sight. In fact, other than the occasional grayish-green moss that could be seen under the crystalline ice, there was nothing else that had anything to do with vegetation. Although there was a faint layer of brilliance outside the flying boat, it was used to defend and resist the wind. At this time, it was also covered with a layer of sparkling ice as thick as a thumb. It was just that the ice layer was transparent and bright, and it didn't block the view. After clearing the first layer, Xiaohua ignored it. Cultivators had always been unafraid of cold and heat, but here, even the breath they exhaled was a little bit of ice, which made Xiaohua feel a little cold. Looking at Li Zongbao, although he was sitting casually on the flying boat, there was a faint layer of sparkling brilliance around his body, which should also be resisting the extreme cold. Although Xiaohua and Li Zongbao had been traveling together for more than 10 days, Xiaohua was not a talkative person. He didn't care about other people's privacy, especially the privacy of male cultivators. Li Zongbao was practicing parting love's treasure mirror, and his expression became more and more indifferent. Although he treated Xiaohua a little differently, he still didn't talk much. In fact, the two of them were almost the same as when they met decades ago, and they didn't have any special understanding of each other. However, at this time, Li Zongbao glanced at Xiaohua, stood up, stretched his body, and pointed his finger in the air. A bright light flashed, and the layer of ice covering the flying boat suddenly disappeared. We've already entered the Huan country, and the climate is extremely cold. The swordsmen of the Huan country survive in this harsh climate. No matter if it's their willpower or physique, they're much stronger than us cultivators. Swordsmen also specialize in attacking, emphasizing on killing with one strike. That's why there's the saying that swordsmen have a higher attack power than us cultivators. Li Zongbao said indifferently as he looked at the ice dots that were rapidly condensing on the flowing cloud-flying ship. Indeed. Seeing that Li Zongbao rarely spoke, Xiaohua echoed, The toughness of the physical body is very important for cultivators. I won't hide it from you, senior brother. I've obtained a secret technique to temper my body. Although I can't compare to body cultivators now, I'm still much stronger than ordinary cultivators, so my magic power. Li Zongbao didn't seem interested in Xiao Hua's explanation. He first looked outside the boat with his hands behind his back, then turned to look at Xiao Hua and said, "That's not what I'm talking about. I'm thinking that since the Huan country, Shi country, Meng country, and Lian country are all part of the Dawn Rain continent, we cultivators can also come here to cultivate, especially those with water-type or ice-type constitutions. In this environment, their cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds." Oh, that's true. Xiaohua didn't expect Li Zongbao's thoughts to jump so far. He was slightly stunned and nodded. Actually, sometimes I'm also thinking that whether it's sword cultivators or Daoists, they're just different cultivation methods. They're all cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent. As cultivators, why are they so anxious to kill each other? Li Zongbao's words shocked Xiaohua even more. When Xiaohua heard this, he was deeply moved and said with a smile, "That's right. I met the twin female swordsmen of the Huan country at the Taiqing Sect's Feather Immortal Assembly." Oh, wasn't senior brother Li also there at that time? Those two female swordsmen were very amiable. They're far from comparable to the swordsmen in the war. If there's no war, they're all modest gentlemen. Li Zongbao nodded. If there's a war, they're all murderous demons. We look at sword cultivators like that, and sword cultivators look at us cultivators like that too. Instantly, Xiaohua thought of Ling Yunwu and that Yuan, the two exceptionally loving sword cultivator husband and wife. If it wasn't for the war, how could they have fallen at Gold Spring Mountain? Ling Yunwu admittedly transformed into a sword, but that Yuan ended up being a martyr. However, the situation at that time was dangerous. There was no need for Guyu. How could he be merciful? Perhaps the evil is in this war, and not in the cultivators and swordsmen? Xiao Hua sighed inwardly. If there's a chance, I still want to see if I can distinguish between the two of them among those 10 flying swords. Even if they transformed into swords, I still want them to stay together. Seeing Xiao Hua pondering, Li Zongbao thought that he didn't agree with his point of view and said, "Actually, don't look at the atrocities of beast cultivators. It's really despicable. But the actions of some cultivators aren't inferior by much." Oh. There's such a thing? Xiao Hua was stunned. He originally thought that only when beast cultivators and demon beasts cultivated at the same time, there would be a change in their mentality and so on. Only then would they commit such atrocities. He didn't expect that cultivators could also do such a thing. Humans and beasts, in some aspects, are so similar. Li Zongbao didn't explain and sighed. That's right. Xiao Hua thought of those 10 swordsmen again. Didn't they also commit violence against the female cultivators of the Dao sect? If cultivators did this, it would also be normal. Unfortunately, we're only foundation establishment cultivators. Although our hearts are big, our strength is limited. It's already not bad that we're able to keep ourselves safe in this war. Li Zongbao looked at the spotlessly white ground and mountains and said, "The twin female swordsmen you mentioned just now are the key to this war. If we can find them, or find out where they died. If we can prove that they have nothing to do with the Dao sect, the sword cultivators won't have an excuse to fight, and this war will end." Xiao Hua also smiled bitterly. He also knew about this, but the problem was that Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha had disappeared for more than 1 or 2 years. They disappeared when Xiao Hua was at the beginning of the 12th level of Qi refinement. Now that Xiao Hua was at the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, they still hadn't appeared. Moreover, if they could be found, the 3 kingdoms of cultivation would have found them long ago. Why wait until now? The Gale snowfield is in front. Li Zongbao took out a jade slip, looked at it for a moment, and pointed. With the speed of the flowing cloud-flying boat, we'll be there in 2 days. Where did senior brother Li get the news? This place is so far away from the Sky Patrol City, who would know that Qinjian would come here? Xiao Hua asked with some doubts. Li Zongbao smiled mysteriously, This news was revealed by Qin Jian himself. I don't understand. Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. Chapter 2389. That Qin Jian thinks too highly of himself. In these past few years, he often released some specious news to lure our Dao sect cultivators to go there and then ambush them. And those disciples who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth are also strange. They clearly know that it's inappropriate, but they still fall into the trap. It's as if they think that only they can see through the trap, and only they can kill Qin Jian. Li Zongbao explained, and this news was obtained from one of the elders on duty at the assembly hall. So that's how it is. I'm afraid it's because of the reward from the Yanxi Mansion's assembly hall? Xiao Hua nodded, but he was secretly criticizing Li Zongbao in his heart. What was the difference between Li Zongbao's actions and those disciples who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth? After flying for another half a day, the mountains and rivers below the flying boat gradually disappeared. Huge ice lakes and continuous glaciers began to appear. Above the ice lakes, the ice was as hard as iron, abnormally sparkling and translucent. It was like a huge mirror that reflected the bright sunlight into the sky. And the glaciers were like jade ribbons that coiled around the ice plains. It was a spectacular sight. When he looked again, he saw that in the distance, there was a faint mist that covered half of the sky. That's where the glacier's geothermal energy is. Seeing Xiao Hua look into the distance, Li Zongbao explained, as the saying goes, there's yin in yang and yang in yin. Yin and yang have always been symbiotic. In this extremely cold place in Huan country, there will often be geothermal energy rising from the ground, giving birth to a kind of hot spring. The water of this hot spring is warm, and even in extremely cold places, it won't freeze. It's completely different from the cold of the glaciers here. It's a strange scene in the world. After you and I kill Qin Jian, we'll go and take a look. Ah, very good. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. But in an instant, his mind suddenly moved, as if there was some reaction from the hand of karma. There's yang in yin and yin in yang? These words sound very familiar. It seems to be related to something. But when he thought about it carefully, he couldn't figure it out. He was completely baffled and couldn't even touch the boundary. Since it's from the hand of karma, it must be very important. Ever since Xiao Hua experienced the feeling of karma a few times, he knew the crux of the matter. He already understood that everything in this world was made up of karma. If he could control karma, then he would be able to avoid karma. If he could avoid karma, then he would be able to escape from the mortal world. This was extremely useful for his own cultivation. Therefore, he attached great importance to anything related to karma. Could it be that this Tao of yin and yang is the karma that I sensed in the great formation of Mount Quanjin? If that's the case, then we still have to make a trip to the geothermal glacier. Seeing that Xiao Hua was deep in thought again, Li Zongbao was bewildered. After thinking for a moment, he didn't know what he had said to Xiao Hua. Thus, he didn't say anything and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. In 2 days, he would have to face Qin Jian. Qin Jian was a sword cultivator with a fierce reputation. Li Zongbao didn't have full confidence in defeating him. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and opened his eyes thoughtfully. Seeing that Li Zongbao had closed his eyes again, he didn't say anything. Instead, he urged the flowing cloud-flying ship to continue moving forward. At the same time, he took out the Jade Talisman Refinement Manual from the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain and reviewed it again. Xiao Hua had already tried to comprehend this elementary and somewhat incomplete Jade Talisman back when he was at Tianmen Mountain. Unfortunately, he didn't have any Jade Essences for him to practice on. Now that he had a lot of Jade Essences in his space, how could he not take out the matter of refining Jade Talismans? 2 days passed quickly. Xiao Hua scanned the area with his divine sense but couldn't see a single person. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior Brother Li, is this the Gale snowfield? Where are those disciples lying in ambush?" "I don't know either." Li Zongbao said softly, "Just fly slowly, you'll see them eventually." "Ah? You don't know?" Xiao Hua was astonished. "Of course I don't know." Li Zongbao said matter-of-factly, "However, the Gale snowfield is only 10,000 li in size. If those disciples were to fight with Qin Jian, I'll definitely see them. You just have to look for them slowly, okay? Ah, so it's the legendary waiting for rabbits. Xiao Hua understood. He had no choice but to activate the flying boat again and fly aimlessly above the glacier. He also released his divine sense and kept searching. On the Gale snowfield, above a square ice lake, the sun was shining brightly. The pale white sunlight scattered weakly on the surface of the lake. The mirror-like ice layer reflected the light to a protrusion on a mountain peak not far away. That protrusion was also a layer of ice. It was astonishingly thick. The light passed through the ice layer and gathered on the ground at the foot of the mountain. After the light gathered, it was so hot that it was far hotter than the heat from the sky. In just a moment, water vapor rose from the ice and snow at the foot of the mountain. As the sun moved in the sky, the water vapor also moved like an earthworm. Phew, just as the earthworm moved to the side of a stone, a light flashed frequently. After a yellow light was annihilated, a tall middle-aged man appeared in the light. The middle-aged man's face was filled with confusion. He patted his hand and took out a talisman from his body. It was the rare invisibility talisman in the Dawn Rain continent. Strange. The middle-aged man looked left and right as if he was looking for something. When his gaze landed on the water vapor, he patted his forehead and laughed. Damn it, so it's this. I actually encountered such a miraculous thing. Then, the middle-aged man raised his head and looked at another place not far away. He shouted, Senior Brother Qian, Quan Jie, what are you doing? Why aren't you hiding yourself quickly? If Qin Jian sees you, won't our ambush fail? A slightly impatient voice sounded from the direction Quan Jie was looking at. Tisk, Quan Jie snorted and sat down disapprovingly. He patted his hand and took out a white spiritual fruit from the storage bag at his waist. He took a bite and a milky white juice seeped out of the spiritual fruit and flowed into Quan Jie's mouth. This has been hidden for 10 days and not a single sword cultivator came. I'm afraid this news didn't even reach the sword cultivator's ears. Or maybe Qin Jian didn't even want to accept our challenge. Why do you still have this milky rain fruit? Senior Brother Qian was surprised. Then, with a flash of light, a short cultivator with a dark and thin face appeared. Hee, I took this from the sword cultivator's storage bag. Quan Jie replied with a smile. He patted his hand and another milky rain fruit was thrown to Senior Brother Qian. That swordswoman who gestated her sword? Senior Brother Qian was surprised. He caught the milky rain fruit and took a bite. Then he smiled lewdly. This taste is similar to that swordswoman's. Yes, it's that swordswoman's. Quan Jie was also reminiscing. I didn't expect that a swordswoman who gestated her sword would have so many good things in her storage bag. Tisk tisk, Senior Brother Qian smacked his lips and said, It's a pity for that swordswoman. What's there to pity? In this war, there are many swordswomen like her. You can find as many as you want. Are you afraid that you can't find her? Sure, Senior Brother Qian seemed to have thought of something. He stretched out his index finger and gestured for Quan Jie to keep quiet. Then, he said softly, It's enough for you and me to know about this. There are many cultivators lying in ambush in the Gale snowfield today. If news of this spreads to the sect, it will be disadvantageous to both of us. I understand. Quan Jie smiled lewdly and said, Those are just entertainment for us during the war. Killing Qin Jian is the most important thing. If you and I were to kill Qin Jian and obtain the reward from the discussion hall, we will definitely be rewarded when we return to our sect. Not to mention our future path of cultivation, even our junior sisters will be impressed by us. What is this female swordsman worth? Sigh, it's just that. Senior Qian lifted his head to look at the sky and said worriedly, just as Junior Quan said, we don't know if Qin Jian has received the challenge. If he doesn't come, wouldn't our formation be useless? Why don't we release my spiritual bird? Quan Jie thought for a while and asked softly. Senior Brother Qian shook his head slightly. This is the Huan Kingdom. The bird cultivators of the Huan Kingdom are very powerful. Their spirit beasts are much more powerful than those of the Black Spirit sect. If some of the bird cultivators are in the Gale snowfield, won't they discover the spiritual bird immediately? If that's the case, our location will be exposed. Then, we can't just wait like this. Quan Jie smacked his lips and smiled apologetically. After waiting for so long, why don't we go somewhere else and see if there are any swordsmen who are alone? All right, wait for a while. I will go and ask Pan Hao. Senior brother Qian thought for a while and nodded. He turned and flew away softly. He is just a disciple of the Xuanyan school. Seeing that senior brother Qian had left, Quan Jie's lips curled up slightly. He seemed to be disdainful. If I had also entered the Xuanyan school, I would have already condensed my core. How can I be like him, who is only in the middle stage of foundation establishment? What is there to be proud of? If not for the fact that I have some use for him, he probably wouldn't even recognize me. As he said that, Quan Jie didn't dare to be careless. He put the milk rain fruit into his mouth and activated the invisibility talisman. He stuck it on his body and disappeared. Senior brother Qian was Qianfeng. Like Quan Jie, he was also a disciple of the spirit husbandry sect. Hopefully, they were both at the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment and were close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. The spirit husbandry sect was considered a small sect in the country of Xi, and there weren't many disciples participating in the war. Therefore, the two of them weren't sent to the Sky Patrol City. However, since the two of them participated in the encirclement of Chao Wu's soul in the Flame Forest Swamp decades ago and benefited from it, their cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds from the early stage of foundation establishment to the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. They coveted the middle stage of foundation establishment and knew that if they simply cultivated within the sect, they wouldn't have the chance to easily enter the middle stage of foundation establishment. If they wanted to improve further, they would have to be like the Flame Forest Swamp and obtain some opportunities. Chapter 2390. Coincidentally, the battle between Dao cultivators had begun. Although they were not selected, they came to the vicinity of Sky Patrol City in the name of training. In the beginning, the two of them were really apprehensive. However, when they arrived at the Sentry City on the battlefield, they realized that there were many cultivators like them who wanted to seek opportunities and take advantage of the situation. Not only did the council hall not blame them, it even gave them a lot of convenience. For example, the meeting hall offered a reward for killing Qin Jian. Regardless of whether the cultivators were participating in the battle or not, as long as they killed Qin Jian, the reward would be the same. Of course, the two of them did not plan to kill Qin Jian. They only carefully searched the vicinity of Sky Patrol City or the border of Huan country for lone swordsmen. If they encountered a group of swordsmen, they would immediately escape. If they could not escape, they would send a signal for help to the Dao sect cultivators. In short, they had the intention of taking advantage of others. The two of them were also lucky. After several years of war, the two of them had obtained many benefits. Their cultivation had been improving and they were much stronger than when they were in spirit husbandry sect. Therefore, the two of them became bolder and bolder. Half a year ago, the two of them met Pan Hao, a disciple of Xuanyan cult who was about to leave Sky Patrol City. Pan Hao had some old acquaintances with Qianfeng. The three of them chatted for a while and Pan Hao invited the two of them to the Gale snowfield. He said that someone had organized an ambush to kill Qin Jian and had issued a challenge to Qin Jian. He invited the two of them to participate. When Qianfeng and Quan Jie heard that they were going to ambush the illusory swordsman, they shook their heads and flatly refused. However, Pan Hao explained in detail that the person who organized the ambush was a golden core cultivator and there were more than 300 Dao sect cultivators participating in the ambush. They were tempted. What was more special was when Pan Hao explained that they only needed to use their spiritual birds to find out Qin Jian's whereabouts. They did not need to fight with Qin Jian. As long as they killed Qin Jian, they would be able to obtain credit and a reward. They could no longer suppress their desire and immediately agreed to work with Pan Hao. However, Pan Hao and the other Xuanyan school disciples had come to the Gale snow plains to reinforce a small spirit stone mine in Xuanyan school. This ambush was arranged for half a year later, and they did not follow Pan Hao and the other Xuanyan school disciples to the Gale Snow Plains. The two of them set off from Sky Patrol City alone and killed many sword-nurturing swordsmen along the way. Only then did they arrive here satisfied. But when he arrived here, Quan Jie discovered something wrong. The Gale snowfield was simply too cold. His spirit bird could not stay in the air for too long. It could only fly outside for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it had to turn back. Otherwise, it would be frozen to death. And in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, how high and how far could the spirit bird fly? As a result, Pan Hao and the others treated Quan Jie coldly again. They even vaguely mentioned that if Quan Jie and Qian Feng were of no use, even if they killed Qin Jian, they would not be able to obtain the reward they mentioned earlier. Quan Jie was naturally unhappy. Because of this, he almost fell out with Pan Hao. Therefore, when he saw Qian Feng looking for Pan Hao, Quan Jie showed disdain. After a while, Qian Feng turned back and sent a message to Quan Jie, asking him to release the spirit bird. When Quan Jie heard that, he had no choice but to reveal himself again. He took out a fiery red strange bird the size of a palm from the spirit storage bag on his right. The strange bird's head was triangular, like an earthworm's beak. A flesh pouch the size of a thumb hung in front of its chest. When it spread its fiery red wings, the feathers opened up, revealing the red bird's skin under the feathers. Go, Quan Jie instructed in a low voice. The spirit bird circled in the air a few times and shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Thithisk, Qian Feng, who was beside him, revealed a tinge of envy in his eyes. He said in a low voice, "Junior brother Quan, your spirit bird is getting more and more powerful. Back then, the soul was not used in vain. Senior brother Qian, didn't your Lian Bao also devour souls? Why are you envious of me?" Quan Jie was secretly happy, but his face showed that he did not care. How can it be compared? Qian Feng smiled bitterly. I, Lian Bao, have not improved as fast as your little thing these years. Qian Feng still wanted to say more, but Quan Jie's face tightened and he hurriedly looked up at the sky. Oh, there's news? Qian Feng immediately shut up and asked in a low voice. Quan Jie ignored him and only narrowed his eyes to look at the sky. After half a cup of tea's time, the spiritual bird once again fell from the sky. Its fiery red feathers were now covered with ice, and its triangular bird head was also trembling slightly. When it landed in Quan Jie's hand, Quan Jie only felt a wave of coldness. Quan Jie did not dare to delay and hurriedly put the spirit bird into the spirit storage bag. How is it? Qian Feng asked anxiously again. Well, Quan Jie hesitated slightly and sent a message. About 15 kilometers west of here, there are more than 10 sword cultivator disciples. Oh? Sword cultivator disciples? More than 10? Qian Feng frowned. What are they doing? They're in a sorry state. Their sword armor is tattered, and they look nervous, as if they were defeated and fled. Quan Jie narrowed his eyes and said. Qian Feng's face instantly lit up with joy. According to his and Quan Jie's experience, these scattered disciples were the easiest to bully. As long as the two of them showed themselves, these disciples would definitely flee at the sight of them. They did not need to put on airs. And they only needed to focus on a few swordsmen, and they would most likely succeed. However, Qian Feng's joy disappeared in a flash. There's no trace of Qin Jian? Quan Jie replied, and his tone suddenly had some impatience. How could his thoughts not be the same as Qian Feng's? Forget it. Qian Feng also knew Quan Jie's thoughts and sent a message. Don't mess up Pan Hao's plan. We can't afford to offend Xuanyan School. I know. Quan Jie nodded, but his eyes turned slightly and smiled. Should we tell them about this? Qian Feng hesitated slightly, but when he saw Quan Jie's smile, he understood and nodded. Of course, aren't we here to send a message? How can we not tell them? Then, Qian Feng flew away again, but not long after, he turned back and sent a message. Pan Hao also asked that Golden Core Senior, but the Golden Core Senior ignored him. Quan Jie was a little disappointed. Another 2 hours passed. If it were any other time, Quan Jie definitely wouldn't release the spirit bird so quickly. However, today, his heart felt as if it was being scratched by a cat's paw. He couldn't help but slap his hand and release the spirit bird from his spirit storage bag once again. When the spiritual bird suddenly appeared, the feathers on its body suddenly exploded, and its entire body trembled, as if it was extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 2391. Go. Quan Jie's heart ached, but he still urged the spiritual bird. The spiritual bird reluctantly flapped its wings a few times in midair and soared into the sky. After a while, Quan Jie was even more surprised. He hurriedly said to Qian Feng, "Senior brother Qian, quickly go and report to the Golden Core seniors. 10 miles away, another 200 sword cultivators have appeared. Most of them are in the sword nurturing stage. They look similar to the swordsmen from before. They are all defeated. Furthermore, half of these sword cultivators were female swordsmen. From what I see, that Qin Jian will definitely not come. Or perhaps he has been lured away by another challenge. We will be wasting our time again. Why don't we reap some rewards?" "All right." Hearing this, Qian Feng's face was filled with joy. Naturally, he did not dare to send out his spiritual will. Instead, he hurriedly flew out to look for Pan Hao. According to their agreement, in order to not disturb Qin Jian and expose their ambush, only the Golden Core cultivator could send out his spiritual will. The others were not allowed to do so. Just as Qian Feng left, the spiritual bird flew back from the sky. The spiritual bird's body was even colder. A thin layer of ice had formed around its body. When it flew above Quan Jie's head, it almost fell straight down. After Quan Jie kept the spiritual bird, he looked anxiously at the spot where Qian Feng disappeared. Right above his head, tens of thousands of feet in the sky, behind a few clear white clouds, there was an eagle's shadow that was faintly discernible. Chirp, a sound came from the edge of the glacier 1,000 feet away from Quan Jie. A message talisman flew to the peak of a mountain nearby. Then a dozen more message talismans flew out from the peak. These message talismans flew to different locations. From the locations where the message talismans landed, a dozen late Foundation establishment cultivators appeared. Similarly, each cultivator sent out another dozen message talismans to different locations. Not long after, almost 400 Foundation establishment cultivators appeared around Quan Jie's ambush. The formation they had set up covered a few miles. The 400 cultivators who had revealed themselves did not stop there. Their figures flew up separately and flew towards the west in an outflanking manner. Quan Jie was naturally overjoyed as well. He flew up and followed behind the crowd. By the time they were several li away from the fleeing group of swordsmen, the 400 Foundation establishment cultivators had already surrounded the 300 swordsmen. Everyone's divine senses were also sweeping towards those pitiful swordsmen without restraint. The 300 sword cultivators were flying between the two mountain peaks on their flying swords. They were originally in an extremely sorry state and were abnormally exhausted. When they sensed the divine senses of the 400 Foundation establishment cultivators, they were greatly alarmed. Some of the sword cultivators with higher cultivation also sent out their divine senses. When they saw that the cultivators had already surrounded them, they became even more alarmed. The 300 sword cultivators scattered like monkeys when the tree topples, and hurriedly rushed out of the mountain peaks. Outside the mountain peaks, there was another huge glacier. The oval ice surface was already shining with a faint golden brilliance under the slanting sunlight. "Ha! A chase!" When Quan Jie saw this, he was overjoyed. He shouted as he channeled his magic power and flew towards a female swordsman who was panicking. Qian Feng didn't show any signs of weakness. He chased after another female swordsman whose sword armor was torn apart, revealing her white arms. Above the crowd, a golden core cultivator with white hair and beard revealed a fierce look in his eyes. However, his expression was still cautious. He released his divine senses and scanned the surrounding 10 li radius, fearing that there might be a sword cultivator lying in ambush. However, when the 400 cultivators had completely surrounded the swordsmen, all of them laughed sinisterly as they took out their magic weapons and other items. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did the Golden Core Cultivator relax. Kill! The Golden Core Cultivator also did not hesitate. He waved his hand, and the magical artifacts of the 400 cultivators, of all kinds and colors, flew out from all directions like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, and attacked the panicked swordsman. When the swordsmen saw so many magic weapons flying out, their previous expressions were swept away and replaced with calmness. The flying swords under their feet also flew out to meet the enemy. Quan Jie flew in front of the crowd, following behind the fleeing female swordsman at a distance of several feet. He knew very well that this was the safest distance. If he got any closer, the female swordsman might have some secret technique or the like to fight like a cornered beast. Just as he heard the Golden Core Cultivator's command, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He took out a rope-like magic weapon in his hand. An orange-red brilliance flashed from the rope. At the same time, the rope danced in midair and fell towards the female swordsman's towering breasts. Quan Jie could almost see the female swordsman's panic when she was trapped by the rope, and all the things that happened after that. It was exactly the same as what the Golden Core Cultivator saw. When the magic weapon of the rope fell on the female swordsman's head, the spinning confinement force had yet to fall. The originally panicked female swordsman suddenly smiled, turning her head and grinning at him, as if she was smiling at someone deeply in love. Oh! Quan Jie was stunned. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, although the female swordsman was only at the 6th grade of the sword nurturing stage, she suddenly turned around and stopped in midair. The flying sword under her feet whistled and turned into a shooting star, rushing towards the magic weapon that was pouncing towards her. With a piercing sound, the flying sword pierced the brilliance of the magic weapon, making a very frightening sound. However, when he realized that the magic power of the flying sword was much weaker than his own, Quan Jie's heart that had just tightened was put at ease again. This female swordsman was obviously at the 6th grade of the sword nurturing stage, similar to a cultivator at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Compared to a cultivator at the peak of the early stage of the foundation establishment stage, she was still a little bit weaker. Quan Jie pointed his finger at the magic weapon and urged his magic power. The rope spun rapidly, and a fierce force and dazzling brilliance appeared again, carrying Quan Jie's uncontrollable desire to rush towards the female swordsman. Hiss! With a sound, Quan Jie's magic weapon had indeed caught the female swordsman's flying general. The meteor that was carrying the sword aura disappeared. A flying general that was the size of a willow leaf and overflowing with sword aura appeared in the rope. However, the remaining force of the rope did not dissipate, and it brought the flying sword down towards the female swordsman. The female swordsman's face was slightly shocked. Her figure quickly shrank, and she turned around and rushed towards the glacier 1,000 feet below her. "Ha, little girl." Quan Jie laughed loudly, and his figure rushed down along with the rope. He did not want to let the little white sheep in his mouth slip away. At the moment when Quan Jie rushed down, he was distracted and glanced at Qian Feng, who was only a few hundred feet away from him. Qian Feng was the same as him. He released the spiritual beast Lien leopard from his spiritual storage bag. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards the petite female swordsman with bared fangs and brandished claws. It seemed like it could catch the female swordsman in a moment. Hee, Quan Jie's heart could not help but swell. His spirit was once again invigorated, and his figure sped up. However, at this moment, with a loud bang, a thumb-sized plum blossom suddenly bloomed in the incomparably hard layer of ice. The plum blossom seemed to have bloomed in this hard layer of ice, and its development caused the whole layer of ice to explode. As the red plum blossom spun in midair and rushed into the sky, the fist-sized ice chips also flew everywhere. Quan Jie was the closest to the ice at this moment, and he bore the brunt of the red plum blossom and ice chips. However, before Quan Jie could figure out what was happening, the red plum blossom was already close to him. Quan Jie very naturally activated his spiritual power, and the light protecting his body shone brightly. As the light flashed, the fist-sized ice chips were all bounced off, and even turned into ice water. However, the thumb-sized red plum blossom seemed to contain a huge amount of power, and as it sat cross-legged, it drilled into the light. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of muffled sounds rang out, and blood splattered everywhere the red plum blossom passed. Quan Jie's light protecting his body was shattered by the red plum blossom, and the dozens of red plum blossom instantly penetrated his body. Quan Jie's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. With a scream, his vision turned black, and he fell from mid-air. And until his death, he did not even see who killed him. The sudden appearance of the red plum blossom and the instant death of Quan Jie immediately aroused Xianfeng's vigilance. However, the red plum blossom was like a whirlwind, soaring up 90,000 miles, and continued to rush towards the other cultivators above Quan Jie, and Xianfeng happened to be just outside the red plum blossom. Run! Seeing the sharp light above the red plum blossom, Xianfeng smelled an extremely dangerous aura. He did not dare to chase after the escaping swordsman, and waved his hand, wanting to keep Lian Bao back into his spirit storage bag. Ping! Another loud sound rang out, and an orange figure rushed out from the ice. At the same time, a fist flew out, and in the blink of an eye, appeared on Lian Bao's back. Roar! Under the fist, Lian Bao was already trembling abnormally, and his forelegs knelt in midair, not daring to move at all. Illusory swordsman. Qianfeng felt the fear in Lian Bao's heart, and his heart also trembled. He did not even bother to keep the spirit beast, and his body flashed, wanting to escape from the battle. A loud sound rang out, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The fist landed on Lian Bao's back, and Lian Bao's bones and flesh were torn apart, and he turned into a pile of fragments that fell in midair. Qianfeng's heart clenched, knowing that Lian Bao was dead. However, before his heart palpitated, a sharp wind that he had never encountered before appeared from his chest and abdomen, and he saw a fist suddenly enlarging and striking towards him. Although the fist was still a few feet away, an indescribable feeling enveloped the space of a few feet around his chest and abdomen. This is bad. Qianfeng was shocked, and he slapped his hand, wanting to take out a magic weapon from his storage bag. However, his vision was slightly blurred, and the fist seemed to have passed through the space barrier, and in an instant, it hit his chest. Qianfeng's hand did not have time to take out a magic weapon, and he immediately hurriedly formed a spell, wanting to hit the fist. However, he was still too slow. With a loud ping, a purple-red brilliance flashed rapidly in Qianfeng's chest and abdomen, and was immediately annihilated. Then with a boom, Qianfeng's body exploded from the inside, and like Lian Bao, he shattered into pieces and scattered in midair. Haha! After the red plum blossom, under the murderous fist, there was a burst of laughter. Two muscular middle-aged illusory swordsmen wearing sword attire rushed out of the ice layer of the glacier and flew straight into the sky. Chapter 2392. As the two of them flew past, red plum blossoms took the lives of dozens of foundation-building cultivators. Their fists flashed and destroyed the bodies of dozens of foundation-building cultivators. Not only that, with a series of bang, 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 ice blocks several feet in size were overturned one by one. Nearly 300 swordsmen of the 3rd or 4th level flew out from the ice. Flying swords of various colors appeared at the same time, blocking the attacks of the 400 foundation-building cultivators. We've been ambushed. The 400 cultivators who had set up the ambush saw the swordsmen of the drawing swords appear, and their hearts tightened. How could they not know what had happened? They wanted to kill Qin Jian, but they did not expect that Qin Jian would see through their plan and lead them into the ambush they had set up. What these 400 cultivators did not understand was when the swordsmen of the drawing swords had set up the ambush, and why they could not detect the swordsmen under the ice with their divine senses. Of course, these questions were no longer a problem at this time. Facing 700 to 800 swordsmen, the 400 cultivators only had one thing to do: either kill these swordsmen or escape. Kill. All the swordsmen's faces were filled with excitement, as if their prey had taken the bait, just like the previous cultivator. Flying swords appeared in their hands and fiercely pierced toward the cultivators. That cultivator was like the previous swordsman of the drawing swords. While his face was filled with panic, he also summoned the magic weapons in his hands, trying to fight for a chance to survive. Pan Hao was a male cultivator with a huge body. His muscles were bulging, and he was similar to an ordinary body cultivator. When the two illusory swordsmen appeared, he was using his magic weapon, the aquatic droplet, to smash the head of a drawing swordsman. Seeing that the illusory swordsman was right under him and that his fists were surging up like waves, killing many cultivators, he did not dare to be careless. He activated the magic power in his body, and the aquatic droplet fell on top of his head, scattering a thin layer of brilliance to protect him. Pan Hao had only just managed to protect himself when the murderous fist arrived. The fist stirred up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and brought about a trembling sound. The fist's afterimage shattered Pan Hao's protective brilliance wherever it went. Hiss! Pan Hao sucked in a breath of cold air and activated all the magic power in his body. The aquatic droplet also turned into the size of a fist and met the swordsman's fist. With a loud bang, Pan Hao's mind shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was dispirited as he was knocked back several hundred feet. The brilliance of his aquatic water bead was annihilated. With a few crisp sounds, a few cracks appeared on the surface of the aquatic water bead and quickly spread across the entire magic treasure. When the aquatic water bead appeared several hundred feet away, it had already split into several pieces. When the illusory swordsman saw that Pan Hao was still alive, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. However, he didn't bother to attack Pan Hao again. Phew! Pan Hao let out a long sigh. Like Xiao Mao and Feng Linhua, he was a disciple of the Xuanyan school who survived the elimination of the seedlings. Their meridians were wider and tougher than normal cultivators. Although they were only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage, their mana was comparable to the peak of the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, they were able to survive the attack of the illusory swordsman. However, Pan Hao only relaxed for a moment before hundreds of swordsmen flew out from under the ice. Run! This was Pan Hao's only thought at this moment. He only had one golden core cultivator on his side, and in terms of numbers, the cultivators were inferior to the swordsmen. This was where the swordsmen were lying in ambush, and there might be some powerful sword formations. However, when Pan Hao turned to look at the golden core cultivator, he was puzzled. This early-stage golden core cultivator was the martial uncle of the Xuanyan school, Pang Chongtian. It was because of his support that Pan Hao and Feng Linhua dared to come out of the spirit stone vein they were guarding and set up an ambush in the Gale snowfield. Pang Chongtian's face was as calm as water as he faced the two aquatic swordsmen. However, there was a hint of a sneer on his face. What? Is Qin Jian afraid? We have already issued a challenge. Why is he still not coming to the Gale snowfield? Why did he send the two of you to your deaths? Pang Chongtian's tone was filled with disappointment. What is Qin Jian? Isn't he just an illusory swordsman from the Void Heaven Sword School? How can he be so powerful in your eyes? The swordsman with the red plum flying sword waved his hand and a withered branch full of red plum blossoms appeared in his hand. Facing the snow-white sword, he looked extremely refined. However, the arrogance in his tone was as if he did not care about Qin Jian at all. Greedy cultivators like you have issued challenges to the sword domain every day. However, Qin Jian is just an aquatic swordsman and cannot be in two places. How can he satisfy all of you? The other bald swordsman stood in midair like a King Kong. He did not hold any flying sword in his empty hands. However, there was a faint layer of sword radiance on his exposed left arm, as if his arm was his flying sword. I was wondering. Pang Chongtian also smiled and did not seem to be afraid. He pointed with his hand and said, "Since you have come to your deaths, I have no choice but to accept it. Even if it is not Qin Jian, I will still be rewarded if I take your heads back, right? You." The red plum swordsman sneered. "You are just an early-stage golden core cultivator and you will have a problem dealing with me. You want to kill both of us? Don't you think you are a joke? Who said that I am the only one? Pang Chongtun sneered. The schemes of the Dao sect cultivators will never be understood by swordsmen from the savage land. Pang Chongtun looked behind the red plum swordsman and smiled. Daoist Jiang and Daoist Luan can show yourselves now. Oh! The red plum swordsman was shocked and quickly looked back. However, at this moment, the other swordsman shouted angrily, "This bastard is cheating!" The red plum swordsman turned around again. Indeed, Pang Chongtian had already moved. He flew in the direction he came from like a gust of wind. Ha! The red plum swordsman was not in a hurry. He smiled and said, "That's what I said. How can the Dao sect cultivators see through the ambush set up by the failing sword manner? Liao Jianyu, let us kill this bastard." Daoist Guan is right. Please. Liao Jianyu moved and turned into a sword radiance. He chased after Pang Chongtian and chuckled softly. Pang Chongtian was the first to move. However, his flying technique was not as good as the two swordsmen. In less than 5 minutes, the two swordsmen had caught up with Pang Chongtian. Failing sword manners, Daoist Guan waved his hand. The withered branch in his hand flashed with a bright red sword radiance. Red plum blossoms appeared on the flying sword and rushed towards Pang Chongtian like a rain of red plum blossoms. The red plum blossoms cut through the air and made strange sounds. At the same time, Liao Jinyu was even faster. His left arm swayed and the same silver light flashed. His fist seemed to have left his arm and smashed towards Pang Chongtian's back like a meteor with the power to kill in one blow. Pang Chongtian did not dare to delay. He waved his right arm and an 8 trigrams flag flew out. The 8 trigrams flag flew into the air and instantly expanded. The 8 trigrams flag fluttered in the wind. The 8 trigrams flag on the flag emitted 8 different lights and flew out of the flag to protect Pang Chongtian's back. Woo! Liao Jinyu's fist arrived first and hit the center of the 8 trigrams brilliance. There was a burst of brilliance and the dazzling brilliance stopped the fist. However, the moment it stopped, the 8 trigrams brilliance spun rapidly and retreated a few feet before stopping. Liao Jinyu was shocked. He activated the sword origin in his body and wanted to swing his fist again. However, there was a suction force from the 8 trigrams brilliance. It was as if his fist was stuck in a quagmire and could not be pulled out. At this moment, the red plum flying sword flew into the 8 trigrams brilliance. A surge of red light instantly filled the 8 trigrams brilliance. Break! Liao Jianyu and Guan Jianyu cried out almost at the same time. A blinding silver light and dozens of dark red lights flashed out from the 8 dimmed lights at the same time. Rumble! There was a loud sound and the 8 trigrams brilliance was annihilated, revealing the flag. At this moment, there were cracks all over the flag. Looking at Pang Chongtian again, his face flushed red and then turned pale. Sigh. Pang Chongtian slapped his hand and the broken 8 trigrams brilliance returned to his body. He said softly, "Daoist Jiang, Daoist Luan, if you didn't come out, I would have died." At this moment, Guan Jinyu and Liao Jinyu ignored him and continued to attack Pang Chongtian with their flying swords and fists. Daoist Pang is indeed powerful. Even though you fell into the sword cultivator's trap, you still managed to lure them over. A rough voice came from the mountain below the three of them. Along with the voice, a ray of purple light shot into the sky towards sword friend Guan. Inside the light was an inch-long flying sword that was flashing with a demonic aura. It stabbed towards sword friend Guan's forehead. A few hundred feet away from the purple brilliance, there was also a blue brilliance. There was water splashing inside and it shot toward Liao Jianyu with a power that could shatter everything. Oh, he still has a backup plan. Liao Jianyu and Guan Jianyu saw 2 more Dharma treasures flying toward them and realized something. They looked at each other. Liao Jianyu formed a sword seal and punched again at the water splashing below him. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist smashed into the water. Although the water splashed everywhere, the fist was also sent flying back under the pressure of the water. Connate heavy water? Liao Jianyu was also knowledgeable. He raised his eyebrows and exclaimed in shock. Since you know the power of this treasure, Why don't you give up your life? Under the blue brilliance, a middle-aged cultivator with a face as white as jade flew up. It was Kunlun Sek's Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan was dressed in a Daoist robe. His left hand was stretched out, and there was a small jade bottle in it. The monstrous splash of water had flown out from that small bottle. As a murderous look flashed between Jiang Shan's brows, the jade bottle once again shook with a blue brilliance. Another drop of connate heavy water flew out. The moment the heavy water left the jade bottle, it immediately turned into millions of water droplets that formed a wave that slammed towards Liao Jinyu. Chapter 2393. Swordsman Guan saw the purple flying sword and sneered in his heart. He waved his hand and hundreds of red plum blossoms surged forward, stabbing towards the purple light. "Si." A sharp sound rang out and the dozens of red plum blossoms were pierced by the purple flying sword, turning into dark red splatters that fell to the ground. The purple flying sword's sword light turned into a purple line within the red plum blossoms. It bypassed the red plum blossoms and stabbed towards Swordsman Guan's forehead. Ah? A spirit-severing flying sword? However, Guan Jianyu felt an incomparable sharp pain between his eyebrows. He suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but cry out in shock. Under the purple light, a short cultivator with a pointy mouth appeared. It was Luan Jianxing, the golden core cultivator of the Tong Yi sect. He held a palm-sized gourd in his hand. The purple light was emitted from the gourd that had been uncovered. How could it be a spirit-severing flying sword? Liao Jinyu waved his hand and his fist turned into dozens of fists. Each one was like a meteor as they flew towards the waves of heavy water. Swordsman Guan suddenly understood and activated his sword technique. The red plum blossoms once again flew in a mysterious dance and cut apart the purple line. That's right, it's just an imitation magic treasure. Seeing the spirit-severing flying sword easily broken by the red plum blossoms, Swordsman Guan let out a long sigh and sneered. If you could use a real spirit-severing flying sword, you'd already be a late nascent soul cultivator, right? Why would you ambush us illusory swordsmen? Why would I need a real spirit-severing flying sword to deal with you two illusory swordsmen? Luan Jianxing laughed and the purple light from the gourd flew out again. It circled around the dozens of red plum blossoms that had already flown to Luan Jianxing's side. Pa, like candlelight bursting in the night. The sword light that could easily kill a foundation establishment cultivator was annihilated by the purple light. Only a 3-foot-long flying sword remained. Hiss! Swordsman Guan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He knew in his heart that his flying sword was indeed inferior to the spirit-severing flying dagger. He was afraid that he really wasn't a match for this guy. Guan Jianyu looked at Liao Jinyu again. Although there were quite a number of illusionary fists, they weren't as solid as the previous one. It was barely satisfactory to withstand Jiang Shan's connate heavy water. "Let's go!" Guan Jianyu waved his hand, and the red plum sword flew back. Guan Jianyu's body flashed with sword light, and his entire body condensed into the shape of a giant sword. He flew towards the glacier from before. At this point you still want to escape? Pang Chongtian laughed heartily when he saw this. With a wave of his hand, the damaged 8 trigrams flag appeared once again. The slightly dim 8 balls of light whizzed and rotated in front of Guan Jianyu. "Ignorant!" Guan Jianyu sneered. A sound similar to the sound of a golden drum rang out. The giant sword pierced into the 8 balls of light. "Fellow Daoist Luan, help me!" The huge sword's sharp sword chi pierced into the 8 trigrams flag. The 8 balls of light were already in a mess. Pang Chonggun panicked and had no choice but to call for help. "Watch this old man." Luan Jianxing moved with the voice. He threw the small purple gourd in his hand, and the spirit-severing flying knife immediately flew out of the small gourd. It turned into a swimming fish and rapidly pierced towards Guan Jianyu's flying sword. Before the spirit-severing flying knife could get close, the killing intent that was suppressing the sword spirit was forced into the flying sword. The giant sword rumbled and shook a few times. Guan Jianyu could no longer maintain his flying sword form and revealed his huge body. Guan Jianyu's eyes flashed with shock. He didn't have time to deal with the 8 trigrams flag. He waved his hand, and the red plum blossom blocked the spirit-severing flying knife again. Fellow Daoist Feng, fellow Daoist Yu, if you don't come out now, I will really be helpless. Guan Jianyu smiled bitterly. He looked around and whispered, "Oh." When these words entered their ears, not only was Luan Jianxing shocked, even Pang Chongtian was shocked. This shock was as if they had seen the world's biggest joke. "Haha, you are about to die, and you are still playing tricks? Don't you think it's funny?" Pang Chongtian didn't think that the sword cultivators would have any other means to deal with his hidden attack. However, just as Pang Chongtian finished speaking, a gust of wind blew through the sky. 2 bird cultivators flapped their 100-feet-long wings and rushed down. That arrogant and unruly voice sounded, "Ha, just a few boy. Guan Peng, you can't deal with them? I am not as good as the 2 seniors." Guan Peng controlled the red plum blossom sword and tried his best to block the spirit-severing flying knife. He smiled and said, "These are 3 golden core cultivators. Their magic treasures are the perfect counter to my flying sword. I still need the help of the 2 seniors." Wu, the bird cultivator in front, flapped his wings. A strong wind blew from his wings. Countless wind blades that could cut through ice flew towards Luan Jianxing and Pang Chongtian like a storm. The bird cultivator behind him was even more powerful. A faint blue light flashed between his wings, and the abundant water-based spiritual energy above the glacier immediately condensed. As he flapped his wings, the wind blades swooped down, and each ice particle seemed to be condensed with a huge amount of mana. Go! Pang Chongtian wanted to use the 8 trigrams flag again. However, when he scanned it with his divine perception, he sensed the power of the wind blades and ice particles. He knew that his 8 trigrams flag might not be able to block them. He shouted and flew towards the south. After Pang Chongtian left, Jiang Shan and Luan Jianxing didn't dare to stay any longer. They kept their magic treasures and used their flying techniques to escape. Luckily, the 3 of them were surrounding Guan Peng and Liao Jianyu. The 2 bird cultivators, Wind Sword Friend and Rain Sword Friend, were attacking from above. There was a gap for them to escape. Chase. Swordsmen would never look down on cultivators fleeing. Sword Friend Wind and Sword Friend Rain flapped their wings and chased after the 3 like rays of light. Guan Peng was a little hesitant. He used his divine perception to scan the situation at the glacier and then used it to scan the area within dozens of miles. However, when Guan Peng's divine sense swept to the east, it paused for a moment. Then, his face relaxed and he didn't hesitate to sweep to other places. When he saw that there were no special cultivators within a few dozen kilometers, his figure flashed and he chased after them on the red plum sword. Illusory swordsman. On the flowing cloud-flying ship dozens of miles away, Guan Peng's divine perception locked onto Xiaohua and Li Zongbao. That strong divine perception indicated that a golden core sword cultivator had seen them. Of course, Li Zongbao and Xiaohua's reactions were different from what Guan Peng expected. They were actually excited. "Brotherly, is this divine perception Qin Jian's?" Xiaohua asked Li Zongbao hurriedly when the divine perception paused for a moment. Chapter 2394. I'm not too sure. Li Zongbao had never met Qin Jian before, so he couldn't be sure. However, since they're in the Gale snowfield, it must be Qin Jian. Quick, let's kill our way over. I'm not good. There are actually 4 illusory swordsmen and 3 golden core swordsmen. I don't know which one is Qin Jian. Xiaohua stealthily released his Buddhist sense and easily saw the 7 people who had already flown to the edge of his Buddhist sense. At this time, the bird cultivator, Feng Jianyu, was slightly startled. As if he had noticed the Buddhist sense, he immediately released his divine sense. Xiaohua was shocked. This was the 2nd time someone had seen through his Buddhist sense, and this person wasn't a Buddhist disciple. He naturally didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly withdrew his Buddhist sense. Sensing that Feng Jianyu had released his divine sense, Guan Peng asked curiously, "Senior Feng, is there something wrong?" Feng Jianyu didn't answer, but scanned with his divine sense. After a while, he revealed a trace of confusion and replied, I seem to have sensed someone spying on us. It can't be. Guan Peng was about to cry. The bird cultivators surnamed Feng and Yu were his last resort. If the Dao sect cultivators still had a backup plan, he really had to admire the cultivators' schemes. But this spying doesn't seem to be the Dao sect's method. Feng Jianyu added, and it's coming from that direction. Seeing that Feng Jianyu was pointing in the direction of the Gale snowfield and not the direction he was pursuing, Guan Peng's heart calmed down. He pondered for a moment and said, Junior has already scouted this area. Not far from where we ambushed the Dao sect cultivators, there should be 2 7-skills sect disciples riding a flying boat. However, their cultivation is only at the foundation establishment stage, so they can't affect the battle. Moreover, once they sense that something is wrong, they'll definitely escape on the flying boat. There's nothing special in the surrounding 10 miles. 2 foundation establishment cultivators? Feng Jianyu was slightly puzzled. What are they doing in the Gale snowfield? How would Junior know? Perhaps they're here for the Gale or Vein of Xuanyan school. Guan Peng answered casually, but he was still worried about Feng Jianyu's innate perception. He asked, Did Senior discover anything? The bird cultivator surnamed Feng said resolutely, I didn't even see those 2 foundation establishment disciples. Perhaps. Guan Peng was a little hesitant. Junior should go and watch the children fight? The bird cultivator surnamed Feng heard the questioning tone in Guan Peng's voice. He knew that Guan Peng was asking if his perception was correct. The bird cultivator surnamed Feng laughed bitterly. That was merely a type of perception, one that disappeared in a flash. How could he be sure? No need. The bird cultivator surnamed Feng pondered for a moment before coming to a decision. I didn't really sense that person. Perhaps I was just nervous. What's more, that person was able to evade my detection. His cultivation is definitely above mine. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to stay. This Junior understands? Guan Peng had already taken the disturbance of the Buddhist awareness as a sign of nervousness from the bird cultivator surnamed Feng. After all, even though his cultivation was inferior to the bird cultivators, the difference wasn't that great. How could the bird cultivator sense something that he couldn't? The cunning cultivator is escaping towards the spirit stone mine of Xuanyan school. If I'm not wrong, they will send out a message talisman. It's best that we stick to our original plan. It's better for this Junior to chase after them than to stay behind. The bird cultivator surnamed Feng didn't say anything else. He flapped his wings, and his body suddenly sped up as he chased after Pang Chongtan and the others. Which one is Qin Jian? In the distance, Xiaohua steered the flying boat. He was still hesitating whether he should tell Li Zongbao, or if he should steer the flowing cloud flying boat and chase after them like Li Zongbao. After all, if he added himself, it wouldn't be difficult to kill 4 sword cultivators. If I do that, I won't be able to hide my cultivation. Xiaohua smiled bitterly again. He had already decided in his heart that he would reveal his cultivation in this battle. However, he could only reveal 40% of his cultivation, which would stop at the late stage of foundation establishment. Even if he used his Dharma treasure, he wouldn't be able to surpass the early stage of golden core. After killing the beast cultivators earlier, Li Zongbao already had doubts about Xiaohua's Dharma power. Even though he didn't say it, Xiaohua knew in his heart. If he could even kill golden core cultivators, there was no point in hiding it. Not good. Just as Xiaohua was hesitating, Li Zongbao shouted, My Dao sect disciples are being attacked by sword cultivators. Xiaohua, don't be slow. Hurry up and steer the flying boat. You only noticed it now. Xiaohua made a rough estimation. He knew that even though Li Zongbao was already in the late stage of foundation establishment, his spiritual force was still shocking. They were still 20 miles away from the battle, but his spiritual force was more than twice that of a normal late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. I understand. Following Li Zongbao's instructions, Xiaohua steered the flowing cloud flying boat. The flowing cloud flying boat was indeed faster than before, and it rushed towards the oval ice lake. The battle above the ice lake was definitely comparable to the battle at Golden Spring Mountain. Hundreds of Dharma treasures stirred the heaven and earth spiritual chi and rushed into the air. All kinds of brilliance bloomed and smashed towards the sword cultivators opposite them. Among the sword cultivators, flying swords were also released. Sword light flashed and pierced into the cultivators' bodies. Blood light flashed, comparable to the brilliance of Dharma treasures. The smell of blood gradually rose, comparable to the surging spiritual chi. The 400 cultivators of the Dao sect were surrounded by nearly 700 sword cultivators. They fought with all their might. In the time that the Golden Core cultivators fought and hurriedly escaped, nearly 100 people had already died. Their corpses were all pierced, and their incomplete corpses fell onto the ice surface that was as cold as a mirror. The blood flowing on the corpses only flowed half an inch before it froze. Looking at the sword cultivators, they were not much better off. Dozens of corpses were also left near the sword cultivators' corpses. Their heads, chests, and bodies were all badly mutilated. They were all hit by Dharma treasures. The corpses above the ice lake, other than the difference between sword equipment and Daoist robes, there was really no difference between the two corpses. Or perhaps, the living people were different, but the dead people were no different. Don't you dare hurt my Dao sect disciples. Li Zongbao didn't wait for the flying boat to approach the battlefield. As usual, he shouted and flew up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand was also held upside down. The whip streaked through the air and smashed towards the sword cultivator closest to him. The two sides in the fierce battle simply didn't have the time to check the arrival of Xiaohua and Li Zongbao. Only when they heard Li Zongbao's angry roar did they look up. However, when they saw only the two of them, the cultivators' hearts turned cold, while the sword cultivators' hearts secretly laughed. However, what use could two Foundation establishment disciples make in this great battle? Oh, why isn't he a disciple of my Seven Skills sect? Naturally, there were also those who first saw the flowing cloud flying boat and then saw Li Zongbao. They had some strange thoughts, but this thought disappeared in an instant. A sword cultivator's flying sword was more important than the flowing cloud flying boat. Of course, there were also those who secretly thought of seizing the boat and fleeing. However, after Li Zongbao flew out of the flowing cloud flying boat, Xiaohua also put the boat into his space. This ended some people's thoughts. Li Zongbao, senior brother Li. There were actually disciples of the Utopia faction here. When they saw Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip, they immediately recognized Li Zongbao. Knowing Li Zongbao's power, they hurriedly shouted. Xiaohua's divine sense quickly swept through the crowd of cultivators. He actually didn't see any disciples wearing the Imperial Thunder Sect's robes. Don't hurt my Utopia faction's disciples. Seeing that the Utopia faction's disciples were in imminent danger, how could Li Zongbao still cooperate with Xiaohua? Whip shadows repeatedly smashed towards a few sword cultivator disciples. Pa pa pa, a few crisp sounds rang out. How could those swordsmen, who had fought with the cultivators until their sword energy was somewhat exhausted, resist Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip? Several flying swords were scattered in all directions, and the whip shadows also fell on the swordsmen's bodies. Several swordsmen fell into the air with their flesh lacerated. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Great! When the cultivators around Li Zongbao saw this scene, their hearts were greatly shaken. Their somewhat disheartened hearts were once again filled with vitality. Hurry! Fellow swordsmen, kill this bastard first. Not far from Li Zongbao, a 5th-grade swordsman saw this and hurriedly transmitted his voice. There were originally more swordsmen than cultivators. In a short moment, there were more than a dozen 4th-grade swordsmen who had drawn their swords and surrounded Li Zongbao. So much so that there were also several 5th-grade swordsmen who had drawn their swords surrounding Xiaohua. Kill! The swordsmen surrounding Li Zongbao quickly released their flying swords at the same time and stabbed towards Li Zongbao from all directions. Seeing all kinds of sword lights, whether flowing water or dancing fireflies, fly out, Li Zongbao's eyes slightly narrowed. Similarly, he didn't shrink back and waved his hand. the immortal piercing whip once again flew out. Woo woo. A sound came from his whip shadows, unexpectedly causing the solid primordial spirits of many sword cultivators to somewhat sway. Poo-pew. A series of chaotic sounds rang out. Every whip shadow of the immortal piercing whip struck a flying sword. Whether flowing water or fireflies, they all turned into flying flowers and shattered. All of the flying swords had shallow marks on them. The faces of the dozen swordsmen who had drawn their swords were slightly pale. Clearly, their primordial spirits were injured. The way they looked at Li Zongbao was different again. This late Foundation establishment white-haired cultivator from the Utmost Happiness faction was really too fierce. In one move, he had the strength to break a dozen fourth-grade swordsmen who had drawn their swords. This magic power was directly comparable to a golden core cultivator. But what made them terrified was that Li Zongbao actually didn't stop. The immortal piercing whip in his hand overflowed with splendor again. Complicated talismans swam up and down. With a wave of Li Zongbao's hand, another row of whip shadows struck out. Run! This was the common thought of the dozen swordsmen. But just as the swordsmen urged their swords to flee, the immortal piercing whip had already reached them. Pa-pa! A soft sound rang out. Nearly 10 swordsmen screamed miserably and fell from the cloud. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Only a few swordsmen barely escaped the killing whip shadows. Again! The person who had previously organized a group of swordsmen to besiege Li Zongbao also narrowly escaped. He gnashed his teeth and shouted, "We have 700 cultivators. I don't believe that this guy can kill us one by one. Even if it's tiring, we'll exhaust him to death." Of course, seeing that Li Zongbao's face was already a little flushed, it was already a reaction from using the immortal piercing whip too much. Even if one whip didn't hinder him, or several whips didn't hinder him, it was impossible for Li Zongbao to swing the whip dozens of times. We'll also come to rescue fellow cultivator Li. The cultivators of the Daoist faction also had foresight. Immediately, someone clamored and flew towards Li Zongbao. Chapter 2395. At this moment, bang bang bang, a series of loud noises rang out. Not far from the crowd, Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal once again showed its might, smashing down several swordsmen from the sky. Looking at their badly mutilated appearance, it was obvious they couldn't survive. The cultivators who came to save Li Zongbao obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to be so fierce. They were all overjoyed, and there were even some cultivators who gathered around Xiaohua. The person who organized the swordsmen was furious. It's just 2 Foundation establishment disciples. At most they are at the peak of the late stage of Foundation establishment. We have more than 10 6th-grade swordsmen. How can we not succeed? If that's the case, we don't need to return to the sword domain. The group of disciples also shouted in unison, the flying swords in their hands flashing, either besieging Li Zongbao and Xiaohua, or preventing others from approaching. Li Zongbao laughed loudly. He slapped his hand, and a medicinal pill entered his mouth. The immortal piercing whip in his hand struck out mercilessly, and the whip's afterimages once again attacked the surrounding swordsmen. Sweat, Xiaohua saw Li Zongbao risk his life like this, as if he wasn't worried about his own life. Moreover, Xiaohua already saw that although the magic power in the whip's afterimages was surging, the whip's afterimages were already slightly clear. Clearly, it was the appearance of insufficient magic power. Moreover, the immortal piercing whip once again struck the flying swords of many swordsmen, but it only knocked down the flying swords, and didn't break them like before. This Li Zongbao isn't too fierce? Does this have something to do with his cultivation method? Looking at Li Zongbao's white hair fluttering in the wind, as well as the magic power surging around his body, and the increasingly indifferent expression in his eyes, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel somewhat worried. Little thief, take this. Just as Xiaohua was worried about the others, more than 10 swordsmen also surrounded him, the flying swords in their hands stabbing out at the same time. Their sinister smiles clearly showed that they saw Xiaohua as a dead man. Damn it, if I don't show my might, you guys will think I'm a sick cat. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up slightly. He pointed with his finger, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew high into the air. Its ancient bronze brilliance scattered all over, and it was precisely protecting his entire body. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out the soul-absorbing bell and the soul tool toad. When the soul strands came out from the law eye imprint, a loud dang rang out. The soul-absorbing bell sounded like a big yellow bell, and it shook the area around dozens of meters. With a buzzing sound, the 10-sword cultivators were unable to resist at all. They immediately fell from the sky. Their eyes were tightly shut, and their expressions were fierce. It was as if they had fallen asleep. Ah! The cultivators around Xiaohua also felt their souls tremble and their minds become muddled. When they regained their senses, they saw many sword cultivators land, and they all activated their magic treasures to attack the sword cultivator whose fate they didn't know. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He urged his magic power and flew towards the place where there were more swordsmen. He took out the soul-absorbing bell again. Dang, dang, dang. The soul-absorbing bell shook several times, and each time, a dozen swordsmen would fall from the sky. This soul-absorbing bell was simply a great killing tool for swordsmen in a group battle. Not far away, Li Zongbao injured another dozen swordsmen with great difficulty, and the other cultivators swarmed up to kill them. He himself took a medicinal pill and took a breath. Seeing Xiaohua take down a dozen sword cultivators so easily, his eyes also flashed with extraordinary splendor. Just as Xiaohua was happily shaking the soul-suppressing bell, his mind suddenly became muddled, and he also felt a similar feeling of his soul wanting to leave his body from the mysterious dark clouds. What's going on? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hastily released his Buddhist sense, but he didn't see any eyesores in the surroundings. Apart from the swordsmen hiding in all directions, and the cultivators who were wild with joy, there was no one else. Could it be? Xiaohua suddenly understood. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest, and hastily sent his primordial spirit into the mysterious dark cloud. Sure enough, outside the mysterious dark cloud, the brilliance of Xiaohua's newly obtained spiritual armor was somewhat dim, as if it had suffered a heavy blow. And inside the mysterious dark cloud, within the heaven ring of Qi, the originally spirited primordial spirit was now dispirited and listless, as if it had used too much strength. It quietly floated there, without the slightest bit of strength. And above the primordial spirit, the clear sky was now densely covered with dark clouds, and those dark clouds were also somewhat damaged. I was a little too pleased with myself. Even if the power of my soul is extremely great, after all, this young master's cultivation is only at the heaven ring of Qi. I still can't control it as I wish. Xiaohua understood that he had suffered a backlash from the soul-absorbing bell, causing his heaven ring of Qi primordial spirit to be like this. He thought for a moment, and hastily put the soul toad and soul-absorbing bell into his space. Seeing Xiaohua actually put away the soul-absorbing bell, many cultivators who had gathered couldn't help but feel disappointed. A late-stage Foundation establishment disciple anxiously said, "This junior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect, that magic tool of yours is very useful. Why don't you continue to use it? If you knock it a dozen more times, these swordsmen will all be killed by us." Xiaohua spread out his hands and said with a bitter smile, "This senior brother. It's not that this little brother doesn't want to. You see, this little brother is only at the early stage of Foundation establishment, not even at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. That magic tool consumes magic power, and this little brother's magic power is already insufficient. If I knock it a dozen more times, I'll definitely die. It's only a magic tool." That disciple was at a loss for words, but without waiting for him to speak again, another flying sword took advantage of the chaos to fly over, scaring him into a fluster. How could he still have the time to blame Xiaohua? Go! Xiaohua pointed his finger at the cloud-suppressing seal, and that magic tool once again danced with a rumbling sound, shooting down several swordsmen into the air. Seeing Xiaohua actually use his magic tool again, that late-stage Foundation establishment disciple who had just reprimanded Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. At this time, Xiaohua had used the cloud-suppressing seal to kill nearly 15 swordsmen, and used the soul-absorbing bell to shoot down nearly 60 swordsmen. Li Zongbao's side had also killed 30 swordsmen. In total, 100 swordsmen had fallen because of the arrival of these two people. However, the fall of these 100 or so swordsmen was still not enough to reverse the defeat of the cultivators. Moreover, in the eyes of the swordsmen, Xiaohua and Li Zongbao had done it in a spurt of energy, so they were bound to exhaust themselves again and again. Just as the swordsman expected, Xiaohua had put away his soul-absorbing bell, and Li Zongbao, who was previously the most eye-catching, was even worse. At this time, his piercing immortal whip was no longer the same as it had been at the beginning, where it could strike several people at once. It could only strike one swordsman at a time, and that piercing immortal whip's power was also greatly reduced. Kill! Another unknown sword cultivator cheered from a distance. They've already exhausted their magic power. We only need to put in a bit more effort, and we'll definitely be able to kill them all. Many swordsmen couldn't see whether Xiaohua's magic power had been exhausted or not, but the cloud-suppressing seal was also not as conspicuous as the piercing immortal whip. However, the cultivators could clearly see that Li Zongbao's face was flashing with an extremely abnormal red halo. This was precisely the symptom of taking too many medicinal pills, causing spiritual energy to stagnate in his body. Chapter 2396. Li Zongbao once again struck down a swordsman with the piercing immortal whip, and another flying sword quietly approached from the side. Li Zongbao simply had no time to detect it. After Xiaohua blocked a sword cultivator's flying sword, he sighed and waved his hand. The soaring dragon shears flew out, and a golden light flashed and split the flying sword in half. When he saw the familiar golden light, Li Zongbao suddenly came to his senses. He looked back at Xiaohua and forced a smile. Looking at Li Zongbao's smile that was uglier than crying, Xiaohua suddenly had a trace of understanding in his heart. Reputation is also tiring. If Li Zongbao wasn't so famous in the utmost happiness faction, he could totally withdraw and leave now. But because of this reputation, he had to protect it. Make it difficult for him to escape. Look at me again. Who knows who I am? Even if they know I'm a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, so what? Xiaohua's cultivation is not even in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. It's already good that I can escape. Can I still care about you? Hee, even if I can't brazenly use the flowing cloud-flying ship of the Qiqiao sect, I still have my life. What about Li Zongbao? If this guy didn't come with me today, I don't even know if he can keep his life. But who asked him to be so lucky? To be able to come with me, this is also a cause and effect. Maybe it's the cause and effect that I sensed in the Golden Spring Mountain Array. Presumably, Xiaohua pointed his finger and the cloud-suppressing seal was stored in the space. Then, with a shake of his shoulder, the more than 400 feet phoenix celestial body let out a phoenix cry and was released from his physical body. It's a little weird. Once the phoenix celestial body was released from his physical body, a strange feeling filled Xiaohua's mind. It was as if another him had appeared in the Dawn Rain continent, and the more than 400 feet phoenix celestial body was his own body. Previously, Xiaohua's physical body and the phoenix celestial body had the same feeling, but it was very different from this feeling. Yes, it was a completely different feeling. A kind of dominating celestial body, a kind of feeling of seeing the world through the eyes of the celestial body. The phoenix celestial body hovered in the air. Not only did its aura become more intense, but its previously blurry eyes also opened at this moment. However, there was a faint silver-white brilliance flashing in his eyes. Within the brilliance, there were countless planets that were slowly revolving. Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body spread its wings, and the wind and lightning between its wings vibrated. Several purple lightning bolts shot out from between its wings and struck several sword cultivators. At the same time, the phoenix celestial body's claws also brandished lightning, and dozens of lightning bolts shot out at lightning speed, hitting the swordsmen who wanted to attack Li Zongbao. Even the faint black clouds in the sky were gradually condensing, as if attracted by the phoenix celestial body. Lightning was a swordsman's nemesis. When the dozen or so lightning bolts struck out, each of them struck down a swordsman's flying sword and injured the swordsman. Not good. He's the terror phoenix. A hysterical voice sounded from afar. All of a sudden, fear appeared on the faces of the swordsmen who were shocked by the phenomenon of the phoenix dharma body flying out. As for the other cultivators of the Dao sect, they were also shocked. Among them, there were also true bloodline disciples, but they didn't dare to release their celestial bodies. With celestial bodies, they could use secret techniques in battle, but in a fight with swordsmen, the celestial body would be an absolute target for the flying sword once it appeared. No one dared to take such a big risk. However, not only did Xiaohua do it, but his celestial body was also incomparably powerful once it appeared. The Imperial Thunder technique couldn't be used with his physical body. What made the cultivators even more confused was the fear of swordsmen. In fact, even Xiaohua himself didn't know that his reputation was so resounding. The Terror Phoenix, this code name that represented slaughter, spread like wildfire after the Battle of Chicken Cry Mountain. Of course, this was only limited to sword nurturing and drawing swordsmen. Illusory swordsmen were rarely heard of. However, after the Battle of Golden Spring Mountain, this reputation spread to all swordsmen below sword transformation. After all, there was no wall that didn't have a crack in this world. The dozen or so illusory sword cultivators of the Ling Feng sword sect went to the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Vein and none of them survived. This was already a secret that everyone knew. What did Ling Yunwu go there for? Why was there such a big fanfare? Perhaps no one knew the purpose, but these swordsmen knew that Ling Yunwu and the dozen or so illusory swordsmen of the Ling Feng sword sect were going to kill the cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect called Terror Phoenix. A mere foundation establishment cultivator. However, nearly 20 illusory swordsmen didn't survive. In the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Vein, only 13 Dao sect cultivators survived. Among them, there were no Imperial Thunder sect disciples. In other words, 20 illusory swordsmen died together with the Terror Phoenix. When they heard this news, the other illusory swordsmen were all shocked. They really couldn't think of how a foundation establishment cultivator could kill 20 swordsmen whose strength was comparable to Gold Core stage. However, when they understood the situation of the Golden Spring Mountain Great Array, they suddenly understood. Although the Terror Phoenix couldn't kill them all, it could at least delay them all, right? This also explained the huge loss of sword cultivators in Golden Spring Mountain. That was 20 illusory swords. However, even if the Terror Phoenix could delay all 20 illusory swords, when the Golden Spring Mountain Great Array was activated, the strength of the Terror Phoenix definitely couldn't be underestimated. Of course, this was only their guess, but this guess was also infinitely close to the reality. When this rumor reached the ears of the illusory swordsmen, it changed again. They were originally afraid of the Terror Phoenix. As the rumor spread, it became that the Terror Phoenix had killed nearly 20 illusory swords by itself. Those illusory swordsmen also risked their lives to perish together with the Terror Phoenix. Thus, in these 5 years, the Terror Phoenix became a legend. A legend of one person resisting over 1,000 illusory swordsmen, a legend of one person exterminating 10 illusory swords by himself. Now, when everyone was in the midst of killing, when everyone was shocked by the lightning, that illusory swordsman shouted out the name of the Terror Phoenix. How could it not cause all the illusory swordsmen to panic? The appearance of the Terror Phoenix was a question. This killing god killed nearly 20 illusory swords by himself and escaped unscathed. The Golden Spring Mountain Great Array that even the illusory swordsmen were helpless against was also unable to trap him. Such a ferocious cultivator, which illusory swordsman could stop him? The Terror Phoenix is alive. The Terror Phoenix is here. Quickly run. In the blink of an eye, this thought of fleeing in fear spread from Xiaohua to all the illusory swordsmen. Speaking of which, it was quite normal. The battlefield was such a wondrous place. If everyone worked together to kill, even if they were weaker, they could still win. However, if someone had the intention to flee, everyone would immediately have the same thought. Even if they were stronger, they could still retreat in defeat. Once they were defeated, they would scatter. This was probably the saying. Nearly 500 to 600 illusory swordsmen retreated like a flock of bees without the slightest bit of order. This caused the cultivators who were already half dead to be stunned on the spot. They couldn't understand if the illusory swordsmen were really defeated and retreated, or if they had some tricks to harm others. Everyone stood in mid-air blankly. Their magic treasures and other items were activated in mid-air. They didn't know if they should chase or chase. Not only was Xiao Hua stunned, even his phoenix dharma body was also frozen in mid-air. Rumble. Lightning also condensed between the phoenix claws. He was baffled as he watched the illusory swordsmen flee. Only when all the illusory swordsmen had flown several hundred feet away did Xiao Hua wake up as if from a dream. His wings flapped, and more than 10 lightning bolts struck down. Quickly chase. These illusory swordsmen really retreated in defeat. As Xiao Hua spoke, his phoenix dharma body flapped its wings and chased after the illusory swordsmen. The shadow of nearly 400 feet was cast on the ice lake, blocking the bodies of some illusory swordsmen. Those illusory swordsmen were even more frightened. They urged their flying swords with all their might, wanting to escape the shadow of the phoenix dharma body. This is a little strange. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly discovered that his phoenix dharma body could actually fly several hundred feet away. It was even extending and didn't need his own body to follow. This secret method of tempering the dharma body is indeed useful. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was very strong, but none of it could truly leave the body. Now that he saw the phoenix dharma body showing signs of leaving, he was naturally very happy. Of course, the phoenix dharma body stopped after 200 feet away from the body. It couldn't go any further. Oh, why aren't you chasing? Xiao Hua probed the depths of the phoenix dharma body and was about to urge his flying technique. But when he turned his head, he saw that all the Dao sect cultivators had stopped, put away their magic tools and magic treasures, and began to take medicinal pills. Fellow Daoist from the Imperial Thunder sect, a Middle Foundation establishment cultivator respectfully replied when he heard Xiao Hua's question, "It's not that we don't chase, but that we can't. You see, we have less than 200 people, how could we dare to continue chasing? We are already overjoyed that they can retreat. Besides, who knows if these cunning illusory swordsmen have an ambush ahead?" It turned out that these cultivators were also frightened by the illusory swordsmen's ambush. They had all forgotten how they treated illusory swordsmen. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao again. Li Zongbao's face was the same as before, and there was even a hint of paleness in the pale gold color. Presumably, it was more serious than before. Yes, in this kind of situation, it's fine if they can escape with their lives, but who would still chase after illusory swordsmen? Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Then, Xiao Hua's face flushed red again, looking like he had suffered a backlash from his true essence. Senior Martial Brother Li, Xiao Hua withdrew his phoenix dharma body and flew in front of Li Zongbao, asking in a low voice, "How is Senior Martial Brother's situation? What should we do next?" Little Brother's magic power has also suffered a backlash. Li Zongbao looked at this Imperial Thunder sect disciple who surprised him again and again. He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "I'm fine, I just need to cultivate for a few days." What's important now is that we quickly change our location and don't let the illusory swordsmen come back. However, with Junior Martial Brother Xiao here, I'm afraid they won't dare to come back. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully and added, "However, you can't show that your magic power is exhausted. If they see through it, we'll all be in trouble." Chapter 2397. Xiao Hua scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "I also don't understand this matter. What terrifying phoenix, I've never heard of it. Who knows what kind of madness these sword cultivators have?" He may be. Li Zongbao declined to comment. In fact, he was also muttering in his heart. To be able to scare away hundreds of sword cultivators, he was afraid it was a late-stage golden core cultivator, or even a nascent soul cultivator. Although Xiaohua's cultivation was powerful, he was still far from being able to scare away sword cultivators. "We'll leave first," Li Zongbao shouted and flew away first. The other cultivators didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly followed, flying towards Li Zongbao and Xiaohua. Xiaohua was naturally with Li Zongbao. Beside them were a dozen disciples of the Utopia faction. The rest of the cultivators kept a distance from them. They were especially respectful and curious as they looked at this young cultivator. To be able to scare away so many sword cultivators, this kind of cultivator, how come they've never heard of him? Terrifying Phoenix? Is it this young Foundation establishment cultivator? Of course, there were already some cultivators who started to follow Xiaohua's train of thought, thinking that the swordsman must have made a mistake. After flying for more than half a day, they arrived near an icy lake. The mountain range here was somewhat continuous. It seemed that they could hide. Some of the cultivators took out the items used to set up the array. Once the array was set up, they hid within it. With a flash of light, all of them disappeared. Phew! Apart from Xiaohua, everyone let out a sigh of relief. They sat down cross-legged and took medicinal pills to regulate their breathing, striving to recover as soon as possible. Although Xiaohua didn't need to regulate his breathing, he still took medicinal pills and pretended to regulate his breathing. After waiting for half a day, everyone's injuries were slightly healed, and people started to come over to strike up a conversation. Some exchanged greetings with Li Zongbao, some thanked Xiaohua, and beat around the bush to inquire about Xiaohua's origins. Xiaohua smiled at first, but when he heard his name being asked, he couldn't help but feel somewhat displeased. He didn't dislike others asking his name, but when he thought about how he couldn't escape at will because of some reputation and couldn't act shamelessly, Xiaohua didn't want to tell others his name. Li Zongbao seemed to see Xiaohua's impatience. He waved his hand and said, "Fellow cultivators, my junior brother is somewhat tired, let's not disturb him." "That's right, how did you get ambushed by sword cultivators?" "Senior brother Li, speaking of this matter, we still need junior brother Pan Hao from Xuanyan School to explain." That disciple hastily went to look for Pan Hao. Not long after, Pan Hao, who had lost an arm, hastily came over to greet Li Zongbao and Xiaohua. Junior apprentice brother Pan is also a Xuanyan School disciple that participated in the Great Battle. Seeing Pan Hao's Daoist robe, Li Zongbao asked curiously, How did you encounter a sword cultivator here? Is it the conference hall's plan or the Xuanyan cult's plan?" Pan Hao only hesitated for a moment before speaking the truth. In any case, he still had a golden core cultivator above him, so he wasn't afraid of anything. "I see." Li Zongbao nodded to himself. He finally understood that the information he had obtained in the Sky Patrol City was planned by the golden core cultivator of Xuanyan School and not by Qin Jian. It's just that this matter is really out of my control. Not only did sword cultivators set up an ambush, but there were also 2 golden core cultivators. Junior apprentice brother Pang led them to the vicinity of the spirit stone vein in the Gale snowfield. I'm afraid that he wanted to join forces with junior apprentice brother Ji Mingquan, who was guarding the spirit stone vein, to resist the enemy together? Yes, junior apprentice brother Pang could only do so. Li Zongbao nodded slightly and sighed. This was what it meant to go for wool and come home shorn. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiaohua naturally knew that sword cultivators had as many as 4 illusory swords and 3 golden core cultivators. It was definitely not just one, as Pan Hao said. I have a good friend in Xuanyan School named Zhuo Qingyuan. I wonder how he is now? Xiaohua opened his eyes and asked. Oh, so you and junior apprentice brother Zhuo are very close. Pan Hao saw Xiaohua ask a rare question and hurriedly smiled apologetically. Junior apprentice brother Zhuo's cultivation has always been stagnant in the qi refinement realm. Of course, he was sent out during the war. Unfortunately, he died on the battlefield in the first battle. Even his corpse was not found. Oh, Xiaohua sighed. For no reason, he felt a burst of sadness in his heart. He recalled the first time he saw Zhuo Qingyuan outside Jinghua City. At that time, he was only at the second layer of the Qi refinement realm, while Zhuo Qingyuan was already at the 11th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Even Xiao Mao was already at the 4th layer of the Qi refinement realm. The second time he saw Zhuo Qingyuan was with Kai Zhuoxia. Moreover, because he received information about the fire essence flame crystal, he began his miraculous journey of using the fire essence flame crystal to refine his body. The third time he saw Zhuo Qingyuan was at the Taiqing Sect's Feather Immortal Assembly. At that time, Xiao Hua was already at the beginning of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Zhuo Qingyuan was only at the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm and had yet to build his foundation. After that, there was no more news about him. Until today, when he asked for information about his old friend, he had already turned into ashes. This is very common in the Dawn Rain continent. We're still at the foundation building realm. When we reach the Gold Core realm and the Nascent Soul realm, we can go into seclusion for dozens of years or even hundreds of years. Those Qi refinement and foundation building juniors, because their lifespans have come to an end, even without this sword battle, they can only see you go into seclusion. They can't see you come out. Li Zongba looked at Xiao Hua's rueful expression and said in a low voice, "Many thanks for Brother Li's guidance." Xiao Hua took a deep breath and laughed inwardly. He often referred to himself as young master, but after careful calculation he was probably dozens of years old now. Fortunately, young master has a face that doesn't age. Young master also has the qualifications to call himself young master. Xiao Hua encouraged himself and then asked casually, "Zhuo Qingyuan has a junior martial brother named Xiao Mao. I wonder if he's doing well in Xuanyan school?" In Xiao Hua's mind, Xiao Mao had the dragonization art, so building his foundation wouldn't be a problem. He wouldn't be sent out to Xuanyan school. Unexpectedly, a trace of astonishment appeared on Pan Hao's face. He asked curiously, "That Xiao Mao isn't Zhuo Qingyuan's junior martial brother? Could it be that he's old friends with fellow Daoist?" When I saw Xiao Mao, he was with Zhuo Qingyuan. I naturally thought that he was Zhuo Qingyuan's junior martial brother. What's his cultivation level now? Xiao Hua said with a chuckle. "Oh, I'll let fellow Daoist know." Pan Hao didn't dare to hide and said, "Junior martial brother Xiao also went into battle with us. He was injured when he first participated in the battle, but after he recovered, his cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds. In just a few years, he charged into the middle stage of foundation building. Right now, he's with me." Since his cultivation level broke through, why didn't he withdraw from the battle? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Fellow Daoist doesn't know. Pan Hao smiled apologetically. Xiao Mao's master is the famous gold core cultivator of my Xuanyan school, Senior Yuan Jiming. He advocated tempering one's cultivation during the battle. Therefore, although junior martial brother Xiao broke through to the middle stage of foundation building, he's still tempering himself during the battle. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded. However, he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. He suddenly asked, "What did you say just now? Xiao Mao is with you?" Chapter 2398. Pan Hao did not understand and asked curiously, "Yes, Xiao Mao Xiao is on duty at my Xuanyan school's Spirit Stone Mine. In another 10 days or so, when my cultivation has recovered and the illusory swordsmen have been driven away by Martial Uncle Pang and Martial Uncle Ji, you will be able to see Xiao Mao Xiao." Quick, tell me the location of your Xuanyan school's Spirit Stone Mine." Xiao Hua was anxious. He knew clearly that those were 4 illusory swordsmen. Even if there was another golden core cultivator in Xuanyan school's Spirit Stone Mine, he would not be their match. Moreover, that bird cultivator's cultivation should be at the 2nd grade of illusory sword. Pang Chongtun would definitely not be his match. Pan Hao was in a difficult position. He looked at Li Zongbao and muttered, "The location of the Spirit Stone Mine is my Xuanyan school's secret. Quick, tell me." Xiao Hua took a step forward and stretched out his hand. His hand grabbed Pan Hao's neck and coldly said, "I will count to 3. If you don't answer, don't think of returning to Xuanyan school alive. Xiao Mao Xiao. Li Zongbao was also shocked. He did not see how Xiaohua attacked. Although Pan Hao was injured, he was still a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator. How could he be restrained by Xiaohua in an instant? He had no choice but to hurriedly advise, Xiao Mao Xiao, don't be anxious. Xuanyan School's spirit stone mine may be a secret to others, but to us, it is definitely not a secret. Pan Hao was also dumbfounded. His brain had not reacted yet. Hearing Li Zongbao's advice, he hurriedly shouted, yes, Xiao Mao Xiao, Junior will tell you now. At this moment, Pan Hao realized that he was easily lifted off the ground by Xiaohua. Speak. Xiaohua did not let go and coldly said. Pan Hao did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly transmitted the location of Xuanyan School's spirit stone mine. Xiaohua loosened his hand and lowered Pan Hao down. He said in a low voice, excuse me. Immediately, he cupped his hands towards Li Zongbao and said, Brother Li, I have urgent matters to attend to and need to go to the spirit stone mine. I will not accompany senior brother here. Alright, go ahead. When Li Zongbao heard Xiao Mao's name, he thought that Xiao Mao was related to Xiaohua by blood, so he naturally couldn't stop him. I've left a special communication method in your token. Moreover, after my disciples finish resting, I reckon that I'll also go to the spirit stone mine. All right. Xiaohua nodded and didn't delay any longer. He got the cultivators to open up the formation, then he executed his flying technique and charged into midair. When he was out of the range of the cultivator's divine sense, he executed lightning flight and flew swiftly towards the spirit stone vein. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Only now did Pan Hao know Xiaohua's surname. He asked Li Zongbao with lingering fear, is he related to Xiao Mao by blood? Li Zongbao looked at Pan Hao and said with a smile, I don't know either. However, I know that fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't like others discussing his origins. Since fellow Daoist Pan already knows, you should keep your mouth shut. Yes, this Pan naturally understands. Pan Hao involuntarily touched his neck and smiled apologetically. Fellow Daoist Xiao is our savior, how could this Pan not listen to his words? Pan will. No need to say more. If others ask, you just have to answer perfunctorily. Li Zongbao said hurriedly. Yes, this Pan understands. Pan Hao's heart trembled. After cupping his hands in salute, he returned to his Xuanyan school's location. Sure enough, everyone saw the scene just now and naturally came to inquire. Pan Hao smiled bitterly and made up a story, dealing with the onlookers with great difficulty. After calming down, he understood in his heart. Xiaohua naturally wanted to go to the spirit stone vein, but why? Naturally, he wanted to save Xiao Mao, but why should he save him? Why should Xiaohua save him? Unless Xiaohua was confident that he could block the flying sword of the illusory swordsman. Could Xiaohua do it? Seeing how he could scare away the drawing swordsman today, Pan Hao made a judgment in his heart. As for Xiaohua, he flew high into the sky, the sound of wind and thunder resounded. He quickly flew in the direction of the spirit stone vein of Xuanyan School. He had just escaped from the great formation of the spirit stone vein of Mount Quanjin and still had lingering fears about the cruelty of the battle for the spirit stone vein. It was a battle that could easily cause thousands of casualties. Moreover, from the preparations of the 4 illusory swordsmen, it was not just for the ambush here, but for the hundreds of Dao sect cultivators. What was special was that after Pang Chong Tian and the others fled, they did not hesitate to abandon the hundreds of Dao sect cultivators who were fighting the enemy. They simply did not care about their lives or the results of the siege. Instead, the 4 illusory swordsmen all went to chase after Pang Chong Tian. Xiaohua thought as he flew, increasingly feeling that his guess was correct. The Dao sect cultivators' goal could really be the spirit stone vein of Xuanyan School. At least, that spirit stone vein is also one of their goals. Xiaohua was secretly proud, but also secretly worried. As for Xiao Mao, Xiaohua actually did not put him in the same position as Xiang Yang, Cui Hongshan, and the others. Naturally, he was behind Xiao Xinrui and the others. That day, he helped Xiao Mao because he was a small child who fell into the trap of others. It was really pitiful. Moreover, that jade pendant was left behind by Xiao Mao's mother. No matter what, Xiao Hua had to return it to Xiao Mao. But Xiao Hua did not expect that Xiao Mao would be like him. He did not have any in-laws in this Xiaoyu continent. Especially at that time, when he wanted to cultivate some kind of cultivation technique, it was impossible for him to survive. He even treated Xiao Hua as his only family in this world. And Xiao Mao's bow and call of "Big Brother" really touched his heart. Towards this child who was in a similar situation to himself, how could Xiao Hua not have some more love? Thinking about eldest senior brother Gong Mingwei's care for him and eldest senior brother Xiang Yang's care for him, Xiao Hua felt that he must treat this big brother of his. I hope that Xiao Mao is as lucky as me, Xiao Hua urged his magic power and thought to himself. Perhaps this is that trace of karma? If I can save Xiao Mao's life, so what if I don't cultivate? While flying, Xiao Hua arrived at the ice lake where the sword cultivator disciple had attacked the cultivator. Xiao Hua did not care about it at all. His figure flitted past the mountain range and flew in the direction that the golden core cultivator had escaped. But at this moment, a powerful divine sense swept down from the sky. Once it swept past Xiao Hua, it immediately locked onto him. Who? Xiao Hua's expression turned cold. His figure suddenly stopped and quietly floated in the sky. He slightly raised his head and coldly looked up. He saw a small black figure flash out from behind the clouds in the sky and quickly swoop down. When it got closer, Xiao Hua's eyes could clearly see that it was the bird cultivator who was wearing a light yellow robe and discovered his Buddhist consciousness. Seeing that bird cultivator return from the spirit stone mine of Xuanyan School, Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. He stroked his hand and narrowed his eyes as he watched that bird cultivator descend. The bird cultivator was thin and tall. On his withered face, his cheeks were bulging high. What was special was that his forehead was wide, taking up 30% of his face. It was also bulging high. His round eyes were not the withered yellow of an ordinary bird cultivator. Instead, they were a light blue. His eyes were extremely large and almost filled his entire eyes. The old man's wings were more than 10 zhang wide. As they danced, the wind roared and small hurricanes were emitted from his wings. Although Xiao Hua was far away, he could still feel the sharp wind blades. In addition, this old man's hands were different from ordinary bird cultivators. They were thin and long. Although his 10 fingers emitted an extremely sharp light, those 10 fingers were also extremely nimble. They were like the hands of a Dao sect cultivator who could form hand seals. The old man landed about 10 zhang away from Xiao Hua and stopped. His light blue eyes faintly flashed as if he was sizing up Xiao Hua. After a moment, the old man coldly said, "This old man is Feng Buping of the Valley of Ospreys. You are that terrifying phoenix of the Imperial Thunder sect? This young master doesn't know who this terrifying phoenix of yours is." Xiao Hua replied, "If you want to know this young master's name, then first tell this young master about the situation of the Spirit Stone Mine in Xuanyan School." Spirit Stone Mine? Feng Buping's eyes turned slightly as he asked curiously, "That is Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone Mine. What does it have to do with your Imperial Thunder sect? Aren't your Dao sect cultivators always scheming against each other? Why do you care about other people's Spirit Stone Mine for no reason? Then whether this young master is some terrifying phoenix or not, what does it have to do with you?" Xiao Hua's figure swayed again as he coldly said, "This young master has something to do at the Spirit Stone Mine. I don't want to kill you here. Hurry up and get out of my way." Ha! Feng Buping seemed to have seen the funniest thing in the world. He raised his head and laughed loudly. His slender finger stretched out and pointed at Xiao Hua. "Dao sect disciples are indeed arrogant and conceited. With your peak late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, you actually want to kill this old man?" Xiao Hua was shocked. He did not expect that before they even fought, Feng Buping would see through his cultivation. "You cultivators are the most cunning. Do you want to catch this old man off guard by hiding your cultivation?" Feng Buping sneered. "Even if you really have the lightning escape technique, under this old man's wind escape technique, only death awaits you. This old man does not believe that some terrifying phoenix can escape from this old man's palm? Wind escape technique? Xiaohua was slightly stunned as he looked up and down at the old man. However, this old man is still somewhat curious about the whereabouts of Ling Yunwu and the others. Feng Buping spread his wings. The sound of the wind whistled again. Feng Buping's voice also became sharp. The reason we set up an ambush here was to lure out the golden core cultivators of Xuanyan School's spirit stone mine. Since that idiot has come out, can they still keep their spirit stone mine? This old man felt that something was amiss just now. When I saw that the attack was nearing its end and their great formation had collapsed, I pulled myself out and came over. Hee, this old man wasn't disappointed at all. This old man actually encountered the legendary terrifying phoenix. Tell this old man honestly, which disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect are you? Was it you who was spying on this old man earlier? Luring the snake out of its hole. Xiaohua already understood. Moreover, listening to Feng Buping's words, there were other illusory swords among the swordsmen attacking Xuanyan School's spirit stone mine. This Feng Buping had already returned for a long time and even found the sword cultivator who was scared away by him. Xuanyan School's spirit stone mine most likely had already changed owners. Xiao Mao's fate had already been decided. Whether or not he went to the spirit stone mine did not have much meaning. Chapter 2399. Don't you think you're asking too much? Xiao Huan naturally did not want to suffer a loss, even in terms of words. This young master will only answer one of your questions. Which one do you want to ask? Ha, truly an ignorant child. Feng Buping laughed and said with interest, do you really think that with your peak late-stage foundation establishment, you can defeat this old man's second-grade illusory sword strength? Do you plan to let this young master go? Xiao Hua was still not polite. This place will be your burial ground. Feng Buping's hand flashed with light. This old man will take the head of the terrifying phoenix and let the warriors of Sword Region see that the legend they are afraid of is nothing more than this. In that case, what's the point of asking? Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the suppressing cloud seal. Feng Buping sneered, if you want to court death, there will be plenty of opportunities later. This old man still wants to know some things. Which Thunder Palace disciple are you from? What's your name? This young master is a Thunder Palace disciple. Xiao Hua laughed. As for my name? You have to tell this young master, other than the four of you, who else attacked Xuanyan School's illusory swordsman? Cunning. Feng Buping finally understood Xiao Hua's stinginess. After thinking for a while, he laughed. After all, you're still young. If you say this, won't this let this old man know that the one spying on this old man was you? This. Xiao Hua thought it was true. Damn, I've suffered a loss. Ha, Feng Buping stared and said, this old man will answer your question. However, other than your name, this old man also wants to know the whereabouts of Ling Yunwu and the other 16 people. Do you also want to know the whereabouts of the sword pouch? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Feng Buping's eyes flashed with a trace of strangeness. His eyes once again flashed with brilliance, and then he said puzzledly, as expected of the terrifying phoenix. You're just a late-stage foundation establishment, but your magic power is comparable to a gold core. But, do you really have the confidence to kill this old man? Xiao Hua saw Feng Buping was hooked and laughed. Won't you know when you fight with this young master? Your name? Feng Buping hurriedly asked. This young master will not change his surname or name. You're good, this young master's name is Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua could only reply. When Feng Buping heard Xiao Hua's name, he frowned slightly. It seemed extremely unfamiliar, and was not similar to the information he had. Well, I admit I have never heard of your name. Feng Buping restrained his temper and asked, what about Ling Yunwu and the others? This young master naturally knows about their situation. Xiao Hua said with a smile, however, you have to tell this young master, how did you see through this young master's cultivation? In order to obtain information about Ling Yunwu and the others, Feng Buping had to answer, that is a secret technique that I obtained when I was young. It is used to cultivate the divine eye. Is that secret technique with you? Xiaohua asked with lightning speed. Feng Buping answered casually. However, when he just said a word, he knew that he had fallen into Xiaohua's trap. He simply clapped his hand and a piece of jade appeared in his hand. He sneered and said, "This old man does not need spirit stones to tell you this news. The technique is here. As long as you kill this old man, you can get this technique." Xiaohua stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. With a greedy look, he said, "There really is something good. It's your turn to answer this old man." Feng Buping sneered and put the jade into his storage bag. Of course, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the sword pouch. He pointed his hand and the sword pouch opened. Dozens of seemingly ordinary flying swords flew out. "Ah?" Feng Buping's eyes flashed and said in astonishment, "Are they all fused with the swords?" Then, Feng Buping's wings fluttered naturally, and a powerful sword technique came out from the wind. The dozens of flying swords seemed to be eager to try. "Haha, in this young master's hands, you still want to leave?" Xiaohua waved his hand and the sword pouch produced a strong suction force. All the flying swords were sucked into it. With a wave of his hand, the flying swords were sucked into the space. "Old man, you are just delusional. You can actually activate the sword pouch?" Seeing Xiaohua skillfully put away the flying swords, Feng Buping's face did not turn red and said in surprise, "This young master knows a lot." Xiaohua said proudly, "You will know in a while." "Ha, this old man really envies the arrogance of young people like you." Feng Buping saw that Xiaohua was tight-lipped. Moreover, he also saw the sword pouch and the whereabouts of Ling Yunwu and the others. He did not ask about the black silkwood anymore. He clapped his hand and took out a demonic tool from his storage bag. He laughed and said, "This old man has not dared to speak arrogantly for many years. It seems that this old man really belittled himself. Today, this old man wants to see what ability this terrifying phoenix has to scare hundreds of my men away." Xiaohua saw that Feng Buping actually took out a demonic tool from his storage bag. He was stunned at first, but when he saw the appearance of the demonic tool, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He saw that the demonic tool was as thick as a fist and 3 feet long. It was a long staff like the wishful staff. "Woo!" Feng Buping raised the demonic staff and waved it in the air. He spread his wings and swooped down from above. The demonic staff stirred up the spirit of heaven and earth, setting off a biting cold wind. "Good, this demonic staff is really powerful." Xiaohua saw Feng Buping's demonic staff attack. A suffocating aura mixed with the unique blood smell of this demonic tool smashed down like a mountain. He could not help but secretly click his tongue. This kind of close combat was the weakness of a cultivator. Even a swordsman was afraid of it. If this staff fell, it was really not something a cultivator of the late Gold Core stage could withstand. Go! How could Xiaohua be afraid of the tricks he was good at? He only saw that he pointed his finger and urged his spiritual power. The suppressing cloud seal hummed and rushed over quickly. A yellow light flashed and several clouds fell from the suppressing cloud seal, blocking in front of the demonic staff. The Feng Buping laughed and waved his wings. Countless wind blades were born from midair, like knives and flying swords, hit the clouds and the suppressing cloud seal. At the same time, the demonic staff still fell. Zzzzz. Like the sound of water dripping into a pot of oil, several clouds were torn apart by the wind blades. The demonic staff had not fallen, but the wind on it scattered the clouds. "Good, this old man really has the ability to boast." Xiaohua at this time urged the suppressing cloud seal, but he used nearly 60% of his spiritual power. He could almost use the damaged suppressing cloud seal. In this case, Feng Buping broke through the clouds. That Feng Buping really did not have the strength of a second-grade illusory sword. Chapter 2400. Luo. Since Xiaohua had already used the cloud-suppressing seal, he might as well not change to other treasures. With a slap of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal suddenly expanded, and another dozen clouds fell down. This time, the clouds were already several zhang in size. Feng Buping sneered. His wings flapped slightly, and another few hundred wind blades fell down, and his devil's staff fell on the continuous clouds. Woo! With a whimper, the devil's staff hit the clouds, and it was like hitting a quagmire. Feng Buping felt an extremely strong confinement force from the clouds. Break! Feng Buping sneered. At this moment, the wind blades arrived again. Like a sharp cone, they spun and pierced through the dozen clouds. Under the heavy attack of the devil's staff, the clouds were scattered again. Is this all the horrifying phoenix can do? Feng Buping sneered. Hee hee, I'm happy to do so. Xiaohua laughed. He knew that this guy was a bird cultivator and wanted to fight with his phoenix dharma body. However, Xiaohua had many ways to kill this guy, so why did he have to use the phoenix dharma body? As he spoke, Xiaohua pointed his finger, and it was still the cloud-suppressing seal. Wang, once again, the gale snowfield's cold earth element spiritual energy madly condensed, and on top of the cloud-suppressing seal, traces of jade appeared. Oh! Feng Buping's eyes narrowed, and he sneered, a damaged treasure was actually used by you to this extent. It's really not bad. As expected of the horrifying phoenix. Don't mention the horrifying phoenix all the time. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he secretly said, I'm afraid that the name provoked this guy. He must fight with me to see who's better. As Feng Buping said that, his hands and feet were not satisfied. The devil's staff in his hand danced again, and with a momentum of burning the sky, he attacked the cloud-suppressing seal from bottom to top. I'll let you have a taste of the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiaohua roared, and his magic power surged. The cloud-suppressing seal whistled, and with a strong confinement force, it smashed down. Quang dang, the devil's staff and the cloud-suppressing seal collided. The cloud-suppressing seal was knocked into the air, and the demonic staff was also knocked down a few feet by the cloud-suppressing seal. Feng Buping's figure was also somewhat unstable and fell down. Fight! This time, Feng Buping was a little embarrassed and angry. As he flapped his wings, no wind blades appeared again. He waved his demon staff and hit the seal of the cloud. Tiskadisk, seeing Feng Buping so arrogant, Xiaohua was slightly disdainful. However, Xiaohua was also proud of his own magic treasure. He rubbed his hands together and didn't use any other spells. Instead, he used his mana to raise the seal of suppressing cloud high up in the air. It emitted a light that was dozens of feet wide and once again smashed towards Feng Buping. Good timing! Feng Buping's eyes were wide open, and there was a flash of light in his light blue eyes. At the same time, there was a buzzing sound around his body, and a layer of light shone on his body. Dang! The cloud-suppressing seal fell, and the magic wand also struck out. A thunderous sound rang out in the air, and this sound traveled extremely far. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly surprised. He had a bad feeling in his heart because this time, the seal of suppressing cloud didn't suffer any losses. Not only did it not fly away, but it also fell a few inches. However, Feng Buping's magic wand was also not struck down. It only slightly reverberated. What shocked Xiaohua the most was that Feng Buping's magic wand hit where the seal of suppressing cloud was damaged. Sure enough, after the magic wand reverberated, Feng Buping actually used the impact of the seal of suppressing cloud to fight force with force. A shadow appeared on the magic wand. Dang dang dang, a series of sounds rang out. Feng Buping actually used the same method as Xiaohua. He actually hit the seal of suppressing cloud 7 or 8 times in a row. Damn you! Xiaohua was furious. He waved his hand and the seal of suppressing cloud fell back into his hand. Looking at the shrunken seal of suppressing cloud and the deep cracks on it, Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. This was his best technique, and now it was used against him by Feng Buping. The seal of suppressing cloud was not completely repaired. This crack was repaired by Xiaohua last time at the Zhongling Villa. If it cracked again, it would not be of much use. I want to see. What other great skills do you have? Xiaohua decided to just smash the pot. He urged the mana in his hand. The seal of suppressing cloud bloomed with an unusual light, but it did not expand. Go! Xiaohua stretched out his arm and used all his strength. Holding the seal of suppressing cloud, he smashed it towards Feng Buping like a stone. Haha. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Feng Buping laughed. Little thing, you dare to show off in front of me with that broken magic weapon. However, just as he finished speaking, the seal of suppressing cloud fell like a meteor, aiming at his forehead. The sound of the wind above the seal of suppressing cloud, and the mana it contained was truly shocking. Xiaohua could not help but become alert. He quickly flapped his wings, and the light around him flashed again and again. The magic wand also danced again, striking towards the seal of suppressing cloud. Boom! There was a loud sound as if the light had exploded. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth also suddenly scattered, violently attacking in all directions. Even the ice under Xiaohua and Feng Buping's feet had a thick crack from the impact. Feng Buping's mouth let out a strong roar. His body continuously rolled, like a bald chicken that had its feathers ripped off. His body fell for more than 10 zhang. And his magic wand was also trembling at an extreme speed. That trembling even affected Feng Buping's entire arm, and that entire arm was also slightly trembling. Xiaohua's seal of suppressing cloud was also sent flying. Like the rising sun, it flashed with a brilliant brilliance and rushed into the sky. Ha! Xiaohua's body flew up. With a wave of his hand, the seal of suppressing cloud fell into his hand. However, the current seal of suppressing cloud was almost completely damaged. That deep crack once again appeared on the seal of suppressing cloud, and it was even worse than before. It was almost as if the entire seal of suppressing cloud was split into two. Feng Buping's face was somewhat unsightly. His wings flapped and flew into the air. Looking at the seal of suppressing cloud in Xiaohua's hand, he coldly said, Daoist cultivators all rely on magic treasures. Now that your life magic treasure has been damaged to this extent, do you still dare to use it again? Ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. I originally didn't want to use this magic treasure again. You breaking this magic treasure is just what I wanted. I still have to thank you. Saying that, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the seal of suppressing cloud was sent into the space. Xiaohua's words were not wrong. His current spiritual energy was close to the late gold core stage. However, the seal of suppressing cloud was a damaged magic treasure. It was simply not enough to unleash Xiaohua's spiritual energy. However, this magic treasure was Xiaohua's first magic treasure. The nostalgic Xiaohua was always reluctant to give it up, and always wanted to repair it. However, today's battle with Feng Buping made him truly see that the seal of suppressing cloud was no longer suitable for him. If he did not have a real magic treasure, his spiritual energy could not be unleashed. Rather than that, he might as well break it off and let Feng Buping destroy the seal of suppressing cloud. Oh! Feng Buping knew that Xiaohua was cunning. How could he believe it? However, right now his arms were sore and numb. He really did not have the strength to do so, so he took advantage of the situation to rest. He coldly said, This old man wants to see what other magic treasures you have, what other tricks you have. Tricks? Xiaohua laughed. It was really a happy laugh. Are you sure you want to see my tricks? What? A little brat in the late foundation establishment stage, what other tricks do you have? Feng Buping's eyes flashed, as if he was using some secret technique to check Xiaohua. Alright, then this young master will let you see. Xiaohua's figure swayed, and the sound of wind and thunder rumbled around him. An afterimage flashed, rushing towards Feng Buping. Ha! Feng Buping's wings flapped, and his body also swayed with afterimages. In an instant, he flew away from his original position. It was actually not much worse than Xiaohua's imperial thunder travel. Oh! Xiaohua was really shocked. He did not expect Feng Buping's wind escape to be at this level. Ha, little thing, you have to know that there is always someone better than you. Your imperial thundersex thunder escape is indeed powerful, but in front of this old man, it is really not worth mentioning. Feng Buping laughed crazily, and then his face revealed a trace of self-mockery. This old man too. I really did not expect. There are still many things that you can't imagine. Xiaohua also sneered. His figure swayed and he used wind escape. Moreover, he used ethereal steps again. Ah? Wind escape. You also know this. Feng Buping was completely stunned. Xiaohua's figure was even more agile. A series of afterimages appeared in the air, and he closed in on Feng Buping. Swoosh, 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 Feng Buping was shocked. His wings flapped, and he also flew. However, after flying for a few feet, Feng Buping laughed. Haha, this old man is wrong. Why should I escape? The one who should escape is you. Haha, at this moment, Xiaohua's spirit thorn suddenly launched. Moreover, Xiaohua clapped his hands, and a golden light flashed, and it cut towards Feng Buping's wings. Feng Buping's face slightly showed a trace of astonishment. It seemed that he was interested, and the expression on his face was a bit strange. However, the expression on his face was definitely not what Xiaohua imagined. Pain. Oh no! Xiaohua thought to himself. Indeed, the extremely uncomfortable feeling came from his Buddha Saraira. Even the Buddha Saraira was faintly glowing with golden light. Spirit thorn actually backfired. However, this was not the worst situation. The golden light of the Tingjiao shears had already cut towards Feng Buping's wings. However, Feng Buping's wings flashed rapidly, and his figure was extremely agile. At the same time, hundreds and thousands of wind blades violently rotated, blocking the Tingjiao shears. The sharp Tingjiao shears was blocked in the air. Ha! Feng Buping laughed loudly. Little bastard, you really have a lot of tricks. However, you seem to have forgotten that this old man and the other swordsmen of the sword region, which one of us has not fought with soul cultivators. This thing of yours that can deal with divine sense might be effective against ordinary swordsmen, but against this old man. Your magic weapon is Tingjiao shears? Feng Buping laughed wildly. When he saw the Tingjiao shears blocked by the wind blades, his face showed ecstasy. You know the Tingjiao shears? Xiaohua was overjoyed but also shocked. He even had a bad feeling again. Ha-ha, today is really a surprise for this old man. Not only can I kill the terrifying phoenix, I can also get the other Tingjiao shears. The other Tingjiao shears? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand and the Tingjiao shears flew back to his hand. He asked, "Where is the other Tingjiao shears?" Wu, how could Feng Buping answer his question? He clapped his hand and a strange talisman appeared in his hand. He activated his sword origin and the talisman flashed with a faint golden light. It was exactly the same as the Tingjiao shears. As the light flashed, the talisman flew into the air and turned into the shape of the Tingjiao shears. It flew towards the Tingjiao shears in Xiaohua's hand. Since Feng Buping's talisman was used, Xiaohua felt that the Tingjiao shears had a tendency to break away from his divine sense control. When the talisman turned into the Tingjiao shears, Xiaohua's control over the Tingjiao shears completely disappeared. The Tingjiao shears changed direction and went straight towards the talisman. Not good. Xiaohua was anxious. Since when did someone snatch a magic weapon from his hand? It was already good enough that he did not snatch other people's magic weapons. Xiaohua used wind escape and ethereal steps again and rushed towards the Tingjiao shears. Fight! Seeing this, Feng Buping was overjoyed. He flapped his wings again and the devil's staff mercilessly attacked Xiaohua's arm. The talisman was very close to the Tingjiao shears. In the blink of an eye, the two would become one. As long as the talisman landed on the Tingjiao shears, the Tingjiao shears would definitely fall into Feng Buping's hands. Moreover, Feng Buping's devil staff would attack again. If Xiaohua wanted to get the Tingjiao shears, he would inevitably be hit by the devil staff. Xiaohua, it seemed that he would not be able to take back the Tingjiao shears. In this impossible moment, Xiaohua's left hand shook and Universe Creator was used. The talisman and the Tingjiao shears were both shrouded by the power of Universe Creator. However, in just a moment, the talisman emitted an extremely bright light and was about to break free from the power of Universe Creator. Xiaohua also wanted this moment. His left hand followed his body and reached into the talisman, landing right under Feng Buping's devil staff. He grabbed the Tingjiao shears. Feng Buping's face showed a grin, as if he had already seen Xiao Hua's left hand being crushed by his devil staff. But Feng Buping was disappointed. Just as the magic staff approached Xiao Hua's left arm, a black staff as thick as a duck egg appeared in Xiao Hua's right hand. It blocked Feng Buping's left arm. Dang! Feng Buping's magic staff hit the black staff. That black staff was like a cast of copper and iron. It didn't move at all. Ah! Feng Buping was really not as shocked as he was today. Xiao Hua's means were absolutely endless, far beyond his imagination. This is also a devil tool? Even at this time, Feng Buping did not expect that his full blow could not even move Xiao Hua's wishful staff half an inch. Xiao Hua sneered. It was not easy to have some confidence in his heart. This Feng Buping was definitely the most difficult person to deal with besides the nascent soul stage cultivators. But at this time, just as his hand was about to touch the Tingjiao shears, the talisman produced a strong suction force. The Tingjiao shears slipped under Xiao Hua's hand and was about to go out of his palm. Keep! Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the Dharma eye in his left hand. His heart moved and the Dharma eye immediately opened. A silver brilliance sprinkled down and covered the Tingjiao shears. The Tingjiao shears that was covered by the silver light immediately became obedient and did not move. Xiao Hua's heart was happy. He waved his hand and immediately put the Tingjiao shears into the space. When the Tingjiao shears disappeared, the talisman that turned into the Tingjiao shears suddenly rushed up. With a very fast speed and an extremely strong force, it rushed into the sky and flew in the direction of the north. Xiao Hua was definitely caught off guard. Looking at Feng Buping with a sneer on his face, his eyes flashed with confusion. He thought that the Tingjiao shears was wanted by Feng Buping. He did not expect that the one who wanted the Tingjiao shears was actually someone else. Kill! 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 I must kill this bastard. Xiao Hua's killing intent rose again. Needless to say, the person who wanted the Tingjiao shears must be very powerful. But looking at the talisman that wanted to take away the Tingjiao shears, Xiao Hua shuddered. Fight! Xiao Hua already felt that he did not have any means to surpass Feng Buping. The wishful staff in his hand flicked upwards. A huge force was generated from Xiao Hua's hand. Not only did he easily swing Feng Buping's staff, but he also slightly raised the head of the staff. It was even smoother than Feng Buping's staff as it struck towards Feng Buping. Cease! Until now, Feng Buping suddenly realized that Xiao Hua's most mysterious killer was also his killer. Moreover, Xiao Hua's strength was obviously greater than his. However, Feng Buping was still arrogant in his heart. He raised the staff in his hand and shouted. He still wanted to see who was stronger between him and Xiao Hua. Clang! A loud sound rang out. It was even louder and more powerful than the collision between the cloud-suppressing seal and the devil's staff. The heaven and earth spiritual chi was completely disrupted by the two weapons. The sound traveled far and wide. Just this sound alone was enough to shake the solid ice. A huge crack could be seen deep in the ice. Feng Buping let out a shrill cry of a bird. His whole body was curled up into a ball, spinning in midair as he retreated to the distant sky. His wings were flapping as if he was trying to control his balance and resist the great force of Xiao Hua's wishful staff. Give me your life. Xiao Hua stood firmly in midair like a rock, motionless. The wishful staff in his hand danced slightly on his wrist, drawing a subtle arc, eliminating the force on Feng Buping's staff. He immediately shouted, and the wind escape and ethereal steps rushed out again. The wishful staff was held high, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was split into two halves by the wishful staff. Although there was no brilliance flashing above the staff, there was an incomparable, suffocating chill that covered the protruding forehead of Feng Buping. It was as if in an instant, the wishful staff could cut through space and hit Feng Buping. Hiss! Feng Buping did not want to be surprised anymore, but he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Today, he had sucked in too much cold air. He had always thought highly of himself, especially his strength and wishful staff. Not only did he have few opponents in the sword domain, but he also took advantage of the soul cultivators. However, as he said, in this world, there was always someone better than him. Xiao Hua's strength, Xiao Hua's wishful staff were completely better than his. More than that, Feng Buping looked at his wishful staff that was slightly bent, and estimated in horror. He watched as Xiao Hua once again pounced forward with ease. It was as if that strike just now was merely a warm-up. 1. Just as Xiao Hua pounced, Feng Buping's body suddenly flashed with a light blue brilliance, and following the appearance of the brilliance, there was also a kind of obscure fluctuation. Oh! Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly lit up and he sneered, "Old man, eat this young master's staff. At this time, don't you think it's too late to use any secret technique?" Ha! Feng Buping's figure in the brilliance seemed to be blurred, and an extremely arrogant voice came from the brilliance. "Little bastard, I really did not expect that this old man would be forced into such a situation by you. But it's also good. If you did not have such strength, how could you be called the terrifying phoenix? At this time, in the Dao sect, only you, the terrifying phoenix, are worthy of this old man using all his means." Oh, not good. Just as Feng Buping sneered, Xiao Hua's figure had already closed in. However, the fluctuation contained a great force that blocked Xiao Hua's path. If Xiao Hua wanted to get closer, he would have to break through this force. Thinking that Feng Buping's secret technique was so powerful, Xiao Hua could not help but feel that this was not good. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua was pondering whether or not to destroy this power, the ripples rapidly shrank, and the light blue brilliance also converged. The ripples retreated into Feng Buping's body, and the brilliance covered Feng Buping's body. This. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and his two pupils constricted. His heart was shocked. Transforming into a sword? That's right, Xiao Hua could not be sure. But at this time, Feng Buping had already transformed into a spirit bird similar to a white goose, and the strange thing was that this spirit bird's neck was not as long as the white goose's neck, and the place where the goose's webs were still Feng Buping's arms. Of course, if Xiao Hua had seen the battle between Xian Wan and Dong Shani, he would have realized that this spirit bird was somewhat similar to Xian Wan's body. But now Xiao Hua did not have time to think too much, because Feng Buping's cultivator's aura was constantly rising, and it had far surpassed the late gold core stage, and was approaching the nascent soul stage. This aura was even more powerful than a cultivator's aura, and it actually stirred the heaven and earth spiritual energy within a dozen miles, and even in the sky, the wind and clouds were changing. This bastard's secret technique actually caused the weather to change. Xiao Hua's heart was bitter, and he felt that the hurricane within a dozen miles was gradually going crazy, and that extremely cold and fierce wind blade was actually born within a dozen miles. Moreover, that aura directly wrapped around Xiao Hua, and although it had not made any move, Xiao Hua did not doubt that Feng Buping's aura could turn into a big hand and grab him. Run! Xiao Hua saw that Feng Buping was so powerful, and he immediately made a decision in his heart, giving up the idea of killing him. His figure swayed, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded from his body, and he used the imperial lightning travel, and fled into the distance. However, Xiao Hua had just flown for a dozen feet when he suddenly realized that this space was different from before. Countless hurricanes surrounded him, and it actually seemed like a quagmire. His imperial lightning sect was actually similar to the hibernating lightning escape. Xiao Hua had already discovered it, and without hesitation he immediately changed to the wind escape. The wind escape was already used, and as expected, his speed greatly increased, and he instantly escaped more than 100 feet away. But Xiao Hua's heart did not have any joy, because he knew that his wind escape was probably not as good as Feng Buping's. Sure enough, Xiao Hua escaped for another dozen feet, and then he could no longer fly. That wind seemed to be completely stagnant, as if it was completely unable to be used by him. Haha, Feng Buping's wild laughter actually sounded in front of Xiao Hua, and Feng Buping actually flew in front of Xiao Hua without anyone noticing. The spirit bird under the light blue brilliance already had the aura of an early nascent soul stage. Little bastard? Are you very scared? Feng Buping's voice was somewhat sharp and hoarse, completely unlike the voice of a human just now. And this old man knows, you are very surprised. Could it be, you think that in this Xiaoyu continent, only you know how to conceal your cultivation base? Could it be that only you have so many secret techniques? Xiao Hua stood there coldly, and the wishful staff protected his body. After Feng Buping finished speaking, he suppressed his panic and fear, and tried to calm down and said, "This matter is really beyond this Xiao's expectations. I didn't think that you are actually a sword transformation realm beast cultivator. Since you are a sword transformation realm senior, you have to be so thick-skinned to bully this Xiao, a late foundation establishment realm cultivator? Hee, this old man is really a third-grade illusory sword cultivator." Feng Buping proudly said, "But in order to keep you here, I had to forcibly raise my cultivation base to the sword transformation realm. Little bastard, you, a late foundation establishment realm cultivator, actually forced this old man to do this. You can also be proud. Senior, do you really want to keep this little one's life?" Xiao Hua still had a trace of luck in his heart, even if this little one gives the Tengjiao shears and other things to Senior. Hearing Xiao Hua's soft tone, and actually called him Senior, Feng Buping was happy, and he flapped his wings and said, "Since things have come to this old man will not hide it from you, that Tengjiao shears is what a senior wants, whether you give it or not. This old man doesn't mind. But, you have forced this old man to such a situation, how can this old man let you go? You don't want others to know your secret, this old man also does. If you had said such a thing before this old man used the secret technique, this old man can really consider it." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, before he still wanted to kill the other party. How could he surrender? At this time, even if Feng Buping really wanted to let him go, he himself would not dare to believe it. "If you know what's good for you, then don't do it again." Feng Buping chuckled. "Obediently let this old man search your soul, see how many secret techniques you have, then this old man will let your soul go. I will not let your soul be destroyed." "Ha, old man, this young master was joking with you, you really took it seriously." Although Xiao Hua's heart was trembling, how could he lose face? Even if it was a quarrel, he did not want to lose. While speaking, he waved the staff and shouted, "Eat this young master's staff." "Xiao Hua, you have really become a joke." Feng Buping said coldly, "Can you move? You just wait and see how this old man will deal with you." Immediately, Feng Buping's wings flapped, and the hurricane around Xiao Hua gradually gathered. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua thought, like a big hand, Xiao Hua squeezed over, and the power of Feng Buping's body also pressed down tightly like a pressure. Rise, Xiao Hua knew that he could not release the Phoenix celestial body. He shrugged his shoulders, and the Phoenix celestial body flew out of his body. With a sound, the imposing manner of looking down on the world unstoppably bloomed, and blocked the power of Feng Buping that was close to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the wings of nearly 400 feet spread out, and it was even more comparable to Feng Buping, who was 10 feet in size. Seeing Xiao Hua's Phoenix celestial body spread out its wings, and countless tiny thunder lights lingered around the Phoenix celestial body. Feng Buping was a little dumbfounded, and the previous arrogance of victory was even more gone. He listened to the oral narration of the drawing swordsman, but he always felt that it was not possible, and that it was unnecessary exaggeration by others. When he really saw it, especially when he saw the silver in the eyes of the Phoenix celestial body, and the faint planet in the silver, he knew that he was wrong. Not only did the drawing swordsman not exaggerate, they even said that it was too small, because they did not know the true strength of Xiao Hua's Phoenix celestial body. To be able to help a foundation establishment cultivator resist the power of the nascent soul stage, how could this celestial body be simple? But then a trace of greed flashed in Feng Buping's eyes. He was very clear about the potential and role of this Phoenix celestial body. If he could get the true Phoenix blood in Xiao Hua's body, he could cultivate such a Phoenix celestial body. Then his cultivation, the greed in Feng Buping's eyes became more and more fervent. Kacha, above a burst of thunder, not only did it flash within 100 feet, but it also condensed within 100 feet, and completely shattered the wind blades that wanted to press down on Xiaohua. "Take this!" Xiaohua roared, and the thunder escape technique was displayed again. His figure followed the flashing thunder and lightning, and rushed towards Feng Buping like a flash of lightning. "Ha!" Feng Buping laughed, and the magic staff in his hand also swayed. His wings flashed, and a faint blue light flashed on the magic staff. Together with the light blue on his arm and wrist, he attacked Xiaohua. Bang! There was a loud noise, and at the same time, there were countless airflows from the collision of the two. "Ayo!" Xiaohua roared, and it seemed that he was extremely happy. His whole body turned a few times in midair, and suddenly his body grew again. The wishful steel staff appeared in front of Feng Buping's forehead. Bang bang bang! Feng Buping saw this and sneered. The dark magic staff was swung and danced. Why would Xiaohua be afraid of him? The heavenly staff technique was like a whirlwind, and in a breath, the magic staff and the wishful steel staff had already collided more than 10 times. Words were already unable to describe the danger and power of the stab. If there were bystanders by the side, they would certainly be fascinated. Both of them had good staff techniques and great strength. One was like a flood dragon coming out of the sea, the other was like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain. One staff shadows were like mountains and ridges, while the other's staff shadows were like waves and tides. Not to mention that the heaven and earth spirit chi within 100 miles had been completely stirred up, causing the surrounding snow to be blown into the air by the wind and clouds. Even the layer of ice on the frozen lake had been completely shattered by the staff, turning into several feet of ice. Under the layer of ice that was more than 100 feet thick, the azure lake water was also surging. Waves surged violently towards the sky, displaying the heaven-defying, almighty abilities of a bird cultivator and a human cultivator. Refreshing, refreshing. Xiaohua fought fiercely, and the mood that had been suppressed was released freely. For a moment, his body was light and his spirit was flying. He shouted loudly, and the wishful steel staff in his hand was really like an ancient great weapon. This guy, on the other hand, Feng Buping had reached an unexpected limit. The light blue brilliance on his body flashed incessantly, and from time to time, he turned his spiritual power into strength to meet Xiaohua's staff. He really did not know what Xiaohua's wishful steel staff was. His magic staff was already the heaviest staff he could find, but obviously, Xiaohua's wishful staff was several times, or even dozens of times heavier than his magic staff. Moreover, he knew that he must not be hit by this wishful staff. If he was hit by the wishful staff, not to mention that he was an animal cultivator who had been tempered thousands of times, not to mention that his cultivation base was comparable to that of a sword, even if he was hit by the wishful staff, he would still be smashed into pieces. Bang, another blow. Xiaohua's wishful steel staff was like an arm from his crotch, and it went straight to Feng Buping's forehead. Feng Buping blocked in panic, and his left hand was abnormally sore and numb. "I can't go on like this." Feng Buping realized that he had fallen into Xiaohua's trap. Xiaohua's strength seemed to be endless, but Feng Buping's own spiritual power was not endless. Wu, Feng Buping turned around, and his figure flew high into the air. He opened his mouth, and a light blue ball of light, smaller than a goose egg, flew out. As soon as the ball of light appeared, its strength set off endless wind and waves. It seemed that the spiritual power of heaven and earth within a dozen miles had a life of its own, and it happily flew toward this ball of light. Inner core? Xiaohua saw that the spiritual power of heaven and earth could not be controlled, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. The phoenix celestial body let out a long cry, and the flashing lightning phoenix claws suddenly danced. At this time, in the sky, the red clouds were deep, and the surrounding 100 miles were tightly covered. In the dark and thick clouds, various colors of lightning were faintly moving. Ka-cha-cha, a burst of heavenly thunder sounded, and with the wave of the phoenix claws, the heavenly thunder that had been brewing for a long time rumbled and struck, striking toward Feng Buping, toward the inner core, and also toward the wind blades that were condensing within a dozen miles. Xiaohua was not idle. His figure flew up again, and the wishful steel staff was raised high, and once again struck toward Feng Buping. "Io!" This guy's phoenix celestial body seems to be different from ordinary celestial bodies. Feng Buping noticed a trace of abnormality. When ordinary cultivators used the celestial body secret technique, they could no longer use other techniques, and the celestial body of ordinary cultivators could not be more than a few feet away from their physical body. But Xiaohua's celestial body not only attacked Feng Buping from a high altitude, but also from more than 200 feet away from Xiaohua. What made Feng Buping even more alarmed was that the phoenix celestial body was simply like another beast cultivator, independently using the thunder-attracting technique, easily controlling the heavenly thunder, and using the lightning as an instrument to strike his most powerful reliance, the wind bead. Fortunately, Feng Buping was a beast cultivator comparable to the nascent soul stage, and his primordial spirit also had its own uniqueness. While most of his primordial spirit concentrated on resisting Xiaohua's attacks, a small part of his primordial spirit could also control the wind bead. But seeing the rolling wind blades, stabbing toward the phoenix celestial body from more than 10 miles away, the extremely sharp blade not only made a chi-chi sound in the air, but also slightly flashed with a grayish-black color. The void was pierced by the wind blades. But no matter how powerful the wind blades were, they could not be compared to the heavenly thunder. The phoenix celestial body was like the god of thunder, surrounded by lightning, and was incomparably majestic. The phoenix celestial body was like a rock in the storm, majestic and unmoving in the sea of wind blades. Another phoenix cry resounded through the world, and hundreds of heavenly thunder roared down from the sky. Not only were the wind blades within a few miles completely shattered, but even Feng Buping's wind bead was also hit until its brilliance dimmed and slightly shrunk. On the other hand, Feng Buping was in an even more pathetic state. Lightning flashed on his wings like maggots that could not be removed. The lightning not only penetrated Feng Buping's sword yuan, it also penetrated deep into his mortal body and struck his meridians. "Let's do it again." At this moment, Xiaohua shouted again, and the wishful staff swept across. The sound of the sweeping wind was much stronger than before, and there were also ripples at the head of the staff. Feng Buping did not dare to neglect. He took a deep breath, and his wings fluttered, catching the power of the wind blades, and waved the staff out. Dang! Feng Buping's body was unstable and flew back. Xiaohua was also shocked. It was his body that also flew back, like a leaf in the autumn wind. This guy has no strength left. Seeing this scene, Feng Buping's somewhat sunken heart glowed with vitality again. He was already close to exhaustion, and the limit of his sword origin. How could Xiaohua be any better? Now, whoever could persist to the end would be the winner. However, all of a sudden, an extremely bad feeling rose in his heart. This was a pure strange feeling, and there was no reason for it at all. What's wrong? Feng Buping hurriedly looked around, but in the entire battlefield, except for the two people who were fighting to the death, there was no abnormality. Moreover, within a dozen miles, it was completely shrouded in wind blades and heavenly thunder. Even if someone came, without the strength of nascent soul, it was impossible to invade. However, just when Feng Buping turned his eyes and saw Xiaohua's figure that was defeated by the wind bead, Feng Buping suddenly woke up. He hurriedly said, "Damn you little bastard." Unfortunately, Feng Buping was too late. Xiaohua pretended to be hit by Feng Buping and flew back more than 10 feet, and fell near the wind bead. Just when Feng Buping felt that something was wrong, Xiaohua had already used the wind escape, like a cloud floating to the side of the wind bead. With a wave of his big sleeve, the heaven and earth sleeve technique was used, and suddenly the wind bead was covered. In an instant, Feng Buping lost control of the wind bead. Feng Buping's face instantly turned pale. He clearly remembered that even the talisman given by the senior, which said that as long as he saw the soaring dragon scissors, even if a nascent soul cultivator was on the side, a sword transformation swordsman could not stop the talisman, but it was blocked by Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve technique. How could he stop Xiaohua? Sure enough, when Xiaohua turned his head, with a smile on his face showing his white teeth, there was no light blue brilliance in the air, and the wind blades within a dozen miles had completely lost their lives, and the power of the wind howling immediately calmed down. "Thank you, fellow Daoist." Xiaohua grinned. "However, if fellow Daoist gives me your life, I will be even more grateful." While speaking, Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body swung its claws, and dozens of thumb-sized heavenly thunder appeared out of thin air, striking towards Feng Buping. Xiaohua caught the lightning and quickly flew over, raising the wishful staff high. Feng Buping flapped his wings, and without the wind bead, it was difficult for him to control the spiritual energy within a dozen miles. He could only rely on the wind blades to barely block the dozens of heavenly thunder, and Xiaohua's wishful staff immediately sent him flying. Feng Buping was really flying backwards, completely flying away from the phoenix celestial body. Feng Buping was a little desperate, but he still snorted coldly. But at this moment, the brilliance around his body flashed rapidly, and the fluctuations that had begun to decline became weaker and weaker. "This is bad." Feng Buping's struggle was immediately drowned out by reality. Feng Buping's divine sense swept and saw the mess within a dozen miles. He knew that it would not be easy to escape today, and then his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth, and the brilliance around his body suddenly grew, and then his wings seemed to have grown several feet. His whole body rolled up wind blades and flew toward Xiaohua. "Old man, give me your life." Xiaohua naturally also saw Feng Buping's decline and knew that this guy was fighting like a cornered beast. He only needed to prevent him from jumping over the wall like a rabbit, and he would definitely be able to kill him. Seeing Feng Buping waving his magic staff, Xiaohua also raised his wishful staff to meet it, and the phoenix celestial body on the side of Feng Buping also waved its claws, and more than a dozen lightning bolts were drawn down from the sky by the celestial body. Dang! The two collided, and Feng Buping's strength was obviously declining, and Xiaohua effortlessly sent Feng Buping flying. Seeing that Feng Buping was also retreating in the direction of the phoenix celestial body, Xiaohua frowned slightly, puzzled. Could it be that this guy still has some tricks up his sleeve? Thinking about it, the phoenix celestial body's lightning struck Feng Buping, blocking Feng Buping's further approach. Feng Buping screamed, and the lightning around his body shone brightly, and in the dazzling lightning, the light blue brilliance bloomed with the lightning. Ouch! A palpitating feeling suddenly emerged from Xiaohua's karma hand. Xiaohua was shocked, and his figure hurriedly retreated, and the phoenix celestial body also flapped its wings, preparing to fly away. It was just that the phoenix celestial body was more than 400 feet, and just as the wind and lightning stirred, the brilliance around Feng Buping's body rapidly shrank, and his body of more than 10 feet also rapidly collapsed, and in a flash, it turned into a ball of thumb size. After the thumb-sized brilliance was annihilated, it turned into a ball of gray, and that gray color quickly rotated, gradually turning into black and white, and when the black and white colors were born, a strong suction force was born from the black and white colors. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding 3,000 feet rushed into the black and white. Along with this hurricane, everything within 3,000 feet, whether it was snow, ice, or green lake water, was lifted up and rushed into the black and white. This is a space crack? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Feng Buping, this old man actually risked his life to tear open a space crack? He only has the strength of a sword, how is it possible? But Xiaohua already had no time to think. That irresistible suction force had already torn his phoenix celestial body, and one of the phoenix celestial body's wings had already been pulled into the black and white space crack. And at this time, that space crack had already shrunk to the size of a pinky. I only need to hold on until this crack closes. Xiaohua turned around and used the thunder riding technique, pouring all the spiritual energy in his body into it. He understood that as long as he rushed out of the tear of this space crack, the phoenix celestial body would naturally fly away with him. However, he had fought with Feng Buping for a long time. How much spiritual energy was left in his body? Although he tried his best to fly out and fight against the suction force of the space crack, he could only ensure that he was not sucked in. As for escaping from the suction of this space crack, it could only be said to be a dream. Chapter 2401. The Phoenix Avatar let out a mournful cry. Half of the Avatar was already pulled into the space crack. The lightning from the Phoenix's claws were all thrown into the space crack. It was completely useless. What should I do now? Xiaohua tightly clenched his teeth and tried his best to absorb the Phoenix Avatar back into his body. However, his magic power was simply too weak under the power of space. It was even weaker than that of an infant. The Phoenix Avatar let out a final cry. The remaining half of the Avatar was quickly stretched out and was sucked into the space crack like a bird returning to its nest. At this time, the space crack was only the size of a grain of rice. However, the suction force was actually doubled. Xiaohua's body was also involuntarily sucked back. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand and threw a green spirit pill into his mouth. A surge of magic power was produced from his meridians. Roar! The dragon transformation art suddenly revolved. The heaven infusion technique also poured the remaining spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, forcefully slowing down Xiaohua's speed. Wu! A whistling sound that was even louder than a dragon's roar came from midair. An incomparably huge force that even if Xiaohua's cultivation was 10 times higher, he would not be able to resist pulled Xiaohua towards the direction of the whistling sound. It's over! Xiaohua was completely disheartened. Whoosh! Just when Xiaohua's figure was being pulled out of shape and was about to fall into the spatial crack, at this critical moment, the whistling sound suddenly stopped, and the enormous suction force also stopped abruptly. Xiaohua's body shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. That space crack, the space crack that Feng Buping used the secret technique of life to tear open, disappeared. Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. A kind of joy of rebirth filled his chest. He somersaulted a dozen times in midair before stopping in midair. What a pity for my Phoenix Avatar. I was actually tricked by that bastard Feng Buping and actually fell into the space crack. Xiaohua calmed down slightly and stood in midair. However, being able to keep my life is better than anything else. Immediately after, Xiaohua sensed the primordial spirit that merged with the Phoenix Avatar. There was no trace of it at all. I wonder where the Phoenix Avatar fell. Damn it, looks like I have to take a look at that magic bamboo slip when I have the time. Feng Buping, that guy, had just forcefully raised his cultivation base to the level of sword transformation. How could he tear the space apart? What kind of secret technique is this guy using? Thinking of Feng Buping's secret technique, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This time, we really suffered a big loss. Feng Buping's body is completely gone, and his storage bag is nowhere to be seen. I'm afraid that it fell into the space crack along with this damn thing. His secret technique is naturally untraceable. I even lost my Dharma body. Sigh, my Dharmakaya, how am I going to explain this to Fairy Hongxia? Soon after, Xiaohua's figure descended from the sky. At this moment, the entire ice lake was in an abnormal mess. Not only was the entire ice lake completely gone, even the huge crater in the middle looked as if it had been hacked by countless giant axes. Also, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a dozen li had been sucked away by the space crack. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like a gale blowing over. It was like the wind was swirling and the clouds were constantly changing. Sigh. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and did not find any trace of Feng Buping's storage bag. He could not help but feel disappointed. Just as he was about to fly away, his eyes lit up again. He saw that on the distant stone wall, a fist-sized black spot had appeared within the green mountain. Magic staff, damn it, at least there is some compensation. Xiaohua flew over and reached out his hand to pull out Feng Buping's magic staff from the stone wall. This magic staff was actually not sucked away by the suction force of the space crack. How lucky! Immediately after, Xiaohua did not hesitate to put it into the space. He carefully looked around and made sure that there was nothing left behind. Only then did he immediately activate his remaining spiritual energy and flew towards the direction of Xuanyan School's spirit stone mine. The talisman that wanted to take away the Tingjiao shears had already flown away. Who knew when the owner of the talisman would come? One phone booping almost caused Xiaohua to fall into the space crack. If that person came, what good would Xiaohua have? After Xiaohua flew away, another 10 days passed. A faint golden light flew over from the north, swaying as it arrived. When it flew to the original ice lake, it immediately stopped. An extremely cold divine sense swept down, directly looking at the surrounding 10 li immediately. That golden light made another turn and flew towards the west. From start to finish, that golden light did not disperse, and there was no way to see the appearance of the person inside the golden light. Xiaohua, after escaping from Feng Buping's calamity, used the hibernating thunder escape and flew towards Xuanyan School's spirit stone mine. He flew while taking medicinal pills, trying his best to recover his spiritual energy. After waiting for a day, he arrived at an even colder place. 10 li away from Xiaohua, there was a huge ice lake. This ice lake was 10 times larger than the ice lake where Xiaohua fought with Feng Buping. At this time, this ice lake had the same appearance as the previous ice lake. All the ice layers and lake water had disappeared, directly revealing the deep bottom of the lake. It was as if the woman in the same dress had all the barriers removed. All the secrets at the bottom of the lake were also revealed. Similar to the spirit stone mine at Golden Spring Mountain, there were many caves and many veins that were deeply engraved at various places at the bottom of the lake, crisscrossing. Of course, at this time, the bottom of the lake was in a mess. The flames, the smoke, the traces of magical weapons, the scattered bloodstains, and the corpses that were not completely collected, all showed how tragic the previous battle was. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, only to see that within the spirit stone mine, it was already completely under the control of sword cultivators. Groups after groups of sword cultivators slowly searched the bottom of the lake, as if they were looking for surviving swordsmen. There were also some swordsmen escorting captured and injured cultivators, entering the spirit stone mine. The ones closest to Xiaohua were some 6th-grade swordsmen that flew several hundred zhang away from the spirit stone mine. Yes, at this time, within the spirit stone mine, there is only 1 2nd-grade illusory swordsman and over 1,000 drawn swordsmen. As for the captured cultivators, I don't know how many. Xiaohua concealed himself in midair, inwardly pondering, if I want to obtain news of Xiao Mao, I still need to find that captured cultivator. Or wait for the swordsman to gather all the cultivator corpses together. At this time, Xiaohua's magic power was exhausted. He did not want to rashly cause trouble. After thinking for a moment, he found a nearby cave to hide in and took an azure spirit pill. When the morning of the 2nd day arrived, he felt that his magic power had recovered by more than half. Only then did he open his eyes, escape out of the cave, and fly above the ice lake. When he was near the patrolling sword cultivators, Xiaohua used a concealment technique to conceal his tracks, and secretly flew into the spirit stone mine. After a night of rest, the spirit stone mine was already a lot cleaner. Many cultivator corpses were gathered together, waiting for a unified destruction. Xiaohua slightly wrinkled his brows, carefully looking over the corpses. He did not see any that resembled Xiao Mao. However, he could not be sure. After all, he had not seen Xiao Mao for a long time. Since the search was fruitless, Xiaohua could only once again enter the spirit stone mine. After capturing another swordsman, Xiaohua found the location of the captured cultivator. This was a rather large cave. In front of the cave, there were no swordsmen guarding it. There was only a long flying sword floating at the entrance of the cave. That flying sword slowly rotated at the entrance of the cave, faintly overflowing with sword light. Presumably, if a cultivator escaped from the cave, they would immediately be killed by this flying sword. Xiaohua looked left and right to see that there was no one around. As if nothing had happened, he revealed himself in front of the cave entrance. Just as his figure appeared, the flying sword at the entrance of the cave immediately sensed him. It suddenly flashed, and a sword light rushed out from the flying sword, piercing towards Xiaohua's throat. A mere sword formation dares to show off its power in front of this Xiao? Xiao Hua coldly snorted, and with a universe in the sleeve, the sword light was immediately annihilated. Then, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and very easily took the flying sword from the entrance of the cave. He casually threw it into the space. Xiao Hua was now proficient in the 7 stars great array, so this little protective sword formation was naturally not under his command. When Xiao Hua stepped into the cave, he walked along the mountain path for more than 1,000 feet. His eyes suddenly opened up, and it was actually 1,000 feet wide space. It was clearly an abandoned spirit stone mine. At this moment, there were hundreds of Dao sect cultivators lying, sitting, and standing in the space. Moreover, these hundreds of Dao sect disciples were divided into several groups. They were whispering softly, and there were even moaning sounds. Only a dozen or so disciples were sitting cross-legged, adjusting their breathing. When they saw someone enter, everyone stopped whispering, and only the moaning sounds continued. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciple? A sharp-eyed Xuanyan school disciple suddenly shouted, "Why did you come in? What's so strange about it?" This guy was also captured by the sword cultivators. A disciple at the side actually said with schadenfreude, "I naturally know that this Imperial Thunder Sect disciple was captured. What I mean is, why is this Imperial Thunder Sect disciple here?" That disciple explained. "Then you'll have to ask him." After that disciple finished speaking, he ignored him and said something to the people beside him. Everyone had the same thought, and the whispers rose again. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, and he already understood that these Xuanyan school disciples' cultivation was sealed. Regardless of magic power or divine sense, they were unable to use it. Naturally, they did not know that they were not bound. However, Xiao Hua ignored them. His gaze was like lightning, and his footsteps were steady. As he walked, he looked around. After looking for a while, he still did not find any trace of Xiao Mao. At this moment, the bystanders also noticed that something was wrong. "Fellow Daoist from the Imperial Thunder Sect, are you looking for someone?" A seemingly amiable disciple whispered. Xiao Hua was about to answer when he heard a slightly surprised voice from a distant corner. "Xiao Hua? Your Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua? Oh, there's an old friend here?" Xiao Hua was stunned. In Xuanyan school, other than Zhuo Qingyuan and Xiao Mao, he did not know anyone else. Who could it be? However, that person limped out from the corner. Looking at the unfamiliar face, Xiao Hua was not sure if he really knew this person. Chapter 2402. Fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "How do you know me?" Haha, that disciple stood there with difficulty and returned the greeting. Zhang Xiaojiang participated in the Taiqing sect's Feather Immortal Assembly with fellow Daoist Xiao. However, we were not in the same group and never met. Fellow Daoist Xiao fought Yun Jiechong in the assembly, which was also witnessed by me, so I have a deep impression of fellow Daoist Xiao. I see. Xiao Hua nodded, looked at Zhang Xiaojiang and said, "Since you are an old friend from the Feather Immortal Assembly, I naturally can't stand by and watch." As he spoke, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and Zhang Xiaojiang felt his meridians loosen, and his true essence began to flow again. "Oh, so fellow Daoist Xiao wasn't captured?" Zhang Xiaojiang was overjoyed. "When did I say I was captured?" Xiao Hua waved his hand, took out some healing pills from the space, looked at the nearby disciples and said, "These pills are for fellow Daoist Zhang." Great. Zhang Xiaojiang and the others' storage bags were taken away by the sword cultivator, so how could they have healing pills? Xiao Hua's medicinal pills were a timely rain. Hearing Zhang Xiaojiang's cry, all the surrounding disciples quieted down, and their eyes flashed with surprise. Of course, Xuanyan School was a large sect after all, and the disciples didn't panic when they saw that there was a chance of survival. They all sat down quietly, waiting for Zhang Xiaojiang's rescue. Zhang Xiaojiang took the pills, slightly adjusted his breathing, and walked to the side of the Xuanyan School disciple. He hit this person with a spell, wanting to remove the sword cultivator's restriction. However, he tried several times, but it didn't work. He didn't know if it was because his magic power was insufficient or because the sword cultivator's restriction was strange. Xiaohua frowned as he watched from the side. He also had the same plan, to let Zhang Xiaojiang save the Xuanyan school disciple himself, and he didn't need to do anything. Fellow Daoist Xiao, Zhang Xiaojiang said awkwardly, I ask fellow Daoist Xiao to help. Xiaohua didn't have anything to decline, but he still asked, I came here to find a person, may I know which fellow Daoist has seen Xiao Mao? Xiao Mao? Zhang Xiaojiang shook his head slightly. Clearly, he did not know Xiao Mao. Senior brother Xiao. A disciple in the distance hurriedly raised his hand and said, I know Xiao Mao. However, the battle was too chaotic, so I don't know where Xiao Mao is. I don't know if he escaped or, is there anyone else who knows him? Xiao Huafei asked. With a flick of his sleeve, he removed the restriction on that disciple. The next few disciples also said that they knew Xiao Mao, but none of them could tell where he was. What should we do? Xiao Hua frowned. Perhaps he really escaped? Fellow Daoist Xiao, what does Xiao Mao look like? Perhaps other disciples have seen it before? Zhang Xiaojiang saw that Xiao Hua was somewhat anxious, so he came up with an idea. Hee, this Xiao really doesn't know what Xiao Mao looks like right now. Xiao Hua laughed. When a disciple who knew Xiao Mao described his appearance, a tall and thin disciple immediately raised his hand and said, I've seen this disciple before. How is he? Xiao Hua immediately removed the restriction on that disciple and asked anxiously. He was restrained by an illusory sword cultivator and taken away. The disciple thought for a moment and said, at that time he was beside this disciple. There were also a few disciples who were taken away. Xiao Hua originally wanted to ask, where did they go? But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that something was wrong. How could these disciples know where the illusory sword cultivator went? Sure enough, the disciple smiled bitterly. This disciple was also restrained by the illusory sword cultivator. I don't know where they went. Thank you very much. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, looked at the hundreds of Xuanyan school disciples' longing eyes, and said with a smile, wait a moment. It's not that this Xiao doesn't want to remove the restriction for you, but this place is too dangerous. If this Xiao helps you remove the restriction, this Xiao's magic power will be gone, and I won't even be able to protect myself. Zhang Xiaojiang was somewhat disappointed in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Hua said again, just like before, stay here obediently. In less than an hour, there will naturally be someone who will take you away. With that, Xiao Hua turned around and was about to leave, but as if he thought of something, he turned around and said a few words to Zhang Xiaojiang. Zhang Xiaojiang's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and then he nodded slightly. With a clap of his hand, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took it and didn't stay any longer, floating away from the cave. Senior brother Zhang. After Xiao Hua left, the disciple familiar with Zhang Xiaojiang couldn't help but ask, this Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Where did he come from? How could he come to my Xuanyan school's spirit stone vein? How could he easily break the sword formation of a sword cultivator? How could he directly come to this cave? Zhang Xiaojiang didn't wait for the disciple to finish speaking, and said with a bitter smile, this brother also doesn't know. I only saw him at the Taiqing sect's Feather Immortal assembly dozens of years ago, and we haven't seen each other since then. If it wasn't for the fact that his face didn't change, I wouldn't have been able to recognize him. Oh my, so he participated in the Feather Immortal assembly before. The disciple nodded. No wonder he could so easily. Speaking of this, the disciple looked Zhang Xiaojiang up and down and asked curiously, Senior brother Zhang, what's this Xiao Hua's cultivation level? Since he participated in the Feather Immortal assembly with you, his cultivation level should be similar to yours. How could he easily enter this place? The peak of the initial stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Zhang Xiaojiang had already recovered his cultivation level, so it was very easy for him to sense Xiao Hua's concealed cultivation level. He answered without hesitation, Moreover, Xiaohua was only at the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm during the Feather Immortal Assembly. Strange. The disciple was even more confused. Senior brother Zhang couldn't break the sword cultivator's restriction, but he could so easily break it. Then, the disciple looked elsewhere. Those places were naturally the places where the disciples whose restrictions had been broken by Xiaohua tried to break the restriction for others. As for the jade slip that Zhang Xiaojiang gave Xiaohua, no one asked much about it. Everyone thought that it was the price Xiaohua had to pay for saving Zhang Xiaojiang, right? Putting aside the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples who were guessing Xiaohua's mysteriousness, Xiaohua himself came out of the cave and took out the flying sword again. He casually threw it on top of the cave. He didn't know how to set up a sword formation, but who didn't know how to do it? Xiaohua didn't believe that a sword cultivator who was currently busy would come here to check on the sword formation. Besides, he wouldn't give a sword cultivator the time to do so. After capturing a bright sword swordsman and asking about the location of the illusory sword swordsman who stayed behind, Xiaohua flew toward the depths of the spirit stone mine. Chapter 2403. In a brightly lit cave dwelling, Guan Peng was lazily sitting on a jade chair covered in spirit beast fur. His left hand was stretched out and his 5 fingers occasionally flicked as if he was plucking the strings of a zither. A sparkling and translucent jade cup floated above his left hand. As Guan Peng's fingers moved slightly, the jade cup rose and fell. The jade cup was filled with blood-red liquid. As the jade cup rose and fell, several drops of liquid splashed out. Guan Peng pursed his lips and several drops of liquid flew into his mouth. Guan Peng narrowed his eyes as if he was enjoying the taste of the blood-red liquid. After a long while, he opened his eyes and seemed to be talking to himself in his sleep. The taste of this blood crystal is truly ecstasy. These Dao sect cultivators really know how to enjoy themselves. Yes, wouldn't it be very lonely if one didn't have this kind of spirit wine to pass the time during one's dull cultivation? It's a pity that the warriors of my sword domain have to fight against soul cultivators every day to ensure the safety of our sword domain. What right do you Dao sect cultivators have to sit back and enjoy the credit of a swordsman? After I take down the spirit stone vein, I will replace Xuanyan cult in managing the spirit stone vein. This blood crystal, TVK, I will have to taste it more in the future. Guan Peng was very pleased with himself. Although no one was listening to him, he was still talking. His faint voice drifted within the cave dwelling, sweeping past the jade table, the thick crystal pillars and landing on the luxurious decorations within the cave dwelling. Guan Peng could not help but feel pleased with himself. The sword cultivators had been drooling over the Dao sect's spirit stone vein for a long time. However, during the fight for the spirit stone vein several years ago, the sword cultivators did not gain much of an advantage. Although they controlled a few spirit stone veins, most of them were similar to the spirit stone vein at Jingquan Mountain and were close to being abandoned. The sword cultivators also realized that while they were beating around the bush to lure the snake out of its hole, the Dao sect cultivators were also taking advantage of the situation and playing hard to get. The Dao sect cultivators were not working behind closed doors like they had imagined. On the other hand, Guan Peng's failing sword manor had received a piece of news. Xuanyan cult had the northernmost spirit stone vein in the Gale snowfield. Of course, this news had not been confirmed. Because the Gale snowfield was originally a part of the sword domain, Dao sect cultivators rarely came here. It was extremely inconvenient for Xuanyan cult to mine spirit stones here and exposed. Therefore, the failing sword manor sent Guan Peng to investigate this matter and see if the news was true or false. They also gave Guan Peng several hundred disciples. Of course, among these several hundred disciples, there were pregnant swords and also unsheathed swords. It was better than nothing. Failing sword manor did not take this matter seriously, but Guan Peng did not think so. He wanted to stand out in the sword battle. Using this opportunity, he not only joined forces with his good friend Liao Qinkong from the Flying Feather sect, but also got to know Yu Ming from the Quilted Mountain sect and Feng Buping from the herd of Macaw's Valley. They had planned for a long time and made use of Xuanyan cult's golden core cultivator Pang Chongtian's desire to make a big contribution to the Gale snowfield to set up an ambush to lure the Dao sect cultivators. Of course, luring Pang Chongtian was only a bait. Guan Peng's real goal was to let Pang Chongtian lead them to Xuanyan cult's spirit stone vein and find its location. They had hidden thousands of swordsmen near the Gale snowfield, and these swordsmen were the main force attacking Xuanyan cult's spirit stone vein. Damn it, the heavens are really helping me, allowing me to make a big contribution. Thinking of this, Guan Peng still had a smile on his face. If there were only the four of us illusory swordsmen, this Xuanyan cult's formation would not be easy to break. Who would have thought that someone would come to help at the crucial moment? It's a pity that Pang Chongtian realized his mistake in the end and used his death to activate a secret technique to cover Jiang Shan and the rest's escape. I was ambushed by that bastard, otherwise I would have followed them. Who? Just as Guan Peng was feeling proud, he suddenly sensed something and waved his hand. A red plum blossom bloomed from his hand and rushed through the jade cup in the air. The blood-red spirit wine in the jade cup spilled onto the red plum blossom. The drops of juice were like droplets of blood. Haha, you can actually detect my tracks. Your cultivation is really not bad. Laughing, Xiao Hua's figure appeared on the other side of the cave. Xiao Hua's figure appeared and with a wave of his hand, he took out the yang leaf fan. With a wave of his magic power, a thumb-sized fire snake flew out from the yang leaf fan and pounced on the red plum blossom. Sizzle, with a series of sounds, the fire snake wrapped around the red plum blossom. Like the passion of a rainy night, the fire snake excitedly killed the delicate red plum blossom. Oh, you're not that Seven Skills sect? No, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Seeing Xiao Hua's young face, Guan Peng's expression suddenly changed. Why are you here? Hehe, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked around. He smiled and said, Is it very important for me to be here? It seems your life is more important than my goal, right? Ha, Guan Peng laughed loudly. A Dao sect disciple whose cultivation is not even at the middle stage of foundation establishment dares to threaten me, an illusory swordsman. If this were to spread, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? Yes. Xiao Hua took a step forward and sat down on a jade chair. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, if an illusory swordsman were to fall at the hands of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how big of a joke would that be? Guan Peng clapped his hand and the red plum blossom sword appeared in his hand. The red plum blossom on the withered branch bloomed. If I were you, I wouldn't try it so easily. Xiao Hua coldly looked at the red plum sword without the slightest fear. This Xiao wants to make a deal with you with great sincerity. If you insist on teasing this Xiao's bottom line, this Xiao doesn't believe that a seriously injured illusory swordsman can escape from this Xiao's hands. You talk too much. How could Guan Peng take Xiao Hua's words to heart? With a wave of his hand, the red plum blossom sword appeared. Red plum blossoms the size of a fist flashed with a sword intent that could kill everything in winter. They swarmed toward Xiao Hua like a swarm of bees. Wherever the red plum blossoms passed, traces of coldness were drawn in, causing the water element's spiritual energy in the air to flicker with a faint light of ice. Hiss, sure enough, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily flew up from the jade chair and waved his sun leaf fan again. A fist-sized fireball flew out from the sun leaf fan like the rising sun and rushed into the air. The flames on the fireball burned fiercely, illuminating the entire cave and all the red plum blossoms. Explode, Xiao Hua coldly shouted. The fireball exploded with a loud bang. Countless tiny flame fragments fluttered like fireflies and rushed toward the red plum blossoms. Swish, swish, a series of burning sounds could be heard. Guan Peng's red plum blossom flying sword was completely enveloped in flames. Whenever the flame threads approached the red plum blossoms, an irresistible heat wave would immediately break the ice of the red plum blossoms. The red plum blossoms were gradually annihilated by the fierce sword light in the cave. Similarly, the sparks also slowly disappeared. You're just a junior who relies on magic treasures. Seeing the power of Xiao Hua's sun leaf fan, Guan Peng forcibly suppressed the boiling sword origin in his body. He opened his mouth and a small dark red sword whistled toward Xiao Hua. As the small sword flew out, a slight blush appeared on Guan Peng's face. Moreover, the sword light around his body also flickered frequently. Xiao Hua was also somewhat flustered. He waved his sun leaf fan with all his might. Another fireball that was slightly smaller than the previous one flew out and met the small sword. The small sword was very agile. It shuttled back and forth between several zhang as if it was dodging the fireball. However, the fireball was not inferior. It blocked the small sword and prevented it from passing through. Swish, the small sword saw that it could not avoid it and stabbed toward the fireball. The fireball suddenly lit up and was immediately annihilated. The small sword actually pierced through the fireball and stabbed toward Xiao Hua's face with incomparable speed. Kikidisk, Xiao Hua's face was a little panicked, but he still clicked his tongue. His figure flashed quickly, and in an instant he dodged the flying sword. Then he waved his Yang Yi fan again, and a fire net covered the entire small sword. Seeing Xiao Hua's fast-flying technique, Guan Peng suddenly thought of a name and said with some astonishment, You're that terrifying phoenix from the Imperial Thunder sect? Not bad, it's really me. Xiao Hua's figure floated down and looked at Guan Peng with interest. His face was immensely proud. Since you know it's me, you still dare to provoke me? However, since you've already made your move, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, he raised his sun leaf fan again and waved it toward Guan Peng. Wait, at this moment, Guan Peng suddenly raised his hand and said, Terrifying Phoenix, you said you wanted to make a deal with this old man. I wonder what it is? What? Are you afraid? Xiao Hua's face showed a trace of pride. The waving of his sun leaf fan stopped and the brilliance on it also slowly extinguished. Afraid? Guan Peng laughed loudly. You're only a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Even if you have some secret technique, can you resist this old man's illusory sword technique? You're called Terrifying Phoenix, but you're just a shining swordsman. That's the name of a swordsman. To be honest, in this old man's eyes, it's just a joke. Xiao Hua's face alternated between red and green, as if he was very embarrassed. He said with a bit of shame and anger, Since that's the case, this Xiao is too lazy to make any deal with you. Come, this Xiao wants to see who will die here today. As he spoke, he waved his sun leaf fan again. Little friend Xiao, don't be impatient. Guan Peng saw Xiao Hua's shame and anger and hurriedly waved his hand. However, he was secretly amused and said to himself, This little cultivator fishing for fame. If you're not afraid, then make your move. Xiao Hua said coldly and looked again at the small sword trapped in the fire net. Guan Peng laughed and casually sat down. He resumed his previous lazy appearance and methodically poured a cup of blood crystal. He took a sip and said, Little friend Xiao, have you drunk this blood crystal before? Xiao Hua was stunned and didn't understand Guan Peng's meaning. After a while, he replied, This Xiao doesn't like spiritual wine. I don't know what blood crystal is. Chapter 2404. Oh, you don't know what blood crystal is, so how do you know it's spiritual wine? Guan Peng ignored the small sword that was enveloped by the fire net and continued to speak patiently. What do you mean? Xiao Hua was a bit anxious, as if he had something on his mind. Little friend Xiao, don't be anxious. Guan Peng laughed. My life is in your hands, but I'm not anxious. What are you anxious about? Could it be that you're afraid I won't be able to complete the deal with you if I die? Xiao Hua was a bit speechless. I don't mean anything by saying this. I just want to tell you that just like you know blood crystal is the best spiritual wine in Xuanyan school, but you don't have the chance to taste it. My flying sword is indeed trapped by you, but if you want to kill me, you won't have the chance either. At the very least, I can use a sword cultivation secret technique to drag you down with me. I don't believe you, Xiao Hua said resolutely. You don't believe me? You can try. Guan Peng leisurely took a sip of spiritual wine, squinted his eyes, and quietly looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua waved his sun leaf fan, and flames burst out from the fan, like a roaring fire phoenix. However, this fire phoenix flew up a few feet and then fell back down. Xiao Hua sat down with a smile. How could I be an unintelligent person, falling into your trap? Hee, little friend Xiao is indeed powerful. Guan Ping didn't miss the opportunity to flatter Xiao Hua, as expected of a terrifying phoenix. It's nothing. Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with pride. I'm only here to negotiate with you. If I take your life, it's not worth it. Oh, right, I still haven't asked for your name? I'm Guan Peng from Flying Spirit Mountain Village. Guan Peng didn't hide and said generously. Good, Senior Guan. Xiao Hua also cupped his hands and said, Senior is older than me. Here, there's no difference between Dao and sword. I'll call you Senior. Little friend Xiao is indeed talented. Guan Peng smiled and returned the greeting. All right, I won't waste any more time. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said, When I used the secret technique to come in, the sword cultivation disciples were cultivating. Someone might come in a while. I'm very scared. It's good that little friend Xiao knows. Guan Peng was still smiling. You and I are only here to discuss a deal. If both sides benefit, then I won't cause any more problems. We can't talk about mutual benefits right now. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and said very honestly, Senior Guan can only use his life to agree to this Xiao's conditions. And, go ahead, this old man is listening. Guan Peng did not hesitate and asked in a low voice. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. His eyes turned slightly as if he was thinking of something. Guan Peng saw it clearly. Senior Guan, Xiao Hua looked around and said with a smile, It seems that there are 3 senior illusory swords in the Gale Snowfield, right? Where did they go? Them? Guan Peng sneered. They naturally went to Yin Yang. They naturally went to the place they wanted to go. If they were here, how could this old man, Yin Yang? Xiao Hua frowned. However, he couldn't stay here any longer. He wanted to use a thunderous method to restrain Guan Peng, or even kill him. The problem was that he wanted to know where Xiao Mao was taken to by the illusory swordsman. He didn't know if his Buddhist sect's divine ability would be able to obtain the information he wanted from Guan Peng's soul. After all, a sword cultivator had fought with a soul cultivator for many years. Xiao Hua couldn't take that risk. Since they aren't here, this Xiao can rest assured. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Guan Peng suddenly asked, Could it be that you didn't encounter it? Xiao Hua was stunned. It's fine. Guan Peng sneered. If you met them, you wouldn't be standing here right now. Xiao Hua didn't say anything. What about Ling Yunwu? Guan Peng asked again. Who is Ling Yunwu? Xiao Hua asked curiously, then sneered. Don't try to stall for time. This Xiao is the one asking you questions. Ling Yunwu naturally died at Golden Spring Mountain. Forget it. What does the Ling Feng sword sect have to do with this old man? This old man doesn't need to care about their life or death. Tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with this old man? Guan Peng sighed slightly and asked again. Xiao Hua smiled, looked at the small sword within the flames, and said, Actually, what this Xiao wants to do, does Senior not know? Do you still need this Xiao to say it? You want to save those hundreds of cultivators from Xuanyan school? Guan Peng said proudly. Clap clap, Xiao Hua clapped and laughed. Talking to smart people is really easy. This Xiao hasn't even opened my mouth, yet Senior already knows. That's impossible. Guan Peng flatly refused. Those are hundreds of cultivators. To this old man, it's a great merit. This old man definitely can't let it go. Yes, to Senior, it's a great merit. But to this Xiao, isn't it also a great merit? Xiao Hua laughed loudly. This Xiao braved death to come here, isn't it for this merit? If you have the heart, save those hundreds of cultivators from the hands of my sword cultivators, your merit will be even greater. Guan Peng said disdainfully. Xiaohua smiled with interest. How do you know this Xiao didn't save those 400 cultivators? Why do you think this Xiao won't fight? You actually really saved those 400 cultivators? Guan Peng was somewhat astonished. How could there be 400? Xiaohua was angry. There are less than 200 cultivators left. Guan Peng was also angry. You only have 200 cultivators left. What about my swordsmen? How many did you kill? In a sword battle, you and I are enemies. What's the point of saying so much? Sigh, yes. Xiaohua sighed. It's precisely because of this that this Xiao came to negotiate with you. Don't tell me you also captured my hundreds of swordsmen? Guan Peng was clearly somewhat astonished. Xiaohua said honestly, this Xiao doesn't have any swordsmen. This Xiao only has you, the illusory swordsman. You don't seem to have completely controlled this old man, right? You have too much confidence in yourself. Guan Peng had an indescribable smile on his face, as if he didn't care about Xiaohua's threat at all. Xiaohua was very clear in his heart that Guan Peng had just forcefully activated his natal sword origin, causing his injuries to worsen again. If he hadn't forcefully supported himself in front of him and fought for leverage, he would have already collapsed. However, Xiaohua didn't expose him and said with a smile, this matter isn't just based on words. If Senior doesn't want to make a deal with this Xiao, then just say it, we'll part ways. Of course, seeing Guan Peng's somewhat cold face, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, how can Senior's life be compared to those several hundred Xuanyan school disciples? Senior has taken down Xuanyan school's spirit stone mine. This kind of great merit. Since the start of the war, how many people have been able to achieve this kind of great merit? However, if the person who achieved this great merit silently passes away, wouldn't that be a pity? This merit would just be taken advantage of by others. This old man is fighting for sword domain. How can I care about these false merits and false reputation? Guan Peng replied with a stern expression, this old man would rather die together with you, and definitely won't make an unscrupulous deal with you. Sigh, admirable, admirable. Xiaohua cupped his hands, his face extremely respectful, and said, I didn't think that there would be such a righteous person like Senior among sword cultivators. Guan Peng sneered. Pity. Xiaohua turned his head and sneered again. Pity that Senior is dead, who would still remember Senior. That Ling Yunwu, the swordsman that Senior mentioned just now, to be honest, they didn't die in this Xiao's hands, but they were trapped by the great array of Mount Quanjin and died in the end. But their deaths, who is responsible for it now? Isn't it this Xiao's head? Who would still think of the dead Ling Yunwu? When mentioning him, they would first mention this Xiao. Their deaths can only make this Xiao's name, what else can it do? Immediately after, Xiaohua looked at Guan Peng's small sword, and said with a sinister smile, naturally, Senior can also sacrifice his life for righteousness. Then, in the end, it will also make this Xiao. Another illusory swordsman's death is related to the terrifying phoenix. Why wouldn't this Xiao be happy? Actually, I won't hide it from Senior, this Xiao came this time to kill Senior, but seeing Senior, we can be considered to have hit it off, so I said a few more words. Guan Peng coldly looked at Xiaohua. He wanted to urge the flying sword more than once, but that flying sword only had a trace of connection with him. It wanted to rush out of Xiaohua's fire net several times, but it was all to no avail. He clearly knew that Xiaohua's magic power was only so. If his sword origin wasn't damaged, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Unfortunately, this was only if, in this world, there was never anything lucky. Didn't Xiaohua see through this point? So he stood here facing an illusory swordsman and spoke with assurance? Little friend Xiao, if you could remove the seal of those hundreds of cultivators, you wouldn't have come to find this old man, right? Guan Peng didn't miss the opportunity to remind him. That's right. Xiaohua didn't hide anything. This is also one of the reasons why this Xiao came. At the same time, it's also because of this that Senior has the opportunity to enjoy this so-called blood crystal. As Xiaohua spoke, he flicked his finger, and a thumb-sized fireball mysteriously appeared near Guan Peng. With a pung sound. It shattered the jade cup filled with blood crystal, and that fireball swallowed the spirit wine in the jade cup, turning everything into ashes in a moment. Samadhi true fire? Guan Peng's eyes narrowed, seeming to be a little angry and a little surprised. Little friend Xiao really has some skills. Are you trying to show off your power to this old man? Hee, since you sword cultivators call me a terrifying phoenix, how can this Xiao let down sword cultivators love? Xiao Hua smiled proudly. As for showing off my power? It's not that. This Xiao is just reminding Senior to not have any superfluous thoughts. All right, this Xiao will take his leave first. I will wait for Senior's decision. As he spoke, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the magic power in his hand surged. That fire net, carrying Guan Peng's small sword, slowly flew to Xiao Hua's side. Xiao Hua's hand seemed to be holding 1,000-gene heavy object. Withdraw. Xiao Hua formed a hand seal, and that fire net gradually shrank. After it turned into a ball, it fell into Xiao Hua's sleeve. Then, Xiao Hua glanced at Guan Peng, slowly walked out of the cave, and disappeared. Calm to vote for it. Chapter 2405. Seeing Xiao Hua leave, Guan Peng narrowed his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. He had a kind of intuition that Xiao Hua had used the secret technique from before to hide near the abode. If he wanted to escape or send a message to others, Xiao Hua would definitely appear without hesitation and kill him. Immediately, that kind of feeling of being bullied by dogs, which had always filled his heart, incomparably reached the lowest limit. A foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he concealed his cultivation, he's only a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He actually dares to threaten me in front of me. Guan Peng's heart was unsettled. Hundreds of thoughts came one after another. But in the end, they all turned into, even if he's a foundation establishment cultivator, but today, as long as he makes a move, my life will be gone. If my life is gone, what merit is there to talk about? It seemed that everything he thought of just now had become a pipe dream. Guan Peng's heart was extremely conflicted. Looking at a place in the abode where Xiao Hua seemed to be hiding, Guan Peng clenched his teeth and shouted, "Men!" Not long after, a swordsman with a bright sword cultivation ran in. He bowed and asked, "Martial Uncle Guan, do you have any orders? Call Guan Qi over." Guan Peng's command made that sword cultivator baffled. Yes, this disciple understands. That sword cultivator didn't understand why Guan Peng didn't send a summoning talisman to call Guan Qi. He only bowed and left. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, another sword cultivator who looked somewhat similar to Guan Peng quickly walked in. He looked around and bowed. "Uncle Zhu, what orders do you have?" Guan Qi, I just received a message from your Grandmaster Feng. He has some ideas." Guan Peng pondered over his words. He wants to use the several hundred disciples of Xuanyan School as bait to ambush some Dao sect cultivators. Or perhaps, he would let these cultivators lead his disciples to attack some of the Dao sect's mines. I'm a bit hesitant right now and want to discuss it with you. Very good. Guan Qi only thought for a moment before nodding. Grandmaster Feng is an expert. He must have a certain degree of certainty for him to have such an idea. Moreover, he doesn't use my failing sword manners disciples, so why shouldn't we? But, what if he fails and these disciples escape? Guan Peng asked. Don't worry, Guan Peng waved his hand and said, most of these Daoist sect disciples are at the aura refining stage. There are only a few foundation establishment stage disciples. They are merely the coolies of Xuanyan School, so there's no point in keeping them. Besides, who knows how many cultivators we've killed in the Spirit Stone mine. These several hundred cultivators are nothing. And I understand. How about this, I'll leave this matter to you. Guan Peng nodded. I presume you already know some of the secret passages of the Spirit Stone veins? Yes, I do know. Guan Qi smiled apologetically. Even if I don't know, I can just look for that Dao sect cultivator. Don't tell me they don't want to live? Good. Guan Peng asked again, what are you going to do? Guan Qi was a bit puzzled as to why Guan Peng would ask such a detailed question today. However, he still replied respectfully, "Although I'll handle this matter, I still want all the swordsmen in the Spirit Stone Mine to know. I plan to find a few close disciples and tell them the reason for this matter. Then, I'll lead those Dao sect cultivators into the secret passage. When they've all flown away, I'll pretend to notice, and not bad. Let's do that." Guan Peng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. "You have to make sure they can really escape. Don't let Feng Buping find fault with us." "I understand. Uncle Zhu, please don't worry." Guan Qi bowed and retreated. "Little friend Xiao, did you hear that clearly?" Guan Peng coldly said to the corner. Unfortunately, his voice echoed in the cave, but there was no movement. Guan Peng knew that it was impossible for Xiao Hua to let go at this moment. He could only force himself to get up, slap his hand, take out a medicinal pill and put it in his mouth. Then he once again weakly sat down. As expected, in less than half a meal's time, a faint clamor could be heard from outside the cave. A third-grade swordsman with a drawn sword hastily ran in, urgently reporting to Martial Uncle Guan. For some unknown reason, the close to 400 Xuanyan school disciples imprisoned in the Spirit Stone Mine have all suddenly escaped through the secret passageway. There's actually such a thing? Guan Peng slapped the table and stood up, saying angrily, "What are you all doing? Why didn't you keep a close watch?" Reporting to Martial Uncle. That disciple's forehead was covered in sweat. Those 400 cultivators were all imprisoned by my sword cultivator's forbidden technique. Their cultivators are simply unable to break it. Moreover, a sword formation was placed at the entrance of the cave. Without Jindan cultivation, it's absolutely impossible to enter. "So you all neglected your duties?" Guan Peng said angrily. "Martial Uncle, please forgive me." That disciple immediately knelt down and said anxiously, presumably, that Jindan cultivator who escaped earlier came in through the secret passage again. "Yes, it must be so." Guan Peng's eyes turned and said urgently, "Quick, inform all the disciples to be careful of that Jindan cultivator. This old man, cough cough, this old man will go take a look right now." As he spoke, Guan Peng struggled to get up and slowly flew up several feet before falling down again. He waved his hand and said, "Quickly go inform them, this old man will catch up soon." That disciple said with concern, "Martial Uncle, you can take your time." Those Dao sect disciples have already escaped quite far away with the Jindan cultivator. The disciples who are chasing after them might not be able to encounter them. Sigh, this old man neglected that Jindan cultivator, and that secret passage. Guan Peng sighed slightly and waved his hand to indicate that disciple to leave. "How is it, little friend Xiao?" Guan Peng asked softly in a probing manner. His figure stood at the entrance of the cave and did not return to his seat. Not bad." Xiao Hua's voice suddenly resounded throughout the cave. It was impossible to identify where he was. Since Senior keeps his word, this Xiao cannot be an untrustworthy person. As his voice fell, Guan Peng's small life sword actually flew in from outside the cave. Guan Peng did not dare to be negligent. He first smiled with his divine sense, then opened his mouth and the small sword entered it. "Senior, we will meet again someday." Xiao Hua's voice once again resounded outside the cave. "We will meet again someday?" Guan Peng coldly snorted, then slowly walked out of the cave. He even felt tired of staying in this cave for a moment longer. Guan Peng thought that Xiao Hua had already flown out of the spirit stone vein. After exiting the cave, he immediately formed a seal and entered the cave. He patted his hand and took out the jade talisman that Zhang Xiaozheng gave him. After looking at it for a moment, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up and he fled in a certain direction. After traveling for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua arrived at a very secretive place. He saw that this was a cave densely covered with restrictions. Above the cave, there was a faintly flickering brilliance that overflowed with different runes. The runes contained an extremely strong magic power fluctuation, indicating that the restriction here was extremely powerful. Xiao Hua extended his left hand and opened his Dharma eye. After looking for a moment, he once again fled into the cave's stone wall. When he reached the top of the cave, he discovered the weak point of the entire formation. Immediately after, Xiao Hua took out the rabbit spirit talisman and struck it on the formation, easily entering the cave. He had already made sufficient preparations, but when he saw the neatly arranged spirit stones that were as dazzling as moonlight stones in the cave, he could not help but click his tongue in amazement. After no less than an hour, Xiao Hua finally left the spirit stone vein. He concealed himself and flew into the air with a satisfied smile on his face. After flying for 100 miles, Xiao Hua finally revealed himself. He frowned as he thought. According to what that sword cultivator disciple said, the only place nearby that can be called Yin-Yang is the Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. There definitely isn't any other place. However, why did those illusory swordsmen bring Xiao Mao and the others to the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain? Do I need to call Li Zongbao? But immediately after, Xiao Hua shook his head. Forget it, Li Zongbao only barely has the strength of an early-stage gold core. He just killed a few bright swordsmen and consumed a lot of his true essence. How can he deal with the illusory swordsman? Or Mo will lose his life. Besides, this young master will have to show his skills again. He claims to be number 1 under gold core. If I let him see, wouldn't he be ashamed? It's better not to call him. Finish thinking. The sound of wind and thunder appeared around Xiao Hua's body. He used thunder-controlling movement and flew towards the north where he saw the smoke rising from. Speaking of which, Xiao Hua was worried about Xiao Mao, so he pushed his imperial lightning travel to its limits. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he streaked across the sky. The rumbling sound of thunder tore apart the few faint clouds above the snowy region. AI, this thunder-controlling movement is fast, but it's too arrogant. Xiao Hua tried his best to hide the sound of wind and thunder, but the faster he flew, the louder the sound of wind and thunder. If I reach the realm of Thunderclap 9th Heaven, I'm afraid that when this young master goes out, there will be thunder everywhere. Damn it, this young master can be awe-inspiring at that time, but now? It's better to keep a low profile. Thinking about the act he put on in front of Guan Peng, Xiao Hua was secretly proud. It was not difficult for him to control Guan Peng, but it was difficult for him to make Guan Peng feel that he only had the strength to control Guan Peng. He definitely could not let Guan Peng feel that he could easily kill Guan Peng. Otherwise, the bird cultivator senior that Feng Buping's talisman would most likely notice Xiao Hua through Guan Peng. Feng Buping already had the strength of nascent soul. What cultivation level could the senior he spoke of be at? Xiao Hua used his heel to think and knew that he definitely could not deal with it. Even thunder-controlling sect probably could not deal with it either. He had better hide his tail. Thinking of Feng Buping, Xiao Hua secretly pondered, this Feng Buping, what kind of bird cultivator is he? He actually knows wind-controlling movement. And his cultivation is so powerful. And the most powerful thing is that he can tear apart space. I don't know if this secret technique was cultivated by him, or all the abilities of the spirit bird he possessed. This wind-controlling movement is very similar to Empress's wind-controlling movement. The spirit bird that this guy possessed couldn't be Empress, right? Or perhaps he has some sort of relationship with Her Highness? Chapter 2406. Of course, Xiao Hua was just thinking about it. Even if Feng Buping was related to the Empress, he could not say anything about the Empress, nor could he not kill Feng Buping. Moreover, the Empress was an expert more powerful than a nascent soul cultivator. How could she be refined by Feng Buping? It's a pity that Feng Buping did not leave anything useful behind. What's the use of this shitty inner core bead? Xiao Hua had already put the bead into the space, but Goldie, who always liked inner cores, opened its hazy eyes and just sniffed it with its nose and ignored it. Xiao Hua intuitively felt that this bead was not a good thing. Maybe it can control the wind? Xiao Hua waved his hand and the fist-sized bead appeared in his hand. However, There was no change in the heaven and earth spiritual qi around Xiaohua. Even the faint blue light on the bead did not appear. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not dare to immerse his divine sense into the bead. He had a faint sense of vigilance in his heart. Feng Buping would not give up his physical body so easily. Moreover, there were too many strange things on Dawn Rain Continent. If he was not prepared, he would not act rashly like he did in the past. After putting away the wind bead properly, Xiaohua took out Feng Buping's magic staff and weighed it in his hand. He smiled and said, "This thing is not bad. If I have time to integrate it into the magic staff, it can add a little weight." These two things were probably the result of Xiaohua and Feng Buping's life and death battle. If compared to Xiaohua's loss, it was really nothing. Xiaohua put away the magic staff and once again unwillingly sensed his primordial spirit and avatar. There was no reaction at all. Damn it, isn't this avatar unable to leave the body? It's already very good for me to be able to cultivate 200 feet away. What about now? I'm afraid it can't be calculated by miles, right? Suddenly, Xiaohua had another thought. He hurriedly sent his primordial spirit into the hand of karma. That sliver of primordial spirit was like a fish swimming freely in the hand of the primordial spirit. There seemed to be some profound feelings that entered Xiaohua's mind, but it also seemed like those feelings were just like a spring dream without any trace. Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua was a little angry. He impatiently pulled his primordial spirit out. The left and right Dharmakayas were also obtained out of thin air. If I lose them, then so be it. Wait for me to get some true blood from somewhere else, then I'll just cultivate another one. Of course, this idea of Xiaohua's was just a random thought that came out of his vexation. But after this idea came out, it was like a seed that had fallen into a smelly ditch, growing uncontrollably. That's right, this young master's delusions aren't without reason. Since the disciples of the cultivation aristocratic families have the bloodline of the real bloodline and can produce Dharmakayas, why can't this young master fuse with the bloodline of the real bloodline and produce Dharmakayas? Besides, didn't bird cultivators and beast cultivators use themselves as cauldrons to transfer the true spirits of spirit beasts into their cauldrons for cultivation? Wasn't this the same principle as the cultivation of true blood in the cultivation families? Could it be that the bird cultivators, the beast cultivators, and the cultivation aristocratic families are somehow related? It's a pity that I don't have the secret cultivation method of the true blood of a cultivation family. I wonder if that bastard Cui Hongshan has it. Even if he has it, I'm afraid he won't show it to me. Xiaohua scratched his head. I reckon I'll have to think of another way. If I can refer to it, perhaps the cultivation method of the mighty Vajra Dharmakayas can also be used on the bloodline of the real bloodline? Or perhaps I can cultivate another Dharmakayas. When had the always stingy Xiaohua suffered such a big loss? It was inevitable that he would constantly grumble in his heart, wanting to find an opportunity to recoup this loss. However, Xiaohua didn't think about the number of top-grade spirit stones in his space. Even Xuanyan School would be heartbroken by that amount. Of course, Guanpeng wouldn't be heartbroken. That bastard simply wouldn't know that there were so many spirit stones. Time always passed quickly when one was calculating. 2 days later, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with a hazy fog. He saw endless fog rising from the ground and mountain ranges in the distance of hundreds or even thousands of li, rushing straight up into the sky. This fog was also different from normal. It floated up for thousands of zhang, but still didn't condense. It was still in that kind of gaseous state. If this area wasn't too big and the fog wasn't transparent, Xiaohua would have really thought that he had arrived at Yulian Mountain. Such a large area. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and couldn't help but be a bit flabbergasted. Previously, when he followed Li Zongbao from afar, he only saw a small area. Moreover, that sword cultivator also said, Yin Yang Twin Spring Mountain. Twin Spring Mountain, as the name suggests, one mountain and one spring. How could Xiaohua have thought that there were so many mountains and so many springs? How should I find it? Xiaohua frowned. His figures slightly descended and rushed into the continuous fog. But inside the fog, there was another scene. Similar to the other places in the Gale snowfield, this twin spring mountain was also an ice lake. However, there was no thick layer of ice on top of the ice lake. Instead, it was a faint green color. However, within these green ripples, there were many fountains. Some were high and some were low, and they were spurting out. The high ones were more than 10 zhang, and the low ones were only a few feet. Are these all spurting out from the ground? Xiaohua was very curious. He unconsciously flew to a fountain. This fountain was several zhang tall and had already left the surface of the lake. It immediately emitted a steaming mist that continuously soared into the sky. The water droplets that were like scattered flowers also flew towards the surface of the lake from several zhang above. Countless ripples appeared on the surface of the lake near the fountain. Accompanied by the sound of the water droplets falling on the surface, it was really like rain hitting a banana leaf. This water is extremely hot. Xiaohua thought to himself as he stroked the fountain with his hand. Then he looked at the other fountain. That fountain was right beside this fountain, and it was only 3 meters tall. The water droplets that it sprayed out were obviously larger than the water droplets from this fountain. Moreover, there was no mist coming out of it. Instead, it was replaced by fine mist that looked like ice shards. The water droplets fell on the surface of the lake and seemed to have condensed. However, when they fell into the lake, they could no longer be found. Xiaohua also touched it with his hand. He knew that this water was extremely cold. Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. Xiaohua flew up again and pondered. I'm afraid that these two springs are different. This is actually similar to the Yin-Yang spring water in the Mo Zhao Black Forest. However, seeing that there are so many things, it is also normal. It can't be too rare. Oh, while Xiaohua was flying, there were some faint flashes on the surface of the lake in the distance. Xiaohua couldn't help but notice it. It's actually a rain lotus? The rain lotus was a kind of spiritual flower. It was born after the rain, and when the rain stopped, it was somewhat similar to the rainbow epiphyllum. It was not considered a precious spiritual object, but it was rare, so it appeared to be rare. Xiaohua had only heard of it, but had never seen it before. He didn't expect that he would be able to see it today in the Huan country in the far west. Chapter 2407. In the misty rain 100 zhang away, the large rain lotus emerged from the sparkling lake. First, it was a round ball wrapped in green leaves. The surrounding fountains sprinkled droplets of water onto it. Each droplet of water was sparkling and translucent, slowly rolling. When Xiaohua flew another 100 zhang, the green ball suddenly trembled slightly, like the trembling eyelashes of a beauty. Following the trembling of the ball, the green leaves slowly and shyly opened. It only opened a crack, and countless droplets of water fell, and the leaves actually closed again. Damn it, am I seeing things? Xiaohua was flying in the air. He almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He almost rubbed his eyes. However, at this moment, the green leaf opened up again. A faintly discernible brilliance flashed out from the green leaf. It was like a halo that slowly spread out. It streaked across the blue water, streaked across the fountain, and streaked across Xiaohua who was flying over. Just as Xiaohua was focusing on the brilliance, a fist-sized pink flower bud had unknowingly appeared from the green leaves of the rain lotus. The pink flower bud was densely covered with fine lines. Every line seemed to be trembling, and Xiaohua's heart was somewhat intoxicated by it. Pa! With a soft sound, the flower bud opened up a slit in the middle, and an extremely light fragrance diffused out from the slit. This fragrance was admittedly light, but it was extremely fast. Xiaohua's nose could already faintly smell it. When this fragrance entered his nose, Xiaohua immediately felt his heart calm and his mind clear, and all the previous worries disappeared without a trace. The slit opened up extremely quickly. Xiaohua only took a deep breath and was slightly intoxicated. The slit had already opened up, and 4 to 5 petals stretched out, revealing 3 to 4 stamens that were about the length of a finger. Leaving aside the fact that the petals were pink, The petals were mottled with spots that resembled raindrops. On top of the stamen, at the tip of the delicate stamen, there was a thumb-sized pink ball that was slightly swaying in the wind. In that instant, Xiaohua actually saw a trace of beauty in that pink color. At this time, Xiaohua had only flown a few dozen zhang, and was still some distance away from the rain lotus. Wonderful! Xiaohua took a deep breath and sighed inwardly. I, a cultivator, want to be the master of my life. Don't tell me I want to do something brilliant in my short lifespan and carve my name in the world. Based on my previous thoughts, isn't such a move a fight for fame and fortune? Looking at the rain lotus in the far north, it only had a short lifespan of a few breaths, but in the blink of an eye, the beauty of the rain lotus was so moving. Who would be able to see such a moving scene? If I didn't come here occasionally, I would definitely not have seen this treasure. Moreover, after this moment, this treasure will be destroyed again. Who knows when it will be opened again? But even if he were to open up again, it wouldn't be this time. Even a spirit flower can bloom with its own beauty. Even if we cultivators don't fight for fame and fortune, we still have to show off our elegance in the world, right? Yes, with my current cultivation, I have more than enough to protect myself in the battle of sword cultivators. However, just protecting myself alone won't be enough to show off my skills. Xiaohua thought again. Moreover, after the Battle of Golden Spring Mountain, I, Cui Hongshan and the rest have all performed meritorious deeds. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be sent back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, with just these meritorious deeds, it is still far from being worthy of Fairy Hongxia. If I want to enter the eyes of the Huanhua sect, I still have to perform more meritorious deeds. For example, killing Qin Jian. Actually, although Xiaohua thought so, he still had some hesitation in his heart. He was different from Li Zongbao. He didn't have any foundation. Moreover, it was obvious that he had a great enemy whose goal he didn't know. Now, he only wanted to raise his cultivation without anyone noticing him. Only then could he escape the fate of being someone else's chess piece. In fact, he wasn't even sure if anyone was paying attention to him. He only shrunk his neck like an ostrich, thinking that he didn't attract anyone's attention. However, there was one thing he was clear about. If he didn't perform meritorious deeds, others might notice him. However, as long as he performed meritorious deeds, he would definitely attract the attention of others. Condense the core. I must condense it. I must not attract the attention of others. Xiaohua was still hesitating. At this moment, he could only think like this. Moreover, even if I condense the core, I still have to build my foundation. Just as Xiaohua thought of this, he was already less than 200 feet away from the rain lotus. At this moment, the stamen of the rain lotus had already begun to bend. The faint fragrance had already gradually disappeared. The pink petals that were like the skin of a delicate girl were showing signs of withering. Whoosh! At this moment, from an extremely cold fountain, a small white snake suddenly emerged. It landed on the rain lotus and a scarlet snake tongue flicked out. The delicate stem of the stamen broke upon contact and the thumb-sized stamen fell. In a flash, it was swallowed into the white snake's mouth. Following which, the white snake flicked its tail into the sparkling green pond water and disappeared. However, just as the white snake was swinging its tail, the snake's black eyes fiercely and coldly glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was obviously caught off guard. However, just as the white snake stretched out its head to swallow the rain lotus, he had already reacted. He waved his left hand and was about to use heaven and earth sleeve. However, seeing the white snake, Xiaohua couldn't help but whisper, "Little White?" However, this white snake was obviously not Little White. Xiaohua's hand also stopped. After all, the rain lotus was useless to Xiaohua. However, it was extremely useful to the white snake. Moreover, the rain lotus was about to wither. Looking at the white snake's appearance, if Xiaohua didn't fly over, it would have already eaten it. It was no wonder that the white snake glared at Xiaohua. Did he want to delay his cultivation? However, the white snake's glare was quite vivid, causing Xiaohua, who had just received benefits from the rain lotus, to twitch his mouth. Seeing the rain lotus slowly retracting back into the lake water, Xiaohua's heart moved. He formed a water-dispelling seal and rushed into the lake water. He saw that under the lake water, a few feet away, there was a pink arm-like root. At this time, it had already begun to slowly sink into the lake water. Xiaohua knew that this must be the root of the rain lotus. He didn't hesitate to stretch out his hand, wanting to put the root into his space. However, at this time, an ice-cold water arrow emerged from under Xiaohua's body and directly pierced towards Xiaohua's lower body. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and knew that it was the white snake from before. "Can't you stab somewhere else?" Xiaohua was angry. He waved his hand and released a confinement technique. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the white snake was actually a lot more flexible in the water than in the air. His confinement technique was actually dodged by the white snake. This white snake is a bit strange. However, immediately after, the white snake moved a few more times and continuously spat out ice thorns from its mouth. Each of them pierced toward Xiaohua's lower body. Never ending. Xiaohua was angry. He stretched out his hand and slightly bent his 5 fingers. A powerful force was produced from his hand. A whirling current appeared in the lake water and rushed towards the white snake. The white snake saw that the situation wasn't good. It curled its tail and quickly rushed into a nearby huge rock wall and disappeared. He was molested by a little white snake. Xiaohua was a bit resentful. However, he still didn't have the thought of killing the little white snake. However, just as Xiaohua put the root of the rain lotus into his space and was about to fly out of the lake water, a dozen little white snakes suddenly appeared from the uneven rock wall with many small holes. They all spat out ice thorns. Each of the ice thorns pierced toward Xiaohua's lower body. Courting death. Xiaohua was indeed angry. A little white snake molesting him was one thing, but you actually teamed up with a dozen little white snakes to molest him. Do you really think that I, your father, am a gigolo? Go! Xiaohua waved his hand, and a dozen or so fireballs flew out and struck towards the dozen or so little white snakes. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, the moment the scorching fireballs flew out of Xiaohua's hand, they were immediately annihilated, and not a single spark was left behind. This lake water is really strange. I'm afraid it's because of the extreme cold and extreme heat? Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. He also waved his hand. A dozen thick ice thorns also appeared and shot towards the dozen little white snakes. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the dozen ice thorns also melted and couldn't pierce through. Are you kidding me? Xiaohua could only fly up and dodge the little white snake's ice thorns. Looks like the fire and water attributes are all useless. Xiaohua thought for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and the Death Dream sword flew out. It shook slightly and turned into 16 flying swords, quickly stabbing towards the dozen little white snakes. Whoosh! The little white snake was obviously extremely sharp. When it saw the flying swords fly out, it immediately retreated back into the rock wall. Hee, after molesting this young master, you want to escape? You really know how to think. Xiaohua sneered. He activated the water-dispelling technique and went to the rock wall. His body swayed and fell into the rock wall, using the earth escape technique. Seeing that Xiaohua could actually escape into the rock wall, those white snakes that had some intelligence were dumbfounded. They were really as anxious as snakes that had lost their homes. They hurriedly fled. However, when Xiaohua escaped into the rock wall, he was also stunned. The rock wall was riddled with holes and there were many thin walls. It was simply several times more than the streets of Sky Patrol City. Once those little white snakes scuttled in, they immediately disappeared without a trace. It's that guy. Xiaohua's divine sense locked onto the little white snake from before. He activated the earth escape technique and chased after it. That little white snake was obviously very familiar with the paths inside the rock wall. Its escape was as smooth as mercury flowing down the ground. Moreover, it often slipped out of a very strange fork in the road when Xiaohua was not paying attention, causing Xiaohua to be somewhat unprepared. Hee. After chasing for a while, Xiaohua's anger had already subsided. It was more important for him to find Xiao Mao's traces. Why would he be angry with this little white snake for no reason? Immediately after, Xiaohua smiled faintly, and his figure flew up. Chapter 2408. But at this moment, woo, a sound like a tiger pouncing and a dragon roaring came from in front of Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua was still inside the rock wall, the sound actually shook the rock wall, and the brilliance around Xiaohua's body flickered a bit. Oh! Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly scanned with his divine sense, and when he saw the situation several hundred feet away, his eyebrows relaxed, and his flying figure turned forward. When Xiaohua came out of the rock wall, he was in the middle of a huge lake. This lake was very different from the previous one. There were only ripples in it, and very little water was gushing out. Only near the center of the lake, there was a fountain that was several hundred feet wide and several hundred feet tall. It was emitting hot steam, and it was continuously gushing out. This fountain had just appeared in the middle of the lake, and the huge sound was the sound of this fountain coming out. It seems, there's nothing strange about it. Xiaohua looked for a moment, and his divine sense and Buddhist sense spread out. Apart from a lot of steam rising, it was clearly much hotter than other places, but he didn't see anything strange. Just as he was about to fly away more than 200 feet to the left of the fountain, woo, another huge sound came, and it was also like a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring. But within the range of several hundred feet, countless bubbles fiercely boiled. Although the range was small, it was almost the same as the power of the sunset island rising from the sea. Another fountain gushed out from the surface of the lake. But this fountain wasn't as tall as the previous one, and it was only several dozen feet. This, following the appearance of the fountain, another wave of biting cold wind rushed into the steaming hot air. However, the hot air was similar to what Xiaohua had seen previously. It did not condense and continued to rush up into the sky. But when the cold wind blew past Xiaohua's face and merged with the steam, Xiaohua actually felt like a willow wind blowing on his face. Solitary yin doesn't give birth, solitary yang doesn't grow. This extremely hot spring water will be accompanied by this extremely cold spring water. Xiaohua only smiled slightly and was about to fly away again, but at this time, the extremely cold spring water gradually turned red. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua's magic power dispersed, and he stared at the spring water again. The red water wasn't much, but it was enough to dye the entire spring water red. The red water droplets sprinkled down from the sky, making the misty lake look a bit strange. But then, there was even more red water, and it was actually very thick, very close to dirty blood. Woo, a light sound came out, and several tattered Daoist robes sprayed out of the ice spring, and the rags fluttered like butterflies. Xiaohua's pupils shrank. Following that, several mutilated corpses were also spat out. They were all broken arms and bones, and they were covered in sword scars. There was even a greenish-white color where the wounds were, as if they had just been cut off. The ice, the spring water, the green, and gradually, the spring, the water, the lake, the ice of the lake, and gradually, of the ice. He of course, and of the Daoist, of the Daoist. Of the ofs, was of. These corpses were wearing ordinary Daoist robes, and he couldn't tell which sect they were from. Moreover, the corpses were all badly damaged and he couldn't tell whether they were male or female, or what age or cultivation they were. These corpses were sprayed out from the ice spring. Although they were unsealed, they must have been frozen underground. Who knows when these cultivators were killed? What was the reason for their deaths? Xiaohua sighed inwardly. I don't know which sect they were from, and no one would know if they died here. Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He turned his head and saw that 2 storage pouches had actually flown out of the ice spring. Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand and the storage pouches that had been thrown high into the air landed in his hand. The storage pouches were in his hand, and the coldness on them was transmitted to Xiaohua's hand. And just as I expected, Xiaohua smiled, and his divine sense entered the storage pouches. It's actually so cold? Seeing that the array in the storage pouches had already collapsed, and everything had disappeared, Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked by the coldness of the ice spring. Xiaohua casually threw the storage pouch into the lake, and without any hope, he looked at the other storage pouch. Fortunately, although the formation of the storage bag had already collapsed, there was still a corner of the token that was exposed in the collapsed void. Xiaohua hurriedly took out the token. Oh, this is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua was shocked to find that this was actually a token used by the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. After he immersed his divine sense in it, he found that it was the token of a female cultivator from the Conversion Thunder Palace. A disciple of the Conversion Thunder Palace? Xiaohua naturally thought of the beast cultivators he met before entering the Gale snowfield. Xiaohua didn't have time to clean up the corpses of the Conversion Thunder Palace's disciples who died under the claws of the beast cultivators, and the cultivators he met during this period weren't disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua also didn't think of asking others to help him pass this information back to Sky Patrol City. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to take out the command tokens that he'd put into his storage pouch. Sure enough, these command tokens were all the same. However, from the tokens, it couldn't be said that the owners of these two storage pouches came together with the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple. However, since they weren't far away and they were all disciples of the Conversion Thunder Palace, then there was a possibility. To save or not to save? Xiaohua hesitated. He thought of the message from the Conversion Thunder Palace's disciple and knew that a gold core master of the Conversion Thunder Palace was in danger. But if I save this master, then Xiao Mao may not be able to save him? This was the reason for Xiaohua's hesitation. At this time, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the Phoenix celestial body. Damn it, if I cultivate the Phoenix celestial body to the extreme, it should be able to become a real celestial body. Or the external incarnation technique that the Empress mentioned, then I won't have to hesitate like this. The two of us can go and save the two of us. To save this gold core master? I'm afraid it won't be easy. Xiaohua immediately made a decision. For an intermediate gold core cultivator to be trapped, it must be extremely powerful. I'm afraid I won't be able to help much. Moreover, even if I save it, my background will be exposed, so it's better not to save it. Besides, Xiao Mao is closer to this gold core master than this gold core master. I have no reason not to save my family first. Xiaohua waved his hand and kept the token into the space, then his body flew up. However, he had only flown a few meters, and had just arrived above the ice spring when the ice-cold aura caused Xiaohua to suddenly be shocked. That's not right. I came here to look for Xiao Mao, but I was actually attracted by a Yu He, and even, I was teased by a dozen little white snakes in succession. I actually came here to chase the little white snakes. I also saw the ice spring spurt out, and the ice spring was filled with the corpses of the Conversion Thunder Sect's disciples. If it was another sect's disciple, I wouldn't say anything, but this Conversion Thunder Sect's disciple is obviously related to the Gold Core Master from before, and I haven't sent any information about that master back to Sky Patrol City. Isn't this a series of karma? Could it be? I didn't come here to save Xiao Mao? Instead, I came here to save this master? Chapter 2409. If such obvious karma is placed in front of me, and I turn a blind eye to it, then how can I improve my karma hand? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization, and he didn't hesitate any longer to form the water-dispelling seal and enter the rippling lake water. Xiaohua always felt that the karma hand should be comprehended. However, apart from fusing that wisp of primordial spirit with the karma hand, he had no other method. At this moment, there was a kind of enlightenment in his heart. Perhaps discovering karma and unraveling karma was also a cultivation method, and it was often said that entering the world to gain experience was like this. This lake water was azure, and there were no excessive impurities in the water. Not to mention the white snake, even some seaweed and the like were extremely rare. He could see the bottom at a glance. Xiaohua urged his magic power, and when he dived down several hundred feet, a powerful force was produced, preventing him from diving down. Xiaohua understood that he didn't have the water escape technique, and this water-splitting seal was just a trick. Then he swept his divine sense and flew to the stone wall he came from before, and continued to use the earth escape technique to dive down into the lake. Unfortunately, after the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's earth escape technique had reached its limit, and he couldn't go down anymore. However, looking at the lake water, he still hadn't reached the deepest part. Good, Xiaohua was really surprised. This lake water is almost deeper than the Guihe Sea, right? The ice and hot springs spurted out from such a deep place. How powerful is that? However, since I can't dive to the bottom of the lake, the Golden Core seniors of the converted Thunder Palace shouldn't have been able to dive so deep, right? Then, where did their corpses come from? Xiaohua understood after thinking for a bit. There must be a passage under the lake. Then Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense again. However, his Buddhist sense couldn't go very far under this mountain range. An indescribable heavy pressure was suppressing his Buddhist sense from all directions, and he couldn't extend it far at all. His divine sense was even more impossible. It's really strange. Xiaohua felt that there weren't any restrictions in this mountain range, and he was somewhat puzzled. Maybe it's the power of heaven and earth? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua cautiously opened his Dharma eyes. In his Dharma eyes, he saw that the mountain range was completely filled with a faint blue brilliance. This brilliance was somewhat similar to the spiritual energy of the water world, but it was also different. There was a faint murderous pressure. What the hell is this? Xiaohua used his transcendence vision to observe for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out the situation. He could only close his transcendence vision and ponder again. It's very obvious that this place should be the periphery of this kind of thing. If we go further down, we might come into contact with the core. That core formation master is probably trapped inside. This young master hasn't even seen this thing before, so how can I possibly decipher it? The current Xiaohua was no longer the previous hothead who dared to go anywhere. Even in the face of danger, he knew how to retreat. Forget it, let's find out where the core formation masters are first. Xiaohua's figure flew towards the other direction of the lake. It's just that Xiaohua, who didn't have Buddhist knowledge to rely on, was like an ordinary person on a flat road. He could only take one step at a time, and it was very strenuous to find him. Let's get Little Silver to come out and help. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua took Little Silver out of the space. Chirp, chirp. There was still half a stalk of spirit grass in the corner of Little Silver's mouth as it looked around in bewilderment. When it saw Xiaohua in the brilliant light of Earth Escape, realization dawned in its mouse eyes. It chirped, as if it was exasperated that Xiaohua didn't live up to its expectations. It curled its little tail slightly and wrapped it around Xiaohua's little finger. Shaking its head, it flew proudly in front of Xiaohua. Looking at Little Silver's twitching little nose and the increasingly obvious gold strands on it, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Is there anything to be proud of? This is your innate magical ability. How can this old man compare with you? Innate magical ability? That's right. Xiaohua suddenly sobered up. Damn it, that phone booping can tear the space apart, and see through this young master's cultivation base. All of these are his innate divine abilities. How could that guy be so generous as to let this young master see a jade slip containing a secret technique? It must be some kind of trick to lure the enemy. My goodness, it can tear open space. What kind of spirit bird is that? Xiaohua was envious again. Little Silver moved very quickly in front. Furthermore, it wasn't going down all the way and even seemed to be going up, so it was naturally easy for Xiaohua to follow. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xiaohua's eyes lit up as a small spirit stone vein actually appeared in his field of vision. Little Silver stood proudly on the spirit stone vein, its little tail wagging slightly as it waited for Xiaohua's praise. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he could only give it a thumbs up as if to praise it. Little Silver was also a little intelligent. It cheerfully scurried up Xiaohua's palm, its little tail curling around Xiaohua's thumb. Its two front paws cupped together and it arched slightly, as if it was showing humility. "All right." Xiaohua waved his hand and put little silver back into the space, while he stood on the spirit stone vein and pondered. The spirit stone in front of him was a dark blue color, which was the best water-type spirit stone. This was also rare on Dawn Rain Continent. It wasn't easy for Little Silver to be able to distinguish it from a distance and bring Xiaohua here. If he let Little Silver lead the way again, there would definitely be more spirit stone veins ahead. As for the location of the Golden Core Masters, Little Silver might not be able to find them. Take it. What else is there to think about? Xiaohua said to himself. If you don't take the ready-made spirit stones, the heavens won't let you find them next time. Xiaohua then took out the ancient dragon silver and started to chisel. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had put a lot of spirit stones into the space. However, this was a spirit stone vein after all. Although it was very small, there were still a lot of them. But with Xiaohua alone, it would take a lot of time. That's right, how could this young master forget about these puppets? Xiaohua abruptly stopped and slapped his forehead. Previously at Quanjin Mountain, I was afraid that others would find out. Furthermore, the jade essence was too hard, so this young master had to do it himself. This is a spirit stone vein. Isn't this the time for the puppets to do their work? Then, Xiaohua waved his hand, and numerous puppets were taken out and started to work. Xiaohua clapped his hands and fled in the direction of the spirit stone vein. After fleeing for a while, he saw many caves and tunnels appear before his eyes. He immediately understood that there was a spirit stone vein at the bottom of Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain, and what he had found was only a corner of it. However, after he carefully followed the tunnel and searched for a while, he didn't find any traces of swordsmen or cultivators. There were only a few scattered spirit stones and a few damaged low-grade flying swords that were thrown into the cave. Xiaohua came to a realization. This is the same as Mount Quanjin, an abandoned spirit stone mine. Furthermore, it's a sword cultivator's spirit stone vein. In that case, the Golden Core Masters of my Imperial Thunder sect discovered this spirit stone vein and found the tunnel to enter the vein. But after they entered, they fell into it? Xiaohua scratched his chin and came up with some plausible conclusions. A place that a Golden Core Master could find must have spirit stones, right? Otherwise, why would she go there? Thinking this, Xiaohua could only pull Little Silver out of the space again. Looking at Little Silver again, he was really angry. Hadn't he just sent him back? Why was he being pulled out again in such a short time? And he still wanted him to rest? Little Silver chirped, looking completely indifferent. Hee, Xiaohua smiled evilly and stretched out his thumb, wiggling it up and down as if he was nodding. Seeing this, Little Silver's eyes flashed with a novel expression, and he immediately pounced over, his little tail wrapped around Xiaohua's thumb, his body wiggling up and down as Xiaohua nodded. Chirp, 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 chirp. Little Silver was happy, and without waiting for Xiaohua to give him any instructions, he darted out of Xiaohua's hand again. He didn't follow the tunnel at all, and directly escaped into the rock wall. Seeing that Little Silver didn't hesitate at all, Xiaohua was amused. Needless to say, if it wasn't spirit stones in front of them, then it wasn't anything good. Little Silver's nose was worthy of a spirit-seeking mouse's nose. However, after entering the rock wall, Little Silver was a little hesitant. His nose twitched all over the place, not up and down, and the path he escaped in was also crooked. After a meal, Little Silver suddenly scuttled down in a straight line. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Little Silver came to an abrupt stop. His little head turned left and right, and with a whoosh he jumped out of the rock wall. Xiaohua followed, and in front of them was actually a pitch-black tunnel. In the darkness, Little Silver's two mouse eyes were abnormally bright. It wasn't until Xiaohua took out the Minghua stone that he could clearly see that this was a 1 zhang wide and narrow tunnel. The tunnel was unusually clean, and there were no broken stones or anything like that. Furthermore, There were faint drops of water dripping down the walls of the tunnel, which condensed into water under Xiaohua's feet and flowed quietly down the tunnel into the depths. What's wrong? Xiaohua looked at Little Silver, who was still in midair, and wondered why it wasn't moving forward. Who would have thought that Little Silver would actually squeak twice, then turn over and lie down in midair with its belly facing up? Its 4 little paws were curled up slightly, and only its little tail was stretched out as straight as a pencil. What are you doing? Xiaohua was quite puzzled, but after a while, Little Silver still didn't move, as if it had lost all signs of life. Xiaohua instantly understood. It turned out that Little Silver was saying that it was too dangerous up ahead, and it didn't dare go forward, or Little Silver was reminding him that there was a life-threatening danger up ahead. Hee, I got it. Get up. As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, Little Silver stood up with a whoosh. Damn it, when did you understand my voice? Xiaohua asked very strangely. Who would have thought that Little Silver would actually squeak again, and it really was answering Xiaohua's question. Hee, forget it, take me to the place just now. Xiaohua didn't care what Little Silver was saying as he instructed. Squeak, squeak. Little Silver wagged its tail and easily drilled into the rock wall. Chapter 24:10. 2 hours later, Xiaohua returned, but Little Silver had already been put away in his space. Hee, I've gained something again. Xiaohua looked at the dark tunnel. His divine sense couldn't reach far, and the brilliance of the Minghua stone was only several zhang. He flew slowly and laughed in his heart, not to mention the water-type top-grade spirit stone, just understanding that the size and weight of things that can be put into the space is related to the strength of the mind. This young master's trip was not in vain. It turned out that when Xiaohua was mining the spirit stones, he thought the puppets were too slow, so he urged the puppets to separate the spirit stone vein into large pieces and put them into the space with his mind. Who would have thought that spirit stones that were several zhang in size could be put into the space? If it was too big, it couldn't be put into the space. This was completely different from when he easily put the wishful staff and the heavy magic staff into the space. This made him understand that things that could be put into the space were not only related to the weight and size, but also the type of things. If his mind was strong enough, it would be normal for him to put the entire spirit stone vein into his space. He wouldn't have to work so hard to mine it bit by bit. Thinking about bringing the entire mineral vein into his own space, Xiaohua couldn't help but gulp down his saliva. What kind of almighty power was that, and what kind of refreshing feeling was that? All right, let's be careful. Xiaohua restrained his mind and tried his best to look at the tunnel several zhang away. He listened to the gurgling sound of water as he slowly flew forward. There's a mark here. As Xiaohua flew, he saw traces of magic power fluctuations on the left side of the tunnel and hurriedly went over. It should be right, this is the symbol of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Seeing that the symbol was a bolt of lightning, Xiaohua understood and looked behind him. The long tunnel led into the darkness, like a strange beast's mouth slightly open. There must be these symbols in the tunnel. The disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect must have gone out from here to find help. Then Xiaohua clapped his hands and wanted to take out the cloud-suppressing seal, but then he remembered that it was almost broken in half by phone booping and couldn't be used anymore. Now, the only magic weapons he could use were the Yang Leaf Fan and the Soaring Dragon Shears. As for the Soaring Dragon Shears, Xiaohua had already made up his mind that he couldn't use it in this battle, so he could only use the Yang Leaf Fan. However, the Yang Leaf Fan was an offensive magic tool, not a defensive magic tool. Even if Xiaohua held it in his hand, if something unexpected happened, he could still be caught off guard. What other magical treasures do you have? There were a lot of damaged magic weapons in Xiaohua's space, but he had never thought of repairing them. Now, he was in a bit of a predicament. That Xiaodou looks like it can defend. Xiaohua poured out the sword pellet from the small bucket and held the small bucket in his hand. However, the small bucket that had already been refined by the Buddhist fire for so long was still that tattered, without the slightest trace of healing. Moreover, the restriction inside the small bucket was abnormally strong. Even with Xiaohua's current Buddhist sense and spiritual sense, He still couldn't penetrate it. Sigh, what a piece of junk. Xiaohua was helpless. He wanted to throw this thing into the space, but he couldn't bear to. After all, it had been refined in the Buddha fire for so long. Who knew if it would be useful in the future? After Xiaohua once again threw the small bucket into the Buddha fire, he once again stored the sword pellets inside. Only then did he take out the yang leaf fan and hold it in his hand. Forget it, it's better than nothing. Xiaohua always felt that holding something in his hand was the only way to feel at ease. The tunnel was actually very long. Xiaohua didn't dare to fly too fast. He only used ordinary flying techniques to move forward. He saw more than 10 Imperial Thunder Sect symbols, but the tunnel still didn't have an end. What are sword cultivators doing? Why did they dig such a long tunnel for no reason at all? Why didn't they do a job with a bright future like mining? What are they doing here? Xiaohua was really somewhat baffled. Spiritual sense couldn't be used here, so sword cultivators naturally didn't know what was in front of them. Why did they dig such a long tunnel in the spirit stone vein? However, the pitch-black darkness was still the same, but the sound of flowing water was getting louder and louder. From the gurgling sound of a stream to the rumbling sound of a flood, there was actually a feeling of 100 rivers returning to the sea. Another 2 hours passed. Xiaohua didn't know how deep he had flown down the tunnel, but suddenly he felt a kind of enormous suction force in front of him that wanted to suck him in. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily urged his magic power, and his whole body flashed with brilliance, holding his body back. Then he looked up again. The edge of the bright flower stone's brilliance was already misty, and the uneven surface of the tunnel could no longer be seen. This is the end of the tunnel. Xiaohua understood. Moreover, this end is still connected to another place. Xiaohua slightly turned his eyes. In a very conspicuous place on his left hand, there was another symbol of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Then Xiaohua slowly flew to the edge of the tunnel, but he saw that the end of the tunnel was a huge abyss. In the abyss, there was a huge gale blowing down from the top. That enormous suction force was caused by the gale. Xiaohua stuck his head out to look at that pitch-black bottomless abyss. On the 4 walls of the abyss, there were countless small streams of water flowing out from the cracks or from the tunnel. They poured onto the protruding rock walls and rolled towards the bottom of the abyss. The sound of the streams converging resounded throughout the entire abyss. Xiaohua threw his hand, and the bright flower stone drew an arc in the air, flashing brilliance, and fell into the abyss. Seeing that brilliance disappear like a meteor, Xiaohua frowned. This abyss seems to be very deep. The Golden Core Stage Master of the Imperial Thunder Sect is trapped below? Hey, are you okay? Xiaohua shouted at the top of his voice, but his voice was pulled down, and there was no echo. The gale in the abyss whistled down, and it was very strong. It tore apart the streams of water, and also tore apart Xiaohua's thoughts. Just this gale alone wasn't difficult for Xiaohua, but the key was that he couldn't use his divine sense, making Xiaohua feel uncertain about the bottom of the abyss. Forget it, since I'm here and the Golden Core Stage Master can go down, this Xiao can naturally also go down. Xiaohua urged his magic power, and the protective brilliance around his body flickered. It was no different from the protective brilliance of a Golden Core Stage cultivator, and he jumped down. Sigh, how good would it be if I had a Phoenix Dharma body? Xiaohua's figure was swept down by the gale, and he thought of the Dharma body's wings again. When he stabilized his figure, he leaned against the side of the abyss's rock wall, then he urged his magic power and slowly descended. Xiaohua was abnormally careful, but after descending for more than several hundred zhang, he didn't see anything strange. Everything was extremely normal. The more peaceful it was, the more Xiaohua's heart was apprehensive, and he clenched the sun leaf fan in his hand tightly. The wind blowing from above the abyss is increasingly stronger, and it's also a lot heavier. It's slowly going to exceed the limit of the defense. As Xiaohua fell into the abyss, he gradually discovered the abnormality. Moreover, the bottom of this abyss is even colder, and it's gradually approaching the extreme cold of the ice spring. Let's go down a bit more. If it exceeds the limit of the defense, I'm afraid I'll have to think of another way. Xiaohua didn't have any defensive magic treasures, and he was indeed somewhat stretched, so he thought to himself. Immediately after, he fell for more than several hundred zhang. Xiaohua felt the pressure around his body increase, and the protective brilliance around his body flickered. Just as he was about to urge his magic power again, suddenly, several dozen large tunnels appeared beside Xiaohua, and from those tunnels, a strong hurricane blew out. These hurricanes combined with the gale from above the abyss to form a powerful force. Moreover, this unforeseen event was especially sudden, and Xiaohua was caught off guard, and his entire body lost its balance. With a loud, he rushed down the abyss along with the hurricane. Peng, misfortune never comes alone, and Xiaohua rapidly fell for several hundred zhang. The pressure within the hurricane in the abyss suddenly increased, and the protective golden light could no longer hold on, and was quickly annihilated. Oh no! Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power again, and his body flickered with brilliance again with great difficulty. Xiaohua's strength was comparable to a late-stage gold core, but after all, he didn't have a gold core in his body, and most of the divine abilities of gold core cultivators were unable to be used. Of course, it was fortunate that his magic power was deep, and once the protective brilliance was annihilated, he urged it again, and he was still able to stabilize his body with great difficulty. Just when Xiaohua felt that his body was stable, another hurricane appeared around the rock wall and joined the gale. This time, Xiaohua was truly unable to stabilize his body, and he did his best to urge his magic power to protect himself. Like a windmill, he spun rapidly and rushed to the bottom of the abyss. Can gold core cultivators still have other methods? Xiaohua's brain was spinning rapidly like his body. How did they enter this abyss? But at this moment, with a loud pa, water splashed everywhere, and Xiaohua fell solidly on the abnormally firm rock wall. And the defense that Xiaohua had just urged his magic power to was instantly destroyed. Damn it, this young master understands. Xiaohua's body was finally considered to have been tempered countless times, and now it was abnormally firm. Although his entire body was faintly sore, he could still clap his hands and force himself to stand up. This was a huge protrusion that extended from the rock wall, forming a so-called platform. It covered a small half of the abyss, and Xiaohua fell on it. Presumably, a gold core master also fell here, or else how could this abyss be the end? Xiaohua stood up, and his body was still resisting the howling gale. However, since there was a platform blocking the gale, the pressure on his body was greatly reduced. Xiaohua walked around the platform, but didn't see a place that could lead him to the depths of the rock wall. Unconsciously, he came to the edge of the platform, and saw that on the opposite side of the platform, there was a faint brilliance. Although it was blurry, he could still see it clearly. Xiaohua stretched out his arm, and just as he touched the hurricane with a purr sound, Xiaohua's arm was immediately sucked back by the hurricane. There's nothing on the platform, then I can only fly to the brilliance on the opposite side. Even if there is an entrance under this platform, I can still see it clearly when I reach the opposite side. This was why Xiaohua didn't use the lightning escape technique, and instead used the wind escape technique. Sure enough, his body became much more stable in the hurricane. Although the heavy pressure still couldn't be eliminated, it was enough for Xiaohua to easily fly from the platform to the place where the brilliance came from. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, there was actually a 10-zhang long fissure on the opposite cliff. It split the entire cliff in half, and the brilliance was emitted from that fissure. However, the brilliance was still in the depths of the crack, and Xiaohua still couldn't see it clearly. Moreover, when Xiaohua's body fell into the crack, he discovered that there was no gale blowing in the crack, no matter if it was blowing in or out. Chapter 24:11. Phew, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the sun leaf fan that he had been holding in his hand flashed with brilliance. A thick fire dragon was born, and it flew toward Xiaohua several meters in front of him. This was Xiaohua's casual test, but what made Xiaohua even more shocked was that the fire dragon only flew a few feet before it immediately dimmed and was annihilated. This place is actually filled with water-type spiritual energy? Xiaohua hurriedly opened his Dharma eye. Sure enough, the light blue spiritual energy became increasingly dense. It should be this kind of water-type spiritual energy that extinguished the fire dragon of the Yang Leaf fan. Seeing that the Yang Leaf fan was useless, Xiaohua waved his hand and ignited the Samadhi True Fire. Looking at the pure Samadhi True Fire in his palm, Xiaohua had mixed feelings. Although the Samadhi True Fire was not extinguished, it was still terrifyingly weak. It swayed and flickered as if it could be blown out by the wind. This was the first time Xiaohua encountered such a situation. It's really a bit strange. The yin-yang twin spring mountain has yin and must also have yang. Even if the water-type spiritual energy is abundant, the fire-type spiritual energy should not be lacking. Xiaohua pondered and put away the Yang Leaf fan. The Samadhi True Fire was also extinguished. He raised his hand and took out the wishful staff. At the crucial moment, a magic tool not of the 5 elements is still useful. Xiaohua waved the staff in his hand. His courage came, but he still did not dare to fly. Instead, he slowly walked towards the crack. The crack was very wide and seemed to cross the entire rock wall. However, Xiaohua knew that the key was still in front. It was a blurry place with only a faint flash of brilliance. And the surroundings of the brilliance were still pitch black. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Xiaohua stopped. Previously, when Xiaohua walked in the tunnel, there were all kinds of sounds like flowing water and whistling wind. But here, there was actually no sound. Only the sound of Xiaohua's footsteps and even the sound of his robe could be heard. All of a sudden, Xiaohua's hair stood on end. Xiaohua stopped. His eyes turned rapidly, and he even opened his Dharma eyes. Fortunately, other than the pitch-black darkness that he could see with his naked eyes, there was only the light blue that he could see in the court. There were no shadows of the ghosts in the Tianmen mountain. Xiaohua thought himself clever and imitated a bird's cry. The sound did not have an echo like in the open mountain, and it did not even seem to travel far. Is it the effect of the water-type heaven and earth's spiritual energy again? Xiaohua scratched his head, somewhat enlightened. Soon after, he used the immortal body bestowment technique, and the water-type heaven and earth spiritual energy was actually absorbed into his body with great difficulty. When he refined it, his true essence actually had a slightly heavy feeling. However, the amount of true essence that could be refined by the spiritual qi was much more than usual. This is a good place to cultivate. Xiaohua sighed, but his footsteps didn't stop. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua could clearly see that there was a huge rock pillar in front of him. The emerald green brilliance was coming from the protrusions of the rock pillar. Oh, why don't I see anything strange about it? Looking at the huge rock pillar in the distance, Xiaohua was still worried about traps, but seeing that there wasn't any blood or corpses around, he turned his attention to the rock pillar. The rock pillar was probably several thousand zhang wide, blocking the front. Xiaohua's field of vision was also blocked by the 10 zhang crack. However, Xiaohua could already see that the crack had disappeared near the rock pillar. The rock pillar was inside a huge space. Shua! Suddenly, an intense green brilliance flashed from the 200 zhang tall rock pillar, attracting Xiaohua's attention. However, when Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the green brilliance, the sword light around him suddenly flashed, like the reflection of sunlight on a mirror, dazzling Xiaohua's eyes. Not good, Xiaohua secretly shouted in his heart. Seeing that there were 4 flying swords around him, he hastily flew back. However, it was already too late. The scene around Xiaohua was completely distorted, and the rock pillar, the crack, and the light all disappeared. The 4 flying swords vibrated, and countless sword lights surrounded Xiaohua. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua was completely surrounded by the sword lights. Following the appearance of the 4 flying swords, the rock wall around Xiaohua completely disappeared, revealing a huge space. In that space, there was an incomparably huge rock pillar standing in the center. It turned out that the sword formation formed by the 4 flying swords relied on the combination of the crack and the rock pillar. When one's attention was focused on the rock pillar, they would involuntarily fall into the sword formation. Even though Xiaohua was already extremely careful, he still fell into the sword cultivator's trap and was not happy at all. Looking at the sword formation again, there were several corpses within the falling sword lights. Although these corpses were covered in sword wounds, and some of them even had their hearts and lungs pierced, these corpses were perfectly preserved and lifelike. One of them was a female cultivator with grizzled hair and an appearance of a middle-aged woman. Xiaohua only felt his vision blur, and countless sword lights pierced towards him from all directions. Everything in front of him disappeared, and the entire world was only filled with sword lights. High up in the sky, the sword lights were like a riot of falling flowers, each of them painful, each of them dazzling. In his left hand, the sword lights were like raindrops hitting banana leaves, each drop killing gods, each drop suffocating. In his right hand, the sword lights were like autumn leaves drifting, each of them melancholy, each of them sorrowful. Even under his own feet, there were countless whistling sword lights, like gushing flames of anger, piercing straight out. Xiaohua did not hesitate, and the wishful staff in his hand danced. The sky-piercing staff technique was really amazing, and it was really watertight. With a burst of crackling sounds, all the sword lights were shattered, and the spiritual power in Xiaohua's body was urged to fly in one direction. However, Xiaohua's spiritual power was not urged, and once it was urged, a powerful force of imprisonment immediately pressed down from all directions. It simply did not allow Xiaohua to struggle, and all of a sudden, it penetrated his body and imprisoned Xiaohua's true essence. Damn it, what kind of bullshit sword formation is this? Xiaohua was shocked because this force of imprisonment was really fierce. With the strength of late gold core stage, Xiaohua could not struggle. Needless to say, according to Xiaohua's estimation, even if Daoist Jingru and other nascent soul stage cultivators came, they would not be able to resist. Fortunately, Xiaohua's strength was not imprisoned by the formation. Waving the wishful staff, Xiaohua was still able to easily knock down all the flying swords. Since he could not fly, Xiaohua could not stop his feet. While waving the wishful staff, he retreated. He would rather fall into the abyss than be trapped in this sword formation. However, Xiaohua's calculations had long fallen into the calculations of the sword cultivator. Xiaohua walked for a while, but his figure did not leave the place for half a minute. That you're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.